As chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 9:04 a.m. This Zoom webinar is being live streamed on YouTube on the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission YouTube channel. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI. Our live stream today includes closed captioning, ASL interpretation, and Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided for effective participation in this meeting. Email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services for this meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should also contact redistricting@michigan.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be available at www.michigan.gov/MICRC for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those closed caption transcripts will be made available and posted on the michigan.gov/MICRC website, along with written public comment submissions. There is also a public comment portal that may be accessed by visiting michigan.gov/MICRC. This portal can be utilized to post maps and comments, which can be viewed by both the commission and the public. Members of the media who may have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Communications and Outreach Director for the Commission, at woodse3@michigan.gov or 517-331-6309. For the purposes of the public record and for the public watching, we will turn to the Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Good morning, commissioners. Please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please announce during roll call that you are attending remotely and disclose your physical location. I'll start with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry. Anthony Eade. Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang. Steve Lett.
Present.
Thank you. Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
I'm in appearance.
9 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. As a reminder to the public watching, you can view the agenda at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. I will now entertain a motion to approve the meeting agenda.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Lett. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? Hearing none, it has been moved and seconded that we adopt the meeting agenda. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the meeting agenda is adopted. Without objection, we will now begin the public comment pertaining to agenda topics portion of our meeting. Hearing no objections, we will now proceed with the public comment pertaining to agenda topics. Individuals who have signed up and indicated that they would like to provide in-person public commentary will now be allowed to do so. Please step to the nearest microphone when I call your number. You will have 1 minute to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line to provide public comment is number 1.
Good morning, Sarah Howard on behalf of the Fair Maps Project. We applaud commissioners doing their own maps for the public hearings. A range of maps should be presented, all with 0% gap on partisan fairness. That is what the Michigan Constitution requires. We thank Commissioner Rothhorn for reminding everyone that the party with the most votes should win the most seats. And thank you to Ms. Peschela for confirming that. But the commission's maps so far don't do that. It does not matter that the words 0% efficiency gap are not mentioned in your constitutional mandate. The plain language dictionary definition of disproportionate advantage is out of proportion. More than 0% efficiency gap is out of proportion. Just because your maps are currently a slight improvement over the old gerrymander and validated by the federal court does not equal success. commission maps currently still give Republicans an unconstitutional disproportionate advantage. As you edit the state House map for partisan fairness, it's literally impossible to accommodate every community of interest. You can and are constitutionally required to prioritize communities of interest that help achieve 0% gap.
Thank you
The
for
remainder-
addressing the commission.
Thank you.
Number 2,
Good morning, Florencio Hernandez, Lansing resident, born and raised here in the city of Lansing, also here with the Labor Council for Latin American Advancement. I am just here to voice that we do consider partisan fairness in this process, that we think about what this means for communities of color, and also think about what this means to our democracy in terms of the whole process of mapping and letting politicians choose who votes for them versus letting the community and the people choose who they elect in office, and that represents who they are and their best interests and their communities. So I truly have faith that this commission will do the right thing and use that moving forward, and keep that in mind, that, we're here to be a solution to some of the issues our communities face. Thank you.
thank you for addressing the commission. Number 3,
Good morning, commissioners. My name is LaShawn Irby, and I want to thank you all for the hard work that you are doing. I'm here for one purpose, and that is to speak on behalf of the Poor People's Campaign and the people who are being disenfranchised by being put into one Senate district from Lansing into East Lansing. So what we're asking, plain and simple, is that Lansing be kept whole in one Senate district. That is why I'm here. I'm here because Black and brown people have been put into in the precincts that have been lumped in with East Lansing and Meridian Township. And we know that when you start looking at places like Shiawassee County and Clinton County, those people's voices will be outnumbered and unheard. So we're asking you over and over again, please keep Lansing in one Senate district. Please keep Lansing in one Senate district. And I'm going to use my last 16 seconds to say thank you very much for keeping Lansing in one Senate district. I thank you for your time.
thank you for addressing the commission. Number 4,
Muy buenos días. Mi nombre es Lorenzo Lopez. Good morning. My name is Lorenzo Lopez, a native of Lansing, Michigan. Democracy as we know it is at stake in this country. The entire purpose of this commission is to assure every voting citizen of Michigan given the opportunity to exercise their constitutional right to vote, but also to vote for a person whose interests, ideals, and also who believe in democracy. Redesigning the voting districts in Michigan are to level the playing field so that one party, we know who that is, cannot create districts that favor them and eventually control policy and funding for somebody like me. The goal of this committee is to make sure that democracy is the goal and to make sure that gerrymandering is a thing of the past and can never be done again in Michigan, and that Michigan can be the model for the United States. Thank you.
thank you for addressing the commission. I just want to note for the public record that Commissioner Eid has arrived. We are now moving on to number 5.
Good morning. My name is Maria Vancor. I'm the chapter president for Labor Council of Latin American Advancement here in the greater Lansing area. And our concern is that we're always out in our communities trying to educate our families and friends about issues that go on in this city. And dividing the city that doesn't help our families here is going to hurt many people. And we also feel that by you redistricting, trying to keep us together in one spot, because there's other opportunities that our neighbors like East Lansing, DeWitt, or even as far as Charlotte, well, maybe not Charlotte, Charlotte's way out there, but we always give them information and that they could use. And so I'm asking to try to have this in a good constitutional way, the redistricting. Everybody is going to have a chance and an opportunity to get information and learn more of what's going on in our Lansing area. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 6.
Good morning, all. My name is Maria Enriquez, and I represent Today, I'm representing Local 6,000, which has 13,000 members throughout the state of Michigan. Now, we're looking at this and hoping that you stay right on target, being fair and making sure that we're all represented. I also would like to say the same thing that both my sisters back here have mentioned, and that's to keep Lansing where it's supposed to be in Lansing and not spread our road out into other areas. We need to make sure that people that are in need are heard. And most of us, the three people that have spoke before, are interested in doing that. My interest also is, again, to serve those 13,000 members that we have in the state of Michigan. We want to make sure that this particular commission stays on target and doesn't gerrymander our votes. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Was that our last one? Yep. Okay. Thank you, Yvonne. Individuals who have signed up and indicated that they would like to provide live remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. I will call your name and our staff will unmute you. If you are on a computer, you will be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you are on the phone, a voice will say the host would like you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. I will call on you by your last or by your name. Also, please note that if you experience technical or audio issues, or if we do not hear from you for 3 to 5 seconds, we will move on to the next person in line and then return to you after they are done speaking. If your audio still does not work, you can email redistricting@michigan.gov and we will help you troubleshoot so you can participate during the next public comment period at a later hearing or meeting. You will have 1 minute to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line to address the commission is Mr. James Gallant. Please allow a moment for our staff to unmute you.
Hello, James Gallant, Marquette. These are my opinions. In court, we will be using the Black's Law Dictionary, not some plain dictionary. You're going to make up some definition things. I use Black's Law Dictionary. And Open Meetings Act requires reasonable public comment. And for the elderly people and the people that are trying to get along, this is not reasonable. And Sarah Reinhart has been repeatedly and wrongfully identified as the secretary of the MICRC. And apparently now Yvonne is the secretary today. And yesterday, Sarah Reinhart testified that it appears that she's suggesting we're in the first phase of deliberations. And then she tried to backpedal a little bit like, oh, well, maybe not. Then she didn't really understand. And so could you please explain to us, are we in this deliberation yet? You know, because there's no motions. They're not even your newly formed motion to discuss, which is actually straw polling in disguise. And now please remember, commissioners, that you can only hide behind your staff and attorneys for so long. In the Supreme Court, they can't understand this stuff for you. So if you don't understand what's going on here, you're going to have to explain it in the Supreme Court.
Thank you for addressing the commission.
Plead the fifth. If you plead the fifth, you then be, you.
Anthony Scannell.
Okay, good morning, Commission. Thank you. First I just want to say that with the amount of time you people waste, you really should have given the public our full 2 minutes or not have taken away at least the second period and given us a minute and a half, because gosh, you people waste a lot of time. When the maps were first drawn, I wasn't sure if it was state Senate or US Congress. It took like 15-20 minutes to find Woodward Avenue. Granted, no commissioner from Metro Detroit was present at that meeting, but it took you 20 minutes to find Woodward Avenue when you start drawing these maps. So the amount of time you people waste, you really should have given us our full minute. Okay, moving on. I'd love to talk about, how much I dislike Democratic and Republican parties and think they're criminal racketeering organizations, but your, ineffectual, inefficient process has left me with an issue. You've disfigured my community. You've ignored my comments, similar comments along the lines from people from Ecorse and Trenton. So like I said, you've disfigured my community. You've denigrated it. You've disassociated it in your congressional map, and your inefficient process has left only one option for us to even consider, and it's a poor option. Number one.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Judy. I always get this wrong. Naja.
That participant is not present.
Okay. Chris McLonis.
Good morning. Thank you for your patience. And I'll start my video. Some folks have already spoken about the ideal of partisan fairness, and I think a lot of redrawing needs to be done. Part of the issue, from what I've been told, is that you all start out in the densely populated areas and then fanned out. And that made it more difficult the farther out you went to be able to create districts that are actually equal between Democrats and Republicans. So that's one thing. You may want to readdress that. Also, if you're interested in looking at particular maps, the one by the AFL-CIO is very good. It goes way beyond what you have all done already. Essentially, we don't want a map that is almost a carbon copy of what we've already had. So please go back to the drawing board as much as you can in order to give us a map that will really make great changes for the next.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Rob Payne.
Good morning. I just want to say thank you to the commissioners for all the hard work that they put in and the time that they're spending listening to public comments. Today, I want to address specifically map 187. As an individual who runs a company in Grand Haven, I'm in a unique position to see the benefit of keeping Ottawa and Muskegon County connected. Our employee population, where we do business, we span both communities, and we see the benefit of keeping Muskegon and Ottawa County interconnected. And we see that map 187 achieves this, and want to lend our support and say thank you for the work that was put in on this map. Again, the Lakeshore is a very special place, and see the importance of keeping the Lakeshore as an interconnected community at the federal level. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Al Oski.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for your efforts in working towards fair representation. And I am concerned that your most recent partisan fairness review showed that the Senate map favors Republicans by 7% and the House map by 9%. The residents of sparsely populated lands still hold the advantage in the proposed mapping. If this advantage is retained, it hardens the divisions between rural and urban residents. We all live under the same sky. We all need clean water. I realize you have undertaken a difficult process with conflicting priorities. I respectfully ask that you take this into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Barb Iovan.
Madam Chair.
Oh yeah, I see. I just saw your message. Judy has joined. So let's go back to number 3, Judy.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good morning. Thank you all for the very hard work that you're doing. I would ask that you, I've seen many comments online, but I have not heard discussion during the meetings, and perhaps you discuss it otherwise, but the maps as a whole are something that you need to consider. As Dr. Hanley pointed out, at the way it's currently drawn, the efficiency gap is still too big. Democrats would win 52% of the votes, but 47% of the seats, resulting in a 2018 Republican majority. The goal is supposed to be 0. The reason the whole project was undertaken was because the party that was getting more votes was consistently underrepresented in the House and the Senate. The congressional districts are a little better. Please look at the map as a whole and consider the partisan fairness when you're doing your most difficult job. And I watch daily, and I realize that you have a lot of things to consider.
Thank you for addressing the commission. All right, at this point, we will go back to Barb Iovan.
Okay, am I here yet?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. I've been very optimistic about the commission. It's a huge undertaking doing this important work. And I've been, like I say, very optimistic and excited about it until hearing there's a possibility of Livonia being divided into at least 3 segments. All this is going to do in my mind is make it more confusing to the public. We already know there's apathy anywhere you go. And I think to add one more hurdle is just going to keep more people from voting. And I don't like that there is an increase, there's 7 to 9% more Republicans in this area. It really gives priority to the Republican Party and vote. And that.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is James Muffett.
Okay, am I here?
Yes.
All right. Thank you guys. Appreciate the 1 minute here. I live in Senate District 24, halfway to Eaton Rapids, 6 miles from anywhere. And the current Senate map that puts my rural area in with Lansing seems pretty perplexing to me. Those two, Lansing and East Lansing, have been, quote, a community of interest for 150 years. They're urban, they're adjacent, have shared utilities, shared transit, and somehow there's a line drawn right in the middle now that separates those and then throws people like me with a completely different culture and community. It just seems inappropriate to me, and I think someone told me yesterday that you guys had had that same discussion about Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti and decided, or at least are thinking about keeping them together. So I just would appeal to you to do the right thing there, and to keep those communities of interest as communities of interest, and not try to stick my community in with a community that doesn't have a lot in common. So thank you for your time, and I pray.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Abdul Hakim Al Salah.
That participant is not present.
Okay. Catherine Schmidt.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I would like to draw the commission's attention back to Article 4, Section 6, subsection 13 of the Michigan Constitution. And in that section, it addresses this issue of political fairness that so many people have been speaking to this morning. It defines a community of interest as something that may include things like shared cultural or historic characteristics or economic interests. And it says that communities of interest do not include relationships with political parties. In other words, when we think of fairness, we need to frame the conversation in a manner that makes sure that everyone, regardless of their political values or moral values or anything else, has an equal voice. What our Constitution places the emphasis on is the geographic location, that cultural, historic heritage, and economics. Those things are very important, and rural communities have very different economic values, very different culture than urban communities do. As you refine the Senate and Congress.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Art Reyes.
Good morning. Just wanna make
Morning.
sure you can hear me. Thank you very much for taking public comment and for the work that you are doing for the people of Michigan. I come to you to ask that we keep Flint whole in the drawing of the maps for the State House. Flint has experienced as a city disenfranchisement with the emergency finance manager law and suffered greatly because of that. Flint needs a dedicated voice in Lansing that knows what's going on in the city, is of the city, and can fully represent everyone there. I ask also that as you move forward, you do consider partisan fairness as a way to promote legislative common ground and compromise and reject legislative extremism. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Catherine Curell.
Kathleen Curell is number 12. Please allow us a moment to unmute you.
Good morning. I'm happy.
Morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm happy to see the congressional district that includes the city of Midland with the Tri-Cities and Flint, similar to the proposed state district that's been drawn, state Senate district, sorry. These communities are connected in so many countless ways, economically, culturally, and they have strong familial ties. They share the I-75 corridor and make up the Great Lakes region. The proposed Tri-City Flint Congressional District creates a district that is close to zero political bias, giving voters a chance to choose their politicians fairly instead of the other way around. Thank you for all your hard work. Having the districts being drawn in the open with public scrutiny is an enormous and vital undertaking, and I thank you so much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Phil R.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I know your job isn't easy, but as a longtime resident of Holland, I found yesterday's conversation and deliberation disappointing. Time and again, residents of Ottawa County defined and detailed how Ottawa County itself is a community of interest. Map 187 establishes a clear lakeshore district that keeps Ottawa County whole. Arguments that try to separate Ottawa County are not based in reality. Maps that divide Georgetown Township along Cottonwood Drive directly divide a community for no reason. Maps that try to reach out and draw Grand Rapids and Muskegon are dividing Ottawa County for a manufactured community of interest. How can Georgetown Township and Ottawa County, who considers themselves part of the lakeshore, not be, according to these maps? Several maps draw Kalamazoo with lakeshore communities. This is nonsensical. Kalamazoo is not a lakeshore community. Ottawa County and Muskegon County have much more in common than the cities of Muskegon and Grand Rapids. As you continue to deliberate, please keep Ottawa County whole.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Cindy Weir, number 14.
Hi.
Good
Can
morning.
you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I just wanted to say a big thank you to the commission for including the city of Midland in a congressional district along with Bay City, Saginaw, and Flint. These cities are a core of mid-Michigan and a community of interest. Midland, I'm happy that Midland will finally be included in an area that makes economic and geographic sense. Please continue to look at partisan bias when tweaking maps. And thanks for the commission for all the hard work they're doing. Have a good day.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Claire Ott.
Good morning.
I'm Claire Ott. Thank you for your work. I know yesterday you were working on ways that you could make the draft state house map more fair. I've lived in Battle Creek area for 45 years and only recently moved to Kalamazoo. It seems like Kalamazoo voters are packed into a couple of districts, not giving us a proper chance for fair representation in Lansing. And I believe the Kalamazoo and Battle Creek area is somewhere you could take a look to achieve the state house fairness you and the people of Michigan, we the people, are looking for. Thank you for your endless work on this critical project.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Mary Murphy, number 16.
That participant is not present.
Did I skip Claire Ott? I'm sorry. Okay. Mary Murphy is not present. Benjamin Ratner, number 17.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, my name is Ben Ratner. I grew up in Ann Arbor. I graduated from Angel Elementary School, Tappan Middle School, and Huron High School. Although I now live in Detroit, my family still lives in Ann Arbor, and I take pride in calling myself a townie. I feel compelled to speak today because I volunteered my time to advocate for this commission and proudly voted in favor of it back in 2018. I believe strongly that everyday people are smart enough to make these decisions and to draw maps that are fair. My recommendation to the commission today is simple. To avoid packing together Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti, both of which contain substantial communities of color and have distinct identities, please reconsider your drawing of State Senate District 27 as it currently stands. There are better ways to draw the districts in this region of the state that will strengthen partisan fairness for the overall map and, crucially, avoid packing more than 95,000 people of color into a single district. Thank you for your time and hard work.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Holly Hughes.
Holly, if you can unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission.
I have. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. Muskegon County is a lakeshore community. The city of Muskegon is a coastal community. It even has cruise ships that dock here, bringing passengers from Canada and visitors across the globe to our shops and restaurants. Muskegon County itself has shared economic interests with communities along the lakeshore, such as Grand Haven and Holland and Ottawa County. Map 187 is representative of the Muskegon community as a whole and protects the lakeshore. Please keep the lakeshore together. It's a community of similar interests. Please enact map 187, District 9. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Edith Ford.
That participant is not present.
Okay. Jennifer Austin.
Sorry, I'm trying to start my camera, but there's a thing. There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Jennifer Austin, and I'm from the city of Midland. I would like to thank the commission for placing the city of Midland with Tri-Cities and Flint in congressional district number 11 in maps number 200, 201, and 202 on the portal. I hope the commission will keep Midland, Bay City, Saginaw, and Flint in a congressional district. These cities each have a population between 33,000 and 96,000, and Midland is not the smallest of these cities. We all have an industrial-based economy that supports small businesses and service industries surrounding them. No other cities north of Midland compare in size until you reach the UP. Even Even Mount Pleasant to the west of us is smaller by 17,000 people. We are an urban suburban area and we should have the representation that reflects that. I also ask that you continue to assess partisan fairness and create a map with as close to zero political bias as possible. We deserve a map that allows the voters to select the representatives rather than make up the map, choosing our representatives for us. I'd also like to thank all of you for all of the hard work you're doing and everything that you put up with in some of these hearings. I really appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you for addressing the commission. Percy Johnson.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, yes. So, you know, we put you guys in place with this proposal with people, not politicians. So please continue to make this about people and not politicians. Draw the maps up so it's an equal balance. And it's so important that you guys remember to stay focused on making this about the people and not the politicians. Keep the community balanced as much as possible. Gary, I want to thank you for asking me to listen to when we was in Troy, the other part, because it sounds like this is what you're trying to do to balance it out. So it's not partisan favor. So please, and then please go back to at least a minute and a half or 2 minutes. We got people rushing, trying to get their point across. And you got to remember to keep this about the people and not the politicians. Give the people a chance to speak. I'm for consider looking at the AFL-CIO map. I know AFL-CIO has a strong rep.
For addressing the commission, Sterling Brewer. Carolyn Ross.
Number 22 and 23 are not currently present.
Okay. Carolyn Ross. Oh, that just came through.
Good morning.
Morning.
This is one reason why we need better internet in out of state. My name is Caroline Ross. I'm from St. Louis, Gratiot County. I'm a member of UAW Local 6000, State of Michigan employees. I'm active in the UAW CAP and am the current statewide chair of UAW State of Michigan Retired Workers. We represent approximately 20,000 active and retired union members in all 83 counties. The goal of this commission is to develop districts to provide partisan fairness. It is imperative that the current boundaries be corrected to allow the Michigan citizens fair representation and to ensure equal voting power. It's been said Michigan is a leaning Democrat state, and yet our maps lean Republican. That to me is a disproportionate advantage. It is imperative the current boundaries be corrected to allow all citizens fair representation and to ensure equal voting power. In solidarity, I thank you for your time and your efforts.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Marilyn.
That participant is not present.
Okay. Do we have Lisa Dorado? Lisa Dorado?
Good morning. I'm Lisa Dorado from Northville, Michigan. I ask you to draw fair districts. The maps you have drawn so far clearly favor Republicans across the board. A 5.6% Republican drawn Senate map isn't good enough. You must do better. You can't stop after the first 3 requirements of the Constitution. You must push forward and aim for maps with zero political bias too. I know it's hard. Consider using one of the maps submitted by citizens. Some of those perform better. Fair districts help both parties by minimizing the election of extremists in safe districts. Michigan has seen a rise in extremists after 10 years of gerrymandering. Stop the cycle now, draw fair districts. It's good for Republicans and Democrats. It's good for Michigan. Most importantly, it's imperative for our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Donna Secor Pennington.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Thank you for this opportunity to address the commission, and thank you for your hard work. I'm the vice chair of the 2nd Congressional District of the Democratic Party in Muskegon. In recent years, the people of Michigan have voted statewide for the Democratic Party in very substantial numbers, having elected 2 Democratic U.S. senators for the last 21 years. And since 2003, a Democrat has held the governor's seat for the majority of terms. In 2018, they resoundingly elected a Democratic governor, attorney general, and secretary of state. However, we are virtually unable to elect majorities to our state houses and state Senate seats due to gerrymandering. It is incumbent on the Michigan Citizens Redistricting Commission to give Democrats a fair chance to be elected at the state level to represent Democrats in the legislature. From what I understand and from what I can tell, the most recent draft.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 28, Kate Shishkovsky.
Yes. Hi, I'm from Livonia. First, I would like to thank the commission for all their hard work that it's been doing. But I'd like to point out again that Livonia, which is a city of less than 95,000 people, is drawn into 3 districts. This puts an undue burden on the mayor, having to coordinate with various people from the House. It proposes an undue burden on the clerk that has to make sure that everybody gets the ballot they're entitled to, and it also promotes confusion among the citizens of Livonia. I would also like to point out that partisan fairness has got to be an overriding principle to draw these maps. After all, that was the whole purpose of this ballot effort. Livonia is a purple city. Republicans and Democrats are probably like 50% each.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Donna Givens Davison, number 29.
That participant is not present.
Thank you. We will move on to number 30, Don Wilkinson.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the commission. I would like to point out that Ottawa County is a very unique community. Communities along the lakeshore have a lot in common and several of the same concerns. We are a strong agricultural community, we are a major manufacturing area, and we're a large recreational area. Grand Haven, Hudsonville, Georgetown, and Holland, and other communities all identify as lakeshore communities. Map 187 accurately reflects this lakeshore community and should be kept whole by spanning all of Ottawa County and spanning from Muskegon County to Berrien County. I believe District 9 and Map 187 meets these standards set forth by this commission Most importantly, this represents a real community. Maps designed to connect Grand Rapids to Muskegon or Holland and Kalamazoo do not represent communities with similar interests. As the commission moves forward, I ask the commission to keep Ottawa County together. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Let me see, we're at 31, Roberta Urbani.
Good morning. My name is Roberta Urbani, a resident of Grosville, Michigan. We consider ourselves to be part of the broader downriver community of interest from River Rouge through Gibraltar. I'm also concerned about partisanship in the districts. Past gerrymandering resulted in crazy shapes to pack or crack neighborhoods to achieve partisan advantage. That was a point that was raised by voters, not politicians, as we work to pass Proposal 2. However, it may take drawing some irregular shapes to achieve fair districts, so please do not feel compelled to stick to rectangles if irregular shapes result in fair districts. Do not let disingenuous complaints about irregular shapes deter you. Thank you for your hard work in this very challenging effort, and we look forward to seeing fair district maps. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Yvette McElroy Anderson.
Good morning. Thank you to the commission for your hard work. My name is Yvette McElroy Anderson. I'm a lifelong Detroiter. I am here today to talk about the Voting Rights Act and the proposed maps for 1 congressional district and 0 Senate districts. 1 or 2 of the House districts do not support fairly the Voting Rights Act and provides no opportunity for the majority minority districts that we need to ensure that our communities are having the opportunity to vote for people that look like them and have the similar interests. So what I'm asking is that we make sure that we are considering what we currently have in 2 congressional districts and 10 House districts that have a majority, and we need to have the maps drawn so we have a 50% majority in each of the districts that are drawn, so Black people will be fairly represented. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 33, I believe it's Lakshmi.
That participant is not present.
Okay, let's move on to, what about 34? 34 is good. Adele Mozip.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning, distinguished commissioners. My name is Adel Mozip. I'm a resident of Dearborn. And again, for full disclosure, I'm a Dearborn School Board member. I'd like to first thank you for your service. I spoke last time about gerrymandering in Hamtramck, and today I'm talking about Dearborn, my city. First, the State House is now divided into 2 districts, east of Dearborn, of Greenfield, lumped with Detroit and Joy Road area. It makes total sense for this district, District 3, to end at Tyerman, and in return take in Melvindale, which is highly aligns with East Dearborn. In terms of the population makeup, East Dearborn and Melvindale are definitely community of interest. For the congressional district, Melvindale and neighboring neighborhoods of Dearborn from Detroit need to be added to District 2. These areas have more in common with Dearborn than any other neighborhoods. They're heavily populated with Arab Americans. It would make total sense. And Romulus and Taylor need to be moved to downriver, and that makes sense as well. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We are on to number 35, Scott Holliday.
That participant is not present.
Okay. 36, Chris Andrews.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Proposal 2 lays out a set of core values. Two big ones are community interest and fair maps. Your job is to draw maps that honor these core values, and you have to balance them. Perhaps communities of interest are twice as important as fairness. Regardless, they must both be reflected in your maps. On Monday, you made an intentional decision to give no value to partisan fairness in the Senate maps, despite significant quantifiable unfair partisan advantage. The Ann Arbor Ypsilanti district is a classic packing of Democratic voters in the Senate. 80% of the votes go to Democrats. You can unpack them and create a fairer map. In the Ann Arbor community of interest makes sense for a congressional district. It does not make sense when it contributes to and locks in unfair maps. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Reverend Dr. Steve Bland Jr.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. It is my joy to be able to greet each of you today, and thank you for taking my opportunity for public comment. I am Reverend Dr. Steve Bland Jr., President of the Council of Baptist Pastors of Detroit and vicinity, and also Senior Pastor of the Liberty Temple Baptist Church. And I wish to speak for many people who are in particularly the Metro Detroit area, in Wayne County area, and those who are the working poor and those who don't have opportunity to address this august body. The right to vote is not about partisanship, but citizenship. Central to any democracy is to protect the voice of its citizens through voting. This is about who is permitted and who is impeded from that right to vote. So I'm encouraging you to draw districts to protect the most disenfranchised people, people who were protected through the Voting Rights Act. And I wish that we could encourage you to make sure at least we have 50% of African Americans, particularly in those districts that are central to our voting block, so we might have fair representation and our voice on much needed issues that we face our people. We don't need additional hurdles. We need better access. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We are on to 38, Emily Rohrbach.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Emily Rohrbach, and I'm a city council member in the city of Madison Heights. Looking at all the proposed maps, I see a few glaring issues. One is that cities and city boundaries are carved up and broken apart all over the place and tied into districts that have no shared resources, no shared community ties, and nothing that holds them together other than the number of people who live there. Number two, I look at Oakland County in particular, and it's clear to me that communities like Madison Heights and Hazel Park are afterthoughts, carved up and shoved into whichever district needed a few more people. Our schools, our resources, our community ties are with our neighboring cities, and the reasonable assumption is that a representative for a district that has one or two streets or even a single neighborhood from a particular city won't be considered germane to that representative's decision-making, thereby isolating and disenfranchising the people of that area. I urge the commission to more fairly draw the district lines to keep cities together, to make the districts more fair and partisan breakdown, and to preserve the voices of all the people in the districts. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Martin, 39, Martin.
Hi, Martin Kuzno. I'm a resident of Genesee County. In looking at your proposed map for the House District, it is really quite unfair to all the residents of Genesee County. You've concentrated on the center of it, which is where the population center of Flint is, and then the rest of the county, you've divided it up like a spoke on a wheel, taking piecemeal townships and cities and going out and directions into other counties as far as 2 counties away, and maybe even one time 3 counties away. Therefore, diluting the community's interest of Genesee County for these districts. And I would recommend you, of all the different proposals I've seen, the AFL-CIO proposal is the fairest one for the entire state. And I encourage you to take a second look at that. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Curtis Ivory.
That participant is not present.
Okay. So we are, is 41 present? A deep?
Hi, good morning, and thank you for taking the opportunity. This is Adib Mozeb, a resident of Dearborn. Arab Americans are an invisible minority in the United States because they are not identified as a minority in the US Census, and they do not enjoy the benefits of the majority. So we are in an unusual paradox. Arab Americans, especially underrepresented Yemeni Americans, have been the fastest growing segment in Wayne County, as it was shown by a study that was commissioned by Wayne County in 2009. I would like to submit this report to your record. We hope this commission give Arab Americans some relief and recognition and provide them with a chance for a fair representation. One way this can be done is by adjusting districting to include Menvendale with East Dearborn. These are areas that have common interests and they are similar in demographics. And they are aligned than other neighborhoods. Romulus and Taylors can be moved to District 7 and they are more tied and have more interest.
Thank you for addressing the commission. That concludes our public comment for this morning. However, I would like to mention that all emailed and mailed public comment is provided to the commission before each meeting, and the commissioners also review the public comment portal on our www.michigan.gov/MICRC website on a regular basis. We appreciate everyone who provides public comment in whatever way they choose to do so, and invite you to keep sharing your thoughts, communities of interest, and maps. Next, I'd like to move on unfinished business, agenda item 5A, and without objection, we will return to continuing assessment of draft maps for compliance and adjustments. Yesterday, we were working on the state house districts, and we will start the compliance process for the collaborative state maps with our Commissioner Rothorn instructing the line drawer.
Thank you, Chair Jatella. I think we may have finished with, I was sort of speaking, but it was Commissioner Villette.
Oh,
and
okay.
I think we may be on to Commissioner Weiss at this point, but it was kind of confusing. It was.
Okay, so Commissioner Villette, did you finish? Okay, so we will move on to Commissioner Weiss at this point. Just for clarity, Commissioner Wagner has requested that we skip her term at this time.
Commissioner Weiss, it occurs to me that I think if I remember correctly, we were working on VRA at the Senate level, excuse me, at the House level. And I did offer, right, there was Mr. Adelson had suggested that we look at drawing a minority coalition district in the West End, sort of around the Grand Rapids area to see if it was possible. And I do have some numbers if that might, I guess what I'm trying to do is be as methodical as possible.
Yes, and I wish you would help out on that.
Okay.
Because I know we looked at that yesterday and it looked to me like it could be a little difficult.
Yeah, it was difficult. So and what I want to do is just sort of, I think I might be able to just understand, like, because the numbers and the threshold is what I think I could offer, because I was able to get leaving 77. So I guess if we can pull up the map, it might be able to help orient the people, and I can, yeah.
Sure, sounds good to me. Take over, please.
Commissioner Witches? Okay, yeah, because it really is about, I'm not sure I want to draw it unless you can help me understand that it's worth, right? Because it was at 38.4% minority population, and that's a coalition. And if we needed to bump it up, we would have to borrow from the Southern Grand Rapids district to make it, which is at 50, excuse me, I wrote it down, which was at 52%. So again, the threshold of a minority or a coalition district, and yeah, that's kind of the question I suppose to you, and whether we should attempt. Do you want to speak on that, or should we bring up the map first? Or
no, absolutely, because I was thinking about this last night and this morning. I think that I'm certainly interested in seeing how this was configured, but I think looking at it from several perspectives. The 2020 census, as we know, showed some big changes in population in Michigan, both in region and in demographics. So I think that having a coalition district works to both address the state and federal constitutions. The district shall reflect the diverse population of the state, issues about under the equal protection under the 14th Amendment, the issue of coalition districts at some point over the next decade, perhaps being required by the Voting Rights Act. And I think that's something I really focused on when I was thinking about this, that this is a 10-year map. And if the trends that we saw in the census this year continue, then there will continue to be the changes that we've seen. So I think I'm very interested in seeing this, and I think this addresses both state and federal issues. And the key is the minority population compact? So we're not reaching out like we've talked about before. And the threshold numbers are different here because Dr. Hanley didn't examine Kent County, in part because, as she described, there were no homogeneous precincts, no precincts like in Detroit, for example, that are approaching 100% voters of minority voters of one race. So that's part of the challenge of dealing with specific racial block voting analysis by county. So that number is really not truly applicable here. I mean, I understand that the range you're talking about, I think in many ways makes sense, but I think as we've also seen, let's see what the district looks like. And then we can also look at election results, if that's okay with you.
Absolutely. Yeah. So I guess, John, if you can bring it up, and thank you, Commissioner Weiss. I just want to try to keep us moving in that direction and get VRA compliance.
Okay, so to clarify, I took the plan that you worked on yesterday at our the meeting close, and I copied it put today's date on it. And just to confirm, the last move sort of in the map was this precinct here. So that just shows that was the most recent iteration of the map. So this is what you were looking at yesterday.
Yes, and then if you would bring up the proposal, and again, it's mostly the overlay. I just want to see the overlay, or help us look at the overlay.
And the proposal is what?
Oh, what is the proposal? Oh, maybe I could just draw it instead. But I was hoping that we would look at the frame.
That's okay. This hasn't been introduced.
Oh yeah.
So I just wanted to know what you're referring to. I think I know.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So, and I think I called it, and it was sent out as 38.4 coalition minority district, right?
Okay, so I will upload that just a moment.
Thank you.
As a layer or as a plan?
As a layer, please.
Okay,
the goal is, yeah. Oh, I should do some math.
Okay, Commissioner Rothorn, I brought up the overlay here, 38.4 coalition minority district.
Yep,
And then the blue lines are the shape of that in this area.
you got it.
Commissioner Witches, yeah.
Forgive me if my system is just doing something odd, but I only see 109 districts.
Yeah, it was, my intention was not to create a new plan. My intention was really to help us resolve a VR issue. And I think there was a flaw. Like it wasn't on purpose. That's 109. It really is just this. There's nothing else changed. All I was doing is changing.
Well, won't that skew the calculations for the entire map if the districts are off?
Oh, so maybe I'll explain my process. I did just download our latest version of map up, and then manipulated these to play with the numbers and get and I didn't run any partisan fairness. I didn't run anything else other than VRA. And then I exported it again. And yeah, I guess there was a glitch and it was only 109.
Okay. Follow-up question. Isn't this exactly what we were trying to do with Anthony's map yesterday that we didn't allow him to do?
So this is an attempt to try to get the VRA compliance.
Well, that's the same thing that Anthony was trying to do yesterday and we kind of shut him down.
Well, Anthony wanted to bring his entire map. And so we did end up bringing his shape file over to do what he's
That's true.
proposing. So this is a little different.
Okay, never mind.
All right. So, and what I want to offer here is we have the northern, I'll say we have a northwest and a northeast Grand Rapids. And then I'll say the southern Grand Rapids is the 78. I didn't touch those. All I did was adjust 79, which is the southwest, and 86. And I had to move into 96. So that southern region. And then you'll see that, there's some bumps there with so 97 was affected, but it is. And so what I think I'm trying to also address, Mr. Adelson, is it is relatively compact. And I don't think it's, I think it could be improved if we moved into 77, meaning there's a 38.4% minority district in 79. I'll say, that area, that southwestern area, that's a set 38.4%. And then if we go to 78, that is 52.5%, I think. And that we should just confirm that is what it is. 52.5% minority. Yes.
Sorry. So just to be clear, these are the existing districts. The overlay does not show new demographic data.
Yes. Okay. And 78 is still the existing district, which would have to be adjusted. Like the point where 78 and 79 meet, we could adjust it to bring in or to get a 40% and 40%, closer to 40% district minority, two districts that are minority districts. So with that, Mr. Adelson, I think what I'm hoping is is it worth it? I think what you've said is it's worth it. So we should just try it. Is that true?
Yes, that's generally my thought about this, that there's no way of answering the question, can it be done without trying? And that also helps your justifications, because if you've attempted something that doesn't work for one or more reasons, it's much easier to justify that than not do something and then having to explain why.
Okay. So with that, Commissioner Weiss.
John, if he changes this, you can back that all out and put it back pretty easy, can you?
Yeah, I'm going to kind of anticipate that possibility by making a copy of the map right now.
Thank you, John.
Then I guess, MC, I'd like you to actually do it.
All right.
And then that way we'll know what we have.
And MC, I'm going to ask you to facilitate so I can look at seeing if I can help by looking at the maps, because I feel like that's sort of my strength.
I agree. Yeah, happy to do that. Thank you.
Do you want me to label this in any different way? Just version 2, or do you want your initials on it for the moment?
This is not an attempt.
I understand. Okay, I'll do a version 1 or version 2.
Yeah, yeah. And maybe for the public, the idea is that these things take so long. The goal here was to spend time in the evening trying to experiment and see if it was even worthwhile. So John, would you sort of, with the districts, and you've done this before for us as we've filled it in, would you just sort of do it? Is that
Yeah, I understand what you mean. I'll just take a moment to start on that process.
Thank you.
Okay, so just to clarify, this district here that goes south, you want that as District 79?
Yes.
And then this district here would be a different number?
Yeah.
Okay, I guess I might be able to reference the numbers you had in your plan.
And honestly, it's not that the numbers matter. I think it's just what I was doing is just working with different districts. I think if you do it the same way, you're just gonna trust your intuition and yeah.
Okay, yeah, it looks like you have a different number here, 85.
Yeah, I don't even know how that happened.
Okay. All right, let me start on 79 then.
Yeah, sometimes I think I know the software and sometimes it just produces things and I don't understand it. So there's no reason to make it 85, right? Because now it's over there on the west side and that was not the case when I was doing this.
It looks like this entire township is in with that district?
That is correct.
Okay.
One of the things that I'll offer is that we did get some public comment about, in general, that the Grand Rapids House districts that were, got not applause, but that they were okay, except for adding the Virgin area. This does remedy that. This keeps it more urban and less rural, but we do have Cascade and Ada Township. I just want to acknowledge for the public. I recognize that this is not ideal for communities of interest, and it is regarding VRA. It's just an attempt to try to comply with VRA, but it does, yeah, it hurts to break up the communities. And I did not go to the block level for what it's worth, John. So I think it's all voting precincts.
Okay, thanks for that information.
Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, is there an objective from a metric standpoint that we're trying to achieve?
So I think what I heard from Mr. Adelson is that in order to be to understand that this is maybe sort of a predictive move and to comply with that number 3 in our constitutional criteria that the districts will reflect the diversity of the, that's where we're trying to draw a diverse district that Dr. Hanley did not identify and we discovered. So I think that's the goal here, is that, and so we don't have a metric or a percentage, as I understand. And I think what we all recognize is that, an opportunity to elect district would require some threshold. And so I think that's what we're playing with here.
Yeah, I know there's
Can you turn on your microphone?
I'm sorry. We're trying to get one district.
So there's 2 districts here. So there's one district that's definitely the Southern Grand Rapids one, which is 72.
72.
Yep. And so what I'm looking at is 79. Is it 79? Or maybe 86. I don't know which one. We'll have to see where the numbers are.
It's District 79, and this is District 86, and then you took 96, which was way down here, and drew it up to Lowell up here.
Okay. Yep. And so the 38.4 is in District 86. So what I've done, Commissioner Clark, is added 86. So I was wrong about 79. I guess I misrepresented that. The idea is that the 2 southern districts, the 2 southern Grand Rapids districts, so that's 72 and 86. So 72 I didn't touch, but that's sort of a 52.5%. And now 86 is at 38.4. Total minority population. And so with Mr. Adelson, I think the goal right now is to say, can we leave them this way, or should we adjust between 72 and 86 in order to increase one but decrease the other, to increase the opportunity to elect?
Well, I have an overall impression of this, and I'll save that for a moment. But am I correct that 86, that's the district that is 44% overall minority? What's the minority VAP? Oh, I have to move.
The minority VAP of all the 3 different groups, non-Hispanic Black, non-Hispanic Asian, and Hispanic, that's 38.4.
Okay.
And that's District 86. And then the other district that Commissioner Rothorn is referencing is 79.
Okay.
So it's, let me turn off his labels because it's getting a little cluttered here.
Mr. Morgan, did you have something else to add or help us understand?
Yeah, I just had, so again, it's 79, which is this purple district, and 86 are the 2 districts that you altered for this purpose. And then the wraparound district that you made changes with is 96. And the last thing I'd point out is there is one discontinuity that I can correct if you want me to.
Okay, and Commissioner Weiss is saying yes, so let's please do that. Right, that one. Thank you. So Mr. Adelson, I suppose, help us get to that point where we can sort of, move on from our VRA compliance. Yeah.
Well, I think we're very close to that. And I think that what the overall comment I wanted to make is I remember when we were doing this area several weeks ago. And I remember talking to Dr. Hanley about population changes in Michigan and homogeneous precincts in Wayne County and not in Kent County. And really not having a sense of what the minority population changes might be in this part of the state. Well, I think you discovered that. And frankly, as you had said a few minutes ago, this was an accident. This just kind of happened. And when I noticed this the other day, you have 78, which has about 52% minority VAP. Now you have 86 with about 38% minority VAP, and you have 79 with almost 27% minority VAP. So I think that these districts fit a lot of check marks. Criteria 3, the diverse populations of the state, equal protection under the Constitution. You're not cracking minority populations. It anticipates potential future population growth over the next decade. And it's a new concept when you look at this part of the state compared to Wayne County. So we can look at the election results. The metrics we had talked about earlier really don't strictly apply here because Dr. Hanley wasn't able to do an RPV analysis. So the election results, because this is very new and we're still awaiting the voting pattern analysis information. For now, we can, just get a sense from looking at the elections, what the situation is. But this is not an area, unlike Wayne County, for example, where minority voters, particularly Black voters, have a history of electing candidates of choice. And looking at the metrics from Dr. Handley and looking at all the election results, this is a little different because this population really wasn't here, at least to my understanding.
Excellent.
10 years ago.
So John, will you help us walk through the election results?
So District 79, which is, District 79 is 5% Black, 3% Asian, and 14% Hispanic.
Yes, excellent.
District 79. Okay, it's Biden 45%, Trump 55%. It's Clinton 39 and Trump 61, 38 for Obama and 62 for Romney, 42 for Peters, 58 for James, Stabenow 42, James 58, 37 for Peters, and 63 for Land. In 2012 Senate, it's 40% for Stabenow and 60% for Hoekstra. Whitmer is 44, Schuette is 56. Shower is 30 and Snyder is 70. Nessel is 39 and Leonard is 61. That's for Attorney General. For Attorney General 2014, 28 for Totten, 72 for Schuette. Benson is 43 for Secretary of State and Lang is 57. In 2014, Dillard is 27 and Johnson is 73. And then for El Said for governor in the primary is 40%, 15 for Thenadar and 45 for Whitmer.
Thank you, John. So it's not an opportunity to elect.
No, at this point, no. And I wasn't expecting the election results to prove out like we've seen the minority population is relatively low. We don't have information really beyond exactly what we're seeing.
Yeah.
I think that looking at 86, and 78 will be interesting to see. But again, this is not dispositive like in Wayne County.
Okay.
This is completely different.
So should we go to 8? Do you want to look at 78 first?
Well, I'm intrigued, frankly, because 86 is the district where you focus. I'd like to see 86 first, please.
Okay.
That's okay.
Yeah, 78 is exactly the same, right? So, okay, District 86 election results.
Yes, please.
Okay, so in 2020, it's 57 for Biden and 43 for Trump, Clinton 51, Trump 49, or Clinton 52, Trump 48, Obama's 48, Romney's 52, Peters is 54, James is 46. In Senate 18, it's 52 for Stabenow and 48 for James. Peters is 47 and Land is 53. Stabenow is 50 and Hoekstra is 50. For Governor, Whitmer's 54 and Schuette is 46. Governor 2014, Shower is 38 and Snyder is 62. For Attorney General in 2018, it's Nessel 51 and Leonard 49. And then Totten is 38 and Schuette is 62. And then for Secretary of State, Benson 54, Lang 46, Dillard is 36, and Johnson is 64. For governor primary, it's 40 for El Said, 18 for Thenadar, and 42 for Whitmer.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it looks like the more recent elections and where it's presidential, the more recent ones, it looks like there's an opportunity. And it's closer to 50-50, but yeah.
Well, to your point, Commissioner Rothorn, what is, and I didn't want to say this yesterday, but I was wondering if this would affect partisan fairness in the direction where you're going. This is a very narrowly split district narrowly favoring, if you're looking at the partisan affiliation at the beginning, Democrats. And it's a district where the election results, for the most part, are pretty close. I agree that some of the more recent elections show a potential Democratic advantage, but this district is almost the textbook definition of being even in
Swing, is this a swing district? Different.
Let's just, I'll use my term.
Yes, please. I'm trying to use your terminology.
It's pretty even. So I think, like I said, I thought about this last night, and I wondered if you were able to draw a district like this, if it could help on two levels. It could help the diversity, race, Voting Rights Act, and partisan fairness. And it seems that it does that. So we'll have to see what happens when everything proves out. But this, I think this is a good district.
All right, Commissioner Weiss, I think, yeah, that's it. That's what I did. What's what you did, sorry.
Well, with a little help. Good work. Thank you. I like it. I guess, what the rest of the commission think.
Commissioners, I think that was a question from Commissioner Weiss. Anybody want to weigh in? Hearing no objection. All right. So then, Commissioner Weiss, so I think Mr. Eggleston, are we safe to move on to the next? We've got our VRA compliance more or less, or the data, we've reviewed the data. We don't have compliance, but we have reviewed the data.
You've done the data, due diligence, you made an attempt, which I think works. So from my perspective, I would say give it a check and move on to the next assignment.
Excellent, which I believe is partisan fairness. And Commissioner Clark.
Are we going to use this map? And is there 110 districts in it?
This is the 110 district. Yeah,
Okay.
We didn't import mine.
Okay,
Faulty one.
perfect. Yeah.
And I think we did run partisan fairness yesterday. And for the benefit, do we want to go ahead? Commissioner Witches?
I want to see if there's an improvement.
Okay. So maybe we start with what we did yesterday, and then we can compare it with this one. So John, will you help us run the partisan fairness, please?
Okay, just a moment.
So Commissioner Witches, you were also up next in terms of turns.
I'm actually going to pass.
Okay.
So, for reasons.
Okay, understood.
Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2.
Test 3, 4.
Okay, so again, there's two maps. The newer map is on the top, and then the map from yesterday is on the bottom. And there we go again. All right, so again, version 2 up here on the top, and then yesterday's date, version 1. Okay,
Okay, so the lopsided margin, still a Republican lean, but it's less of a lean. Can we go to the mean median, please? So the mean median has decreased.
yeah, and these numbers are going to be a little bit different. So I just want to point out that the district median percent is going to change anytime you redraw the districts, right? And then the mean will as well. Sorry, the mean doesn't change. I'm sorry about that. It's the district median that changes, and then the difference between them will change.
Okay. Yes, it's helpful when you help us, walk us through that. That's great. Let's move on to the efficiency gap, please. Still too high, and we're moving in the right direction. Okay, so let's do the seats votes ratio. And I guess one more towards representative. But
Right, one
yeah,
more Democratic seat.
right, but we're not there yet. Okay. So is that that's the, okay. So achieving VRA compliance, we did get better partisan fairness scores. And I think Commissioner Clark, this is where we're at. We've got a partisan fairness analysis, but I think, Mr. Adelson, will you help us with this? How do we be methodical in this?
Well, there are a couple of ways. I think that the systemic approach that the commission established when we were looking at the VRA percentages, that I would suggest that might apply here. One of the differences, though, of course, is the scores are for the plan as a whole.
Right.
The VRA requires X, Y, and Z on a whole plan. This is different. However, I think that looking at what the commission did with the Western District may indicate a partial path forward. In other areas, there may be other urban, suburban areas similar to what we found in Grand Rapids, where if you make some tweaks, that helps you in two ways. It helps you with, let's just use it as an all-encompassing description, VRA issues and the partisan fairness. When we saw that it did with just one district, what the changes were, there may be other opportunities elsewhere in the state. So that's one of the things that I'd suggest and that I had discussed with general counsel. So a systematic approach, but keep in mind that it's the plan as a whole. It's not a district by district analysis. It's that the plan as a whole gives you your partisan fairness scores.
Understood. Commissioner Clark, did you get enough insights or any insights to where to start next, or how would you like to proceed?
No, I thought we were going to go down the list of districts and
I'm wondering if that,
and identify the ones we want to take a look at.
And I wonder, we do have some commissioners who have maybe worked on this sort of thing. Do you want any commissioners sort of want to help Commissioner Clark sort of with which list should we use? Any insights there? Like, should we use the lopsided
Well,
or, yeah.
well, yesterday we looked at, no,
Right, but there's districts in the lopsided that might indicate where
Yeah.
Commissioner Clark wants to start. That's what I was
Oh,
thinking. That's
right.
the list,
That's
so
the
to
list,
speak.
yeah. And I,
Lopsided margin.
yeah, and
Lopsided
I think
margins.
that's the one we looked at yesterday.
Yeah,
Mr.
and we've
Brace,
got three hands in the room.
So,
Yeah, let's take a look
Let's
at
take,
that.
General Counsel has been waiting, and then Mr. Brace.
so thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So if the commission is endeavoring to better the partisan fairness scores, then the lopsided margin test is where you will get the district by district information of the splits. Again, making the partisan fairness adjustments, it is appropriate to have the data ribbon activated for the partisan data. Otherwise, you would be making the adjustments without the relevant information that you need to make those decisions. So I wanted to highlight that again. I've said it a few times over the last few days, but I think this is the first time you're going in to look at the partisan fairness and potentially make adjustments in that arena. So I wanted to highlight that for you. So
That sounds wonderful.
use lopsided margin. I've said it like 3 times. I can't.
We take a while. We're thick-headed.
That's all right. No, I love it. I love it. But so that it would be guided by your lopsided margins, which would kind of direct you what areas you might want to focus in on. Again, you can use the election data. And I would highlight again for the record that Dr. Handley was very surprised at the Upper Peninsula. So that again might be somewhere that the commission wants to look at.
All right. So Mr. Brace, and then we'll turn it back to Mr. Clark, Commissioner Clark.
Yes, the attorney of record is very correct in what she says. What normally you end up looking at is looking at those partisan scores to see what is closest to potentially change. So you could use that to help select some of the districts out of what you've looked at to see if they could end up getting changed. And that will impact the overall lopsided margin.
Thank you, Mr. Brace. Commissioner Clark, back to you.
Yeah, let's take a look at the lopsided margin report. Okay.
So this is the lopsided margin report, and what it shows is that of all the Democratic districts, the average Democratic winning margin is about 67%, and the average Republican winning margin is about 59%, and that's where you get that difference. So again, if you were to average all of the Democrat wins in this column and then all of the Republican wins in the other column, that's where these two numbers come from, and this is the comparison of those two numbers.
And so, John, will you help Commissioner Clark and the rest of us sort of identify how do we identify we're looking at the list. Where's a district that's like the most egregious, or like where do we like attack the most, the one that stands out the most? And Commissioner Eid may have a solution here.
Well, I think instead of just looking at which ones are the most, and the ones that are the most are going to be the Metro Detroit ones, which are drawn that way for VRA reasons. It might be a better idea to look at the other areas outside of Metro Detroit that are high first.
Well, Chair Zatella, sorry. And then back to you, Mr. Morgan.
So are we're trying to reduce the lopsided margin, or we're trying to improve the overall fairness of the plan? I'm just trying to understand.
Trying to have a methodical approach to improve the overall partisan fairness of the whole plan.
Okay, so my thought on that is it would be easiest to target those areas that are close rather than those that are. So if you're looking for something like 50.3 or 51, and can we flip those to the
Awesome.
other aisle? That
Okay.
will that rebalance the plan.
Mr. Morgan, I see you, but I want to get to Commissioner Orton first.
I was going to say the same thing, but I was also going to say this partisan fairness ranks below communities of interest. So if we do if we find those that are close together and we just flip it, we don't have to change a lot. We don't have to break into those communities of interest, hopefully, to flip it over.
Excellent, which is why we're doing this collaboratively. So Mr. Morgan and then Commissioner Ede.
So General Counsel said something about looking at the UP, that there was some information about that. I don't know if that's a place you want to start or not.
I'll bring that. That's to
Yeah.
Commissioner Clark, but Commissioner Ede first and then Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I agree on the communities of interest issue. I think there is one community of interest that ended up not being put in this map, and that's the Lakeshore community that was drawn at one point in the southwest corner of the state. There is an overlay somewhere for it, and it is a community of interest, as we all know. I think putting that in and seeing if it helps or doesn't help could be a good start. And we may want to check now if how that area is on this test.
Thank you for all the options. Yeah, that's great.
Okay, yeah, let's take a look at the UP districts.
Okay, so most of those will have certain numbers in common, but I think you'll find that there's one number that's not there, which is 110. So you have 109, 108, and 107 are the 3 House districts in the UP, and then one district, House District 106, crosses the bridge and has Emmett.
Okay, let's take a look at
Cetera.
106, 7, 8, and 9.
Okay.
And Commissioner Clark, this is where General Counsel suggested the party ribbon. I haven't used it yet, but I wonder if, do you know what to ask for there? Do you know what she was talking about? So there's partisan results somehow, and Mr. Morgan or Mr. Brace may be able to help us bring it up. Is that accurate, General Counsel?
Yeah, it's what we've been looking at before, I think.
Yes, correct. That was through the Vice Chair to Mr. Morgan. That's correct. That is what, when they were practicing and learning the software in the fictional state of thumb, it was activated. And as we all recall, it was highly motivating where the lines were going, what the partisan data was showing. And again, as the fourth criteria being a disproportionate advantage, that was not the way to proceed. So it will be familiar to you once it's pulled up. But it looks like 106.
Yeah, so these are the 4 seats that you asked me to look at: 106, 107, 108, and 109. And these are the characteristics of those seats.
Yeah, but the closest one would be closest one to adjust would be 109.
Is it 109 or 108?
108.
Yeah, 108 looks like
I'm
closer.
sorry, 108.
Yeah.
108 is already showing as a Democratic one.
Yeah, we want to
So
increase.
you want to
the
see whether or
Democratic
not you
ones.
could switch any of the other ones,
Yeah.
and they're a little bit further away.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
so I think 109 is the smallest, I mean, the closest to 50% where we could start flipping things, but that's still 7% off. So I don't know if that's attainable.
Commissioner, or excuse me, General Counsel.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Chair. So, and again, as I recall, those 2 districts would be right next to each other.
Yeah.
So there's chances are that you would not be able to take with the 52.9%, you would not be able to have a meaningful enough shift without impacting the other district. So we might want to go back to the list and see if there are some in more heavily populated downstate areas that are very close.
Yeah, my opinion, looking at this, is that it's just not attainable, given those percentages and what the population's like up in the UP. So, I would suggest we take a look at another area.
It's your turn, Commissioner Clark. Please proceed.
I thought that was my turn.
Nice try, Commissioner Clark.
Okay.
Excuse me, if I could just interject.
Mr. Adelson, please.
No, I do want to take my turn.
Quickly, I think that what I would suggest is going back to that Grand Rapids district model. The only reason that popped up as an area of interest is the demographic dots. Noticing the dots were concentrated the way they were, thinking that if a district could be created, that would take care of several different issues. So I would suggest whether looking at things regionally or otherwise, that the dots also be activated to see if there are similar pockets that you can create a district in, like you did with the Grand Rapids district, that will help across several criteria and other measures. So that's a suggestion of one way to proceed that may give you some clues.
Thank you, Mr. Abelson. Commissioner Witches,
Yes,
and then back to
and the
Commissioner Clark.
lopsided one. Yeah.
Can we run a check for errors? I'm seeing that the assigned total is less than the total population.
You are correct.
Let's try that. Eagle Eye Witches.
Okay, according to the check, there are no unassigned areas, so there's probably discrepancy. I don't know if you feel like taking a break, but maybe this is a good time.
Commissioner Clark, it's to you. What's your pleasure?
Yeah, it's about an hour before lunch. Yeah, let's take 10 minutes at the most.
We're going to try to shift our lunch to 1 o'clock, if that's okay.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
So we're about 2 hours. So let's take a 15-minute break. It is 10:51. See you back here at 11:05.
I'm sorry. I thought we were good. Now we're good. As chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 11:05 a.m. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Commissioners, please stay present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please announce during roll call that you are attending remotely and disclose your physical location. I will start with Doug Clark,
Present.
Juanita Curry, Anthony Eid, Brittany Kellum, Rhonda Lang,
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett,
Present.
Cynthia Orton,
Present.
MC Rothhorn,
Present.
Rebecca Satella,
Present.
Janice Follett,
Present.
Aaron Wagner,
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss,
Present.
Justin Witches.
Couldn't think of a fancy word, so I'm present.
10 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you. We will continue with our unfinished business agenda item 5A. And Commissioner Rothorn, if you can continue to facilitate, I would appreciate it.
Thank you, Chair Zatella. Commissioner Clark, to you.
Yeah. Here's what I want to do. I want to take the lopsided margin report and identify certain districts where the margin is relatively close. So for example, 49% Democratic, 51% Republican. And go through the whole list. Let's identify those, and then I'll choose one, and then the next person can choose one, and we'll just cycle through those.
Sounds good. I'll make a list then as you do it, as you identify them.
Okay. So, yeah, let's cycle down through the list, and yeah, keep going down. The first ones I think are all down in Detroit area anyways.
Commissioner Clark, yeah, that's true generally, but keep in mind that we did jump around with a few numbers, so we'll want to refer to the map when
Yeah.
we see something.
So what I'm gonna do is, when I see the Democrats somewhere just below 50, we'll identify that as one of them. So 50%. Okay, so let's look at 22. No, I'm sorry, nope. I'm not 22. 28. And 29, let me think if I want to do those or if they're too high.
Commissioner Clark, Commissioner Orton has a thought.
25 is very close.
I don't see 5.
25.
Oh, 25.
Gentlemen, can one of you mute?
But
Thank you.
on 25, I'm looking for Republican advantages. Yeah. So let's go back to the list. Yeah, I don't want to put 25 on the list unless somebody does. All right, let's look at 28 and 29. I want 28, 29. Okay, let's see the list again. We'll just cycle the list, then we'll come back and I'll just choose one.
Okay, so again, while we said, let's look at 28 and 29 from the list, they're not actually exactly in the same place. So here's 28 first.
Correct.
So it's in Sterling Heights area.
Correct. I'm going to deal with one at a time. So I'll either choose 28 or 29 or whatever. But let's go through the whole list first and identify them. No, I'm talking about going through the lopsided margin list. We'll just identify.
Yeah, I'm just getting the map ready
Oh,
for
okay. Thanks.
discussion.
Thanks, John.
Okay, so you talked about 28 and 29.
28, 29, 58 is too high, 61 is too high. Maybe 35. Keep going down. Keep going down. How about 60? Oh yeah, 53 and 60.
50.
District 50, does that fit the metrics you're looking for?
Correct, 50.
And then you said 53.
Correct. Yeah, there's another one. 60, yeah. And then cycle down, there's another one, 70. There'll be another one, go on down to 76. I think that's one of the ones we just looked at.
Sorry, 74, I think 76 is a different,
Oh, yeah, 74, I'm sorry.
yeah, so the district number is what we're looking at, not the line number.
Correct.
Sorry. So I
Yeah,
think
that-
you were referring to District 74.
I
and line
was, yeah, I looked at the
76.
line number instead. Cycle down. Keep going. Keep going. 51.8, number 103. Keep going down. Okay, I'd create the list off of that. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 potential areas. Okay, so I'll choose one, I'll work on it. And then next person up can choose one. So not knowing where these are, I'll choose number 28, the first one on the list.
Commissioner Orton?
Could we go through those numbers again? I think I missed some.
What I've got is 28, 29, 35, 53, 60, 50, 70, 74, and 103. Okay.
Did you say 50?
Yes, 50.
Okay.
Correct. So where are we at on 28% percentage wise? So 53.1. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, General Counsel, please.
Yes, thank you. Can we also have the population thematic dots on? That might assist the
Which
commissioners.
population, African American
No,
or?
just total, just population, just.
Yeah, that will come up when we look at the precincts or townships.
So General Counsel, I'm just trying to be clear, because Mr. Adelson did suggest looking at theme with, I think, the African American, but that's not what you're suggesting,
No,
correct? Okay.
I'm suggesting, thank you for the clarity. No, I am suggesting that when we're looking at doing these adjustments, that the commission have like the data right under the name, so that you'll be able to see what the total population is while you're doing, again, because these are very, very precise changes that the commission's going to be endeavoring to make.
Okay, so is that reflected there? So it says Clinton and 100,513. Is that what you're looking for, General
Yes,
Counsel?
and
okay,
then it'll adjust when I look at the voting precincts or things like that.
Okay, and I just want to make sure that I understand how there's a tool that I guess we used in the state of thumb that I might have used but I haven't used since then. And so what I'm thinking about is, can we use that tool now? And it seems like that could also help Commissioner Clark as he's drawing. Is that true?
Correct. So through to the vice chair, to the commission and the viewing public, again, the Michigan Constitution, the reason that the commissioners did not use partisan data in drawing the maps is because competitiveness, proportionality, there are no criteria that would have permitted the commission to do that. The only partisan criteria is the fourth one, which is a disproportionate advantage for partisan fairness measured by acceptable standards. All of those acceptable measures of partisan fairness are evaluated on the statewide level. So that is why when the commissioners were drafting, the politics was taken out of it. The partisanship was taken out of it, which was the intent of the constitutional amendment. So now that the commission has its statewide plans, the commission is endeavoring to make some adjustments to improve partisan fairness. It is completely acceptable for the commission to look at that data in order to make well-informed decisions for those adjustments. So in the fictional state of thumb, your consultants had the ribbon at the bottom that would track.
The ribbon being in the active matrix?
No, it is a red and blue ribbon. I know they're going to pull it up, and then the commission will be able to see how the changes that they're making impact the political party data that's displayed. So is that a clear Is that a good background / context bringing us to where we are?
I appreciate that, General Counsel. And
Mhm.
Commissioner Clark, do you feel like you know what to ask for and regarding that tool as you draw?
Yeah, right now, the only tool I want to see is the black population with dots.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. And then, of course, the numbers of the after matrix if we need them.
So I'm not sure. So so you're welcome to do that, Commissioner Clark. But I just want to make sure that we're using as many tools as we can to get to achieve partisan fairness. Right. And we're looking at partisan fairness. And so you're absolutely welcome to do what you're doing. But I just want to make sure that we have, I have not used this tool. I do not know what General Counsel is talking about and the ribbons and so forth. If you don't want them up, that's okay. But it's just, we're looking at partisan fairness. So I'll just leave it at that.
Got it. Yeah, got it. So what I want to do is 28, we need to increase the,
Commissioner Witches has a thought.
I don't know, what's this ribbon thing?
That's what General Counsel has been trying to explain to us. And I think it's a new tool that we may not be familiar with.
yeah.
And I think because we're unfamiliar with it, we may not even know to ask for it. And
Well,
so, yeah.
Why don't we just bring it up and keep it up anyway?
So I'm not quite sure what General Counsel is talking about. There are many other tools, but this is a new one for me.
This is super helpful. So Commissioner Clark, can we just pause and make sure that our,
We can.
yeah.
So-
Help us, General Counsel, know what you're,
Perfect.
yeah.
So during the fictional state of thumb practice mapping, there was a bar at the bottom above the active matrix. It was separate from the active matrix and it said D and it was blue and the other half was red and it said R and it was tracking because the data is in the matrix. So it was activated during the practice rounds and deactivated during the commission's active mapping, again, which is completely appropriate. We always had the intent to turn it back on at the appropriate time, and now is the appropriate time. Is that
As you're receiving that information, Commissioner Orton and then Commissioner Witches.
I did not have that. I've never seen that. Has
Commissioner
anyone else
Witches?
seen that?
Correct. It was, the mappers had it on the screen. So the commissioners have never had it. The mappers had it on the screen.
Okay, so mappers, yeah, so it sounds like General Counsel is going to try to help assist us.
Yeah,
Mr. Morgan, please.
I'm not familiar with what she's suggesting. I know we can reference the partisan data from the election results that you've been using. So that's some information. There's also a pointer where you can click on a geography level and it will give you all of the data that's associated with it. So it'll go down every single variable. So that will give you some information as well.
Okay, so at this point, the tools that Commissioner Clark has asked for may be the best tools.
Yeah.
And so I'll just ask Commissioner Clark to proceed.
Let's proceed. So let's go to 25 and I want to add those two dots. Yeah, I want to add right where your pointer was, that into 28.
Okay, so I'm going to zoom in a little bit so we can reference by the population of the voting precinct. So just a moment.
Correct.
Okay, so this is the population of each precinct. So if you want to make a change, tell me which precinct you want me to move, please.
I want 4255 and 3915 over into 28. I don't know. We're changing percentages.
Okay, and then if you wanted to, you could look at the tab of the statewide races, and that gives you information for the district. So at the moment, that partisan index score, which is what goes into this calculation here. So basically you could say it was 53, and with those changes and not adjusting the population, now it's 52.
Okay, that's fine.
Sorry, John, can you just do that one more time, please?
Okay, so going back to refer to the partisan fairness chart, this number here, which gives you the percent vote, this is the composite partisan index that Dr. Hanley created. So you see it's 201,000 to 227. Based on those two precinct changes, the percentages are now at 48 roughly to 52. And then when I unscreen these fields, you'll see that it's going to be some other number instead of 201,000 to instead of 201 to 227, it'll be something else that's going to be 4852. So whatever these numbers are recalculating based on the geography changes in those two precincts.
Thanks for walking us through that. Commissioner Orton.
So as we make these changes, I realize these are only precincts, so it's not a big chunk, but as we make the changes, shouldn't we be taking into account whether we are messing up communities of interest? Because this is below communities of interest.
You got it, Commissioner Orton.
Well, I want to deal with one variable at a time, but I want to make the changes and then let's see how it impacted the communities of interest. Because the changes in this district is going to be tough because there's not a lot of Black population. So let's
Commissioner Witches.
Well, isn't that going in reverse order? If you were to look at the variable in regards to fairness and then going into communities of interest.
It does seem like that.
So I wouldn't do that. That makes no sense.
Well, but the communities, I think it makes sense because communities' interests are pretty well set. And so that would limit the number of changes that we would have to make.
Well, that's true. But if you were to make changes disregarding communities of interest first, you're just going to have to change it back afterwards to comply with the communities of interest. So why do it in that order?
Commissioner Lett.
Well, theoretically, at least, when we drew these districts, we considered communities of interest.
Correct.
Now, we
also
didn't
true.
go down to the precinct level necessarily on communities of interest. We did it as a district. So we've done all that.
Mhm.
Now we're to the point of having to deal with partisan fairness. That's where we're at in the process. We did populations, number one, compact, I don't know what number two is, and communities of interest and partisan fairness. So we have to deal with partisan fairness. If we get all of that done and we want to go back then and tweak for communities of interest, I think that would be appropriate.
Yeah, I agree.
But we have to do one or the other at one time.
So
Go ahead, Commissioner Witches.
So
I thought the objective was getting our numbers in compliance.
But I think Commissioner Witches and Commissioner Orton bring up the sort of the priority, right? The criteria. And I think that's what Commissioner Lett is also trying to address. Commissioner Witches.
I have a question for you, General Counsel. So if we considered communities of interest while we were drawing the initial maps, and now we're adjusting for partisan fairness, if we split up communities of interest, would that be okay to do because we have considered communities of interest before we started messing with numbers to get partisan fairness down?
So through the vice chair to Commissioner Witches, that's an excellent question and brings us back again to the tension and the conflict between the criteria. So one of the reasons that your partisan fairness measures are demonstrating the scores that they are is because of the geography of Michigan and the preservation of the communities of interest. So yes, if you improve the partisan fairness measures, if you take steps to do that, it will impact other criteria. And that is for the commission to decide to the extent it wants to do so, if at all. And again, make a clear record of why the changes are being made and the rationale for doing so.
So since we took communities of interest into account, we can make the changes. However, you could also make the inverse argument saying now we're taking the numbers for partisan fairness into account over communities of interest, even though we considered them and then making changes and then changing them back. I could see that being problematic.
I think this is why no one envies our task.
Well, yeah,
Commissioner Letton and Commissioner Eden.
That's true. We've heard a lot of discussion from the portal, from public hearings regarding communities of interest. In my opinion, we've also heard the overriding issue of fairness, fair maps, nonpartisan. So I think that's what I've heard all along. Draw fair maps. And that's what we're trying to do. Unfortunately, it may affect some communities of interest. I don't know how they will. I mean, we just did 2 precincts. I don't know if that affected them at all.
Commissioner Eden and Commissioner Clark.
These, in my opinion, these measures, communities of interest and partisan fairness, they're not mutually exclusive. I don't think they create as much of a conflict as we're thinking it do. We can find communities of interest that are supported in this area that also bring the partisan fairness scores closer to 0. We've gotten a lot of communities of interest submissions. Some of those are conflicting. I think in this area, some of those are conflicting, and that's okay. But since they're conflicting, let's find the one that brings the number closer to 0. Because then that would be supporting both criteria 3 and criteria 4.
Commissioner Clark and then General Counsel.
And if you go to the Constitution, number 3 says the commission, I'm going to paraphrase it, the commission shall consider communities of interest. So the word consider means we may or may not apply it. In my opinion.
I think this is where General Counsel wants to help with that language.
Yeah, no, we're not going to paraphrase the Constitution, Commissioner Clark,
Well, that's because
although I appreciate that. So the constitutional language relative to communities of interest, which is the 3rd criteria, districts shall reflect the state's diverse population and communities of interest. And then it goes on, as we all know, to give some guide rails, what that is and what it is not, which is relationship with political parties, incumbents or candidates. The relevant criteria for partisan fairness, which is the 4th criteria, just below communities of interest and diverse population, is districts shall not provide a disproportionate advantage to any political party. A disproportionate advantage shall be determined using accepted measures of partisan fairness. What may assist the commission in these efforts as they're considering adjustments or how the adjustments might affect other criteria or other metrics that the commission is tracking is maybe have the community of interest overlay for the areas that you're looking at also displayed, because potentially there's some areas that you could make some changes, some boundary changes that would not impact the communities of interest that you've already considered throughout this process as an opportunity.
Thank you, General Counsel. It's back to you, Commissioner Clark.
Thank you for taking on. I think we can only have one overlay at a time.
I think you're right.
Let's continue on here and we'll see if this works. And if it doesn't, then we'll.
So I had a thought, just trying to, when the map comes back up, what I was thinking, Commissioner Clark, is because you were looking at the dots, and I would, and you were sort of heading from west to east. What you could do is, I think there are dots, meaning African-American population, that are also further south in the district, so it might not cut it off. And that may be just considering the community of interest rather than heading west, rather than heading east, right? Look at the dots on, in the Warren area, where it says Warren anyways, the word Warren in 25, and instead of heading east, head south, or see if you can affect the change without totally interrupting.
Yeah, my next step was going to be to move some of the non-African American precincts out of 28. And that will increase the percentage on the African American side. So, now I look at that I'm over 7,000 people. So I want to move out non-African American precincts to try to increase that. And I took that from 25, so I want to move some back into 25. So can we get the population numbers? So I got 7,000 I can move out and move into 25.
It looks like John's sort of hovering over some precincts that might help you do that.
So let's take the top three, the 1999, 2183, and 2378.
Mr. Chair.
General Counsel, please.
Again, thank you so much. And please excuse the interruption, Commissioner Clark. If Mr. Morgan could describe or determine or provide the information for the political data for those three. Oh, or just change it. I would say, is there a method in which that the commission can have that data displayed so that it's not just trial and error, that it can be a more focused and deliberative change?
Mr. Morgan?
Yeah, as I said, there's a way to bring up a pointer that we can look at any individual piece of geography. We could potentially display some information in the label of the precincts. You could possibly look at some Democratic and Republican election results, like one value for each one. Maybe we can do the composite value. I'm not sure. We haven't attempted this at any point.
May I add one thing?
Please, Mr. Segal.
What I was just doing is pick an election and have it the feature labeled with the Republican results and the Democrat results. We can have 3 labels per feature. So you could have the total pop, 2016 Republican votes, 2016 Democrat votes, or another election, and you would see them at one time. That's the closest you can get to it. Yes, that down to the, yes, precinct, township, and county. That's the closest you're going to get to having a number to look at.
How does that sound, Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, give it a try. Let's see what it looks like.
Okay, so what single election does the commission want me to bring up on the screen? Or we could also potentially look at other things in the database. There is a field that says D index and R index. I'm not sure what those are. They may or may not be the composite partisan index. They may be some other value.
Well, if we're not sure what they are, I don't want to use them at all. I would prefer to wait till Bruce steps back in the room and we'll decide.
Okay, Mr. Morgan.
Yes. If I may, if you're going to consider a single election, you might be informed by looking at the statewide election results and see what the results of that election are. So, for example, we know, I think from previous discussion, that the presidential election in 2016 was very close, but any election you choose as a single election is going to have a result from a statewide perspective. So when we look at the governor's race in 2018, Governor Whitmer won by a certain percentage. If you were to use the governor's race in 2014, Governor Snyder won by a certain percentage. So if you're going to choose a single election, it may be instructed to look at the statewide results for that election.
Okay, and I heard Commissioner Clark say that he wanted to have Mr. Adelson back in the room. Is that possible?
I want to kind of move on and see if we can resolve this one.
Okay, General Counsel, and then Commissioner Eid.
Well, certainly, I mean, so what I'm focusing in on is that if the commission is making adjustments to impact partisan fairness scores, that the adjustments should be made based on the partisan data that the commission has available to them. So Mr. Adelson will come in the room after his meeting and say, what is the partisan data? So I think and again, you can do the trial and error method going back and forth, but I think, again, if we could have it demonstrated relative to the changes that the commission is attempting to make, with the population also displayed, I think that would be the best way for the commission to make those very precise changes that are necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. There are three hands in the room. It's Commissioner Eid, Mr. Morgan, then Commissioner Lett.
I just wanted to point out that we're on the House map. House elections are done every 2 years, I believe, unless I'm mistaken. Someone please correct me if I am. So I think it would be appropriate to use, any of these elections, either 2016, 2018, maybe not 2020 because of the precinct issues we've talked about before. But it sounds like we should bring them up and use them to try to fix this.
Mr. Morgan and then Mr. Lett.
So at this point, Commissioner Clark has made some adjustments in the population, and he stopped with the two districts being back in population balance. So you could potentially run the partisan fairness now and see if it did what he wanted to do.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, Commissioner Lett.
I'm just going to note that we could have done about 3 of these districts by now, having argued about all this. So as Mr. Clark says, let's do it.
Yeah, let's just get on with it. But go ahead and run the partisan fairness, Jen. Let's see where we're at.
Commissioner Lett, you forgot to say I yield back.
I yield back to the general.
Mr. Morgan.
Okay, so in this case, the plan name is the same. So I'm going to have to make a copy of the previously existing plan. And now we're running, this is essentially a new plan. Officially, you would consider this a new plan because you've made changes and you're going to look at the partisan fairness numbers. So I need to save it as not as a new plan, but as a new Excel sheet so you can look at them side by side. So I'll do that.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. And then while he's doing that, commissioners, I wonder if we can sort of try to agree on the election. Commissioner Eid sort of talked about it. Mr. Morgan has said we should choose an election. Is there an election that we want to agree on when we get that data back? Go ahead, Commissioner Witches.
I'm going to say the most recent.
The most recent.
That's going to be the most.
Would that be the presidential? That would be the presidential, correct?
Well, or Mr. Chair.
Yes, please.
Or Mr. Chair, please. Thank you. Or Mr. Chair, the commission, if you pull up the election information matrix at the very beginning, the first columns are the Democratic Republic split. That would be maybe the most straightforward without having to select an individual race.
By the district, by each district.
By each district, correct. Right. My point is that if making changes in partisan, that the commission should be looking at partisan data at this point, which is totally appropriate. Again, no partisan gerrymandering. The commission did not consider it when it was drawing its plans, but to the extent they want to endeavor to make those changes. So.
Okay. Thank you, General Counsel. Mr. Brace.
What you have in those first two columns are the composite numbers coming from all the precincts in that district across all the elections. That gives you that overall partisanness number from the composited side. Okay. So that will give you an overall score for the decade. Now, you may think that, well, it moved more Democratic at the end of the decade, and therefore we look at the couple of contests in 2020 or something like that. But the composite number is the overall decade election results.
Thank you, Mr. Brace. Mr. Morgan.
Okay, so again, I'll bring that up as a label option, and we can look at it and see what the numbers are, if that makes sense. One way we could potentially test this is we could go to a district where we have a district value. For example, in one Senate plan, you have Kalamazoo County, and then we could look at the partisan index, which is in our partisan fairness spreadsheet, and then look at the label display for that district. And if they're the same, then the D index, R index numbers are what we think it is. I just think that that would be a check we could run maybe during the lunch break.
Does it make sense also? I mean, Commissioner Clark is trying to steer us sort of in a methodical way. We've got 9 districts that he identified and we're starting with 28. And I'm wondering if we want to just sort of look at the election results for each of these 9 districts, record the result and then move to that. Is that also? Yeah,
That's possible. And then also, I think Commissioner Clark wanted me to run the partisan fairness now. So I've saved this as a version 3.
Yeah, let's take a look at that. And I don't want to eat in too much time writing down numbers from the other districts.
well, what I'm looking at is how do we, right, if we have to make an adjustment and then run a partisan fairness, we're going to have 17 or well, at
Yeah,
least
we're gonna
9
have
copies.
Have a lot of them, aren't we?
Line, and then we have to keep track of those and understand which one was which. And I think we may, it doesn't feel very methodical to me. It feels like we may be creating something that we may not be able to wrap our heads around. So I'm just trying to, yeah. Commissioners, any other thoughts on how we're proceeding? Okay.
Okay, so again, I'm just going to confirm, looking at the version 3, and what I want to focus on is we change 2 districts, 25 and 28. Okay, so
Correct.
we're going to look at the values of those for a moment.
And I may, depending on what the numbers are, I may want to make a few other adjustments with basically the same philosophy I was using.
Right. And what I'm hesitating to do, Commissioner Clark, right, is creating then a copy of that plan.
Yeah.
To get it. So I'm trying to figure out if there's a way that we can actually do it without creating the copy and running the partisan fairness each time. And Commissioner, Mr. Morgan, please.
Well, again, each time you make a plan, you would run the partisan fairness because it requires a complete plan. So anytime you make a change, you would have to rerun the partisan fairness.
So I wonder if we want to talk about a naming convention here then. And what I mean, yeah, I'm just wondering, how do we, right, we as commissioners have to understand all these copies then, right? And each one is, and we may be moving incrementally into, better partisan fairness measures, but we may not, right? How do we keep track of that? How do we recognize that? Yeah,
Well,
please.
clearly, we've been trying to keep track of with version 1, version 2, that sort of thing, so that we understand where we're going and can trace time-wise what the results are.
So
the issue becomes is when you want us to save a plan so that you've got some idea that, all right, we made the change here on plan between version 4 and version 5 or whatever. So it's really keeping track of where we are version wise in order to recall from your benefit what kind of changes were implemented.
Okay, Mr. Morgan, then Commissioner
Okay.
Clark.
So again, looking at the data, the adjusted districts are on the top. So District 25, the new value for that, it looks like it was previously.
John, we just see the select report to run screen. So if you've got something else on your screen.
Yeah, just a moment. Okay, so again, Commissioner Clark, I believe, was trying to adjust District 28 because that showed up here as 53% on the Republican side. So what has happened in this exchange is that has now been reduced to 51.6. And then District 25 was 50.5 Democratic. Now it's 50.7% Republican. So you've reduced the Republican percentage in 28 and you've increased the Republican percentage in 25.
And as a result, you've ended up switching a district towards the Republican side.
Right.
So do you want to continue to look? Let's look at the partisan fairness scores from this point, because we just looked at just those 2 districts. We didn't look at the fairness scores.
What do you want to do, Commissioner Clark?
The problem is there's not enough African American population there, so my only alternative is to look at maybe moving something out, not into 25, and it's something that's not very heavy populated with African Americans. So,
Commissioner Ede?
Well, there are more than just African Americans that vote Democratic
Correct.
in Sterling Heights, right? We have a large Asian community. We have a large Chaldean community here that we've had communities of interest maps submitted to us. So I don't think it's only African American. We have to be looking at let's bring that ribbon up and then see as we make the changes, what happens to the election results. I think that way you're looking at more than just one specific population.
and that's why I made the changes as far north as I could. Yeah. I was aware of that. So what do we have, John?
Okay, so you want me to look at the other scores at this time? Yes?
Under your direction,
Yeah,
Commissioner Clark.
yes,
Okay.
please.
All right, so the lopsided margin, the new version is 8.7. The previous version was 8.2. The mean median difference was 4.4. It still seems to be 4.4. Okay, the old plan was efficiency gap of 9.9. The new version is 10.9. On the seats vote ratio, the old one was 6.0. The new one is 6.9.
But what you're seeing in that version, don't take it away, because that's what you're seeing is that flip of one seat from 51 Democratic down to 50 Democratic.
Based on the changes we made.
That's correct.
Right. So
That's right.
while trying to change District 28, the changes were made to 25, which took it from a 50.1% Democrat to a 50.1% Republican seat.
Yeah.
Right.
So maybe what we've learned, Commissioner Clark, is that, right, we do need to have, instead of racial data on the screen, we need to have partisan data on the screen to make these changes. That may be the best thing that we've learned from this.
Yeah. Yeah, if we can get it up on the screen.
Right. So that's where our consultants
Okay.
can help us.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to bring up those values instead of I'm going to take away the thematic, and then on the labels, I can put a value. So we'll see what those values are. So let me start again with a place that at a level of geography that's logical as opposed to a precinct. So a township or a county. Is there a township or a county that you would want me to just look at those values for that the commission might want to consider?
Commissioner Clark, that question is to you.
We're over in Macomb County, so let's take a look at that.
Okay, so I'm going to bring up the value for all of Macomb County for the partisan index, if that's what we think it is.
Okay.
Okay, so those values come up as 0. Let me double check.
See, the changes we made now between 28 and 25, they're kind of non-productive.
Right. It might be best to just revert back to the way it was.
Yeah, and keep it the way it was. Yeah, that's where my thoughts are. But let's look at this.
Okay, so again, here's what I was saying before, where you can use this pointer at any geographic level to look at all of the data that's associated with that. So for example, for all of Macomb County, you have the election results and you can scroll down through any election. So we're talking about the presidential election in 2020. So the Republican vote is 263,000 for all of Macomb County. The Democrat vote is 223,000 for all of Macomb County. And if I make my level township or precinct, I can give all of this information on the single precinct. So this is one way to get what you're looking at. What we were looking for was kind of a shortcut to see if there was something that's already been calculated as a Republican and Democrat index for the geography. And the answer is it has not been done because those calculations are made actively for each district. So it takes the active matrix basically takes the district population totals for all of these election results and then creates the partisan index that Dr. Hanley directed the software vendor to make. So in this case, we don't have it attached to the geography. It's only dynamically calculated at the district level. So, and again, I'm just going to give one more example of that.
And
It's
so just
down here in the statewide races. It's this partisan index, which is a calculated index based on all the races Dr. Hanley chose.
That's the composite index that Dr. Hanley was talking about.
Understood. And so so at the municipal level, Macomb County, we didn't have, we have totals, but if we look at the districts that we've drawn, we actually have, right, we could look at the districts that we've got, the composite score, and get a percentage of Republican and a percentage of Democrat, which for me is much bit easier to read than the totals and trying to do the math,
Right.
frankly. So I'm tempted to just stick with this.
The district summaries, right? So you would look at the partisan index here, the composite score. You also have individual election results. And then as I pointed out, that information button, I'm going to change to township. So now when I click the township, it should come up with, I probably like closed the window, but it should come up with the information for that township. It's just hidden somewhere.
Right. But then that's just the township. It doesn't help us with the whole district.
But here you go. But it does inform to general counsel's point. If you wanted some partisan information on a precinct or a township, you have all of this information here. So you can pick whatever election you designate as relevant or any of these elections. So again, just to keep it simple, for this township, I believe, just to confirm what it is, so it's Sterling Heights Township. The entire township is for just the presidential 2020 election. It's 38,456 for the Republican candidate and 30,579 for the Democratic candidate for that election. So that gives you information about the entire township. If I go to the precinct level, it'll give you information on the precinct in the same way.
Okay, that's helpful, John. Thank you. Commissioner Clark, or other thoughts, commissioners? Because I think we're also trying to learn and integrate this new tool into our mapping and trying to understand how it's going to help us perform a better partisan fairness, get a better partisan fairness score. Commissioner Orton.
Well, this isn't going to be helpful, but I just feel that this is a long process. And I wonder if there's any fix that can be made so that we have something quicker to look at as we go through, because we have 110 districts to do just in this map.
And I think
True, but we're only doing 9 from the list. Yeah.
Yep. And what we could do, and are there other thoughts? Because I do have a sort of Commissioner Ede, please.
Said this already a couple times today, but I would suggest looking at that Lakeshore area before looking at Sterling Heights and seeing if that, I mean, you can look at it solely on a communities of interest. Also, I don't know this for sure because I haven't looked at it, but I believe it would help on these partisan fairness numbers as well.
And Commissioner Ede is right. He's adjusted some maps. We saw that. I think we can, and we're using a commissioner to understand it. It's not wrong to try it, and we'll see how the partisan scores go, and then we'll come back to the list. But that's one way to use your turn, Commissioner Clark, if you'd like.
Is the Lakeshore on this list or not?
Well, we don't know yet. Mr. Morgan, were you going to No,
Well, then let's,
What we can do what we can do is Commissioner Clark, you have your master list. Let's step through the map so that you can identify then the districts that you've identified, and we can show that on the screen so that you can get a proper orientation of what districts you're looking at.
yeah, but the problem is we use districts that border it and that gets adjusted as well.
it's true. Commissioner Orton may have a solution for us.
No, I just want to make sure that we change this back before we leave this area.
Thank you,
Because it
Commissioner
went
Orton.
the wrong
Change
way.
it completely back to where it was. Yeah, let's do that. And then let me defer over to Anthony and let Anthony take care of the other shore and see if we're seeing the same issues.
That's a great idea. And what we can do is just acknowledge that we've got the old map, so to speak, or the old partisan fairness, and then we'll just rerun it when we've got it.
Let's
Okay.
do it that way.
Okay, and again, just for clarity's sake, we're calling the previous version that you adjusted in Grand Rapids is version 2. This version is version 3, where we adjusted in Sterling Heights. So now we're going back to version 2.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go back to that. And then let Anthony take the lead at this point. But see, I think you have more concentrated minorities down in the area that we're going to. And I think that's going to be the difference. I mean, we have very limited options where we're at. So let me yield to Anthony.
Very good. It's still your turn, Commissioner Clark, but yes, basically I'm going to just give the floor. I think Commissioner Clark just gave you the floor, Commissioner Eid, so take it away.
So is it my turn or is it still Commissioner Clark?
It's Commissioner Clark's turn and he has given it to you.
Well, I'll back out of my term because he's next on the list anyways.
Yeah, it's how we've done it before, where it's essentially Janice's turn, but I'd help lead. It's Commissioner Clark's turn, but it's you're going to lead, Commissioner Eid.
Well, the reason I ask is because I'm a little conflicted on how to use my turn when we get to it. I think yesterday we moved on from the congressional maps prematurely. And the reason I say that is because we have 2 maps, the base collaborative map, which I think has partisan fairness scores that I would characterize as poor. But then we have one that is good, or that I think is good in the collaborative congressional map that Commissioner Witches made changes to. My only issue is that I like that map, but my only issue is that both of those maps don't have any changes to Metro Detroit in them. And being from the Metro Detroit area, I think some collaborative changes are necessary in that area. I've said this for the past couple of days now. So, I was thinking about using my turn to go to that. However, I understand that right now we're working on the house maps.
Yes.
So if I can just get an understanding that there will be an opportunity for me to collaboratively make changes like that before we get to Friday.
That is our intention. That Commissioner Clark had a similar thought earlier today. I know that many of us have, yes, we're yes. So the answer is yes, it is, and it is not your turn. It is Commissioner Clark's turn. He's just yielding the floor to you.
Okay, so let's pull up that. Well, now this is blank. Let's pull up the map we were just looking at.
Which is version 2.
And I'm now saving it as version 4 because I'm anticipating you're going to make some changes to it.
Yes.
Okay, one moment. And before we proceed, are you going to reference an overlay that I need to bring up, or were you just going to make adjustments?
Yeah, I'm not sure which overlay it is, but I was going to reference it. However, let's do it with the election data up, so we have a actual, basis for doing this without just doing trial and error. So first, let's pull up the map, and then we can find the overlay, place it on there with the partisan fairness tools.
what overlay or what area of the state do you want to focus
So
on?
go all the way to the southwest border around where Benton Harbor is.
Commissioner Orton has a question.
Did we undo what we did to District 28?
Yes, that we went back to version 2
Did we?
from version 3. So we undid it.
I think we created a new version now. This is version.
This is version
Version
4,
four.
meaning, but we did respond to what Commissioner Orton said.
But actually, to be clear, the changes are in this, so I need to revert.
Thank you, Commissioner Orton.
Well, why don't we just go back to the old version then?
At this point, I think it's better for me just to make the changes I think we're pretty clear which they
Okay.
were.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Orton. Mr. Adelson?
Hi, I want to go back to what we were talking about earlier and yesterday, the systematic approach.
Yes.
So just if you wouldn't mind, if you could bring me up to speed on the systematic approach with partisan fairness, if you're looking at the districts that have the close margins and then zeroing in on them, just so we can establish that compliance pathway?
That is not the path that we are taking at the moment. We do have those districts, and I think what we're looking at, what we tried was using racial data to achieve partisan fairness, and it didn't work.
Okay.
So we just undid that, and now I think we all need a little bit of motivation, and we have a district that we did collaboratively draw before, and Commissioner Eid is going to help us sort of like look at that overlay, and it's in the southwest corner of the state, 81 and 87, District 81 and 87, and maybe 88. And then we're going to try to, from there, after that's sort of, we'll see how we're going to run the whole state partisan fairness score. Hopefully feel motivated, then we're going to have lunch. And then,
One step at a time.
Right. But I think we're going to try, we haven't quite figured it out. And I think what we did try, we didn't work
Okay.
in our sequential methodology. And so I think we're sort of trying to do something that we do know that we have done collaboratively before and just sort of see if it improves our score.
Okay. May I suggest as kind of an add-on to that, if we're looking at 81 and 87 in the Southwest?
Yes.
How about if we look at that on the election matrix on the left-hand side, the partisan, the margin?
Commissioner Eid has requested that.
Okay, I think that's a great way to begin looking at any district, just to get a sense of, is there play here or not?
Okay. And Commissioner Eid, did I represent that correctly? Were you? Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
perfectly. I think that makes a lot of sense to do it that way. So now we just have to find the overlay that we were talking about previously. It is one of our house map, our state house map overlays that we did. So it was towards the beginning of the collaborative mapping process. Quite a lot of revisions here.
Commissioners, we're working off of John's machine that has a different convention for his layers than what Kent's machine has.
Absolutely.
So
No.
just trying to diagnose how he called it versus what Kent had called it.
Understood. Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Brace. That looks awfully similar to what
The
we're looking
stair
for.
step one you were looking for?
Well, yes, well, I prefer to call it a lakeshore district instead of a stair step district. But okay, so that also would be appropriate, sawtooth. Okay, so we're gonna have to reconfigure a couple of these, right? 81, 87, and 88. So let's look at all three of these, 81, 87, and 88. All three of them, as currently configured, are Republican leaning districts. 81 has 58.48% Republican, 87 has 54.09 Republican.
Hold on, I'm trying to record these. Sorry. So go a little bit slower. I have
Sorry.
81, 58.4%.
And then for district 88 would be the other one. That's 54.75%.
54.75. What's 87?
That was 87. Wait, sorry. 87 is 54.09.
Got it.
Okay, so we have to figure out a way to put 81 being that Lakeshore district. And then because the other districts are losing population, configuring them in a way that will make up for that loss of population. So I think the easiest way would be to start with 81 and let's assign those areas in the overlay along the Lakeshore to 81. And unassign the areas that are not in the overlay.
Unassign or move them to District 87.
Yeah, 87, 88, it doesn't matter. Yeah, we can move them into, well, 87 is connected to it. So yes, I think that would be appropriate.
Okay, so let me just follow the outline here. So this outline is a district.
Right,
A
exactly.
Lakeshore district. So I would suggest choosing District 87 for that because we'll only have to add a few townships to it, if I may.
Okay, whatever works.
Thank you.
And I'll say originally this was drawn for communities of interest reasons. I think I listed them already when this was drawn, but at our hearing in Benton Harbor, we heard a lot about the Lakeshore community, a lot about the minority community in this area. And I think that was the main purpose of this, was actually for communities of interest reasons, not just partisan fairness. Sorry, yep, you got it now.
Okay, so following the boundary, the districts that are now in the plan are congruent with the Lakeshore district. And then it looks like the District 81 may be different. Let me see.
Yeah, we probably need to fix population between 81 and 80 and 88. Yeah, that's exactly what we need to do. So we are on 81, we are 10,000 high, and on 88, we are 11,500 low. So we need to normalize.
Take this
this
into
somehow?
88.
I think that would be appropriate. Let's
Okay.
take that into 88. And then after the populations are about even, we can look at the numbers and see if we've created a district, excuse me, allergies that goes with the goal that we're doing now. Okay, now it looks like 81 needs an extra township or two.
Okay.
So let's add that to the area just north of the square on 81. Yep,
So up
exactly.
here.
Mhm.
Commissioner Ede, my memory is that Watervliet, Hartford, that those areas were interested in staying together. But I do recognize that the population is highest over there in Watervliet where you were adjusting in terms of community of interest.
Yes, that's getting closer to, yeah, right. So as soon as that change happened, it did change a lot. However, I'd like to leave that area in 88 for now because we might need to put it into 87 to make these numbers work for partisan fairness values.
Will you continue to direct Commissioner Ede, please?
Okay, wonderful. So now we're still about 9,000 off. Let's take those 3 townships right there. Brandbridge, Keller, and Hamilton, put them in 81.
Yeah, I'm just going to expand the view to make sure we aren't missing a district. So again, it's 81, 87, 88 are the ones we made changes to. So 81 and 88 are out of alignment. Okay. You want all 3 of those?
All 3 of them. Should get us pretty close. Okay, that's close enough for now, but we're going to make it closer later. Now let's look at the election data for 87 and see if it brought us closer to our goal.
And 87 was.
Okay, you want to look at the partisan composite score. Is that what you want to look at?
Yeah, for all 3 of those districts, 81, 88, and 87. Let's see if we were able to move one to the other side.
Okay, so 81, 87, and 88. So the partisan composite index for 81 is Democrat 40, Republican 60. For 87, it's Democrat 49.5, Republican 50.5. 88 is 43 Democrat, 57 Republican.
Okay, so we're getting closer on 87 in particular, which I think was expected. So we're at 49.46. How can we move that? What we need to examine next is how we can move that to above 50%, if my understanding is correct here.
Mr. Adelson, will you concur?
Yeah, I think that since this is a narrowly leaning with a composite score Republican percentage, that seeing if that can slightly change that to see what the fairness score is. I agree with that. What the other districts that Commissioner Ede referenced, 81 and 88, are those also districts that there were changes to, did those composite scores change?
They did. I recorded them if it's useful. So we started off with Republican leaning. So I'm recording the Republican percentages. So it was a 58.4, 81 was at 58.4 and it moved to 60 something. 87 was at 54.09 and it moved to 50.5. Again, Republican advantage still. And then 88 was at 54 and now it's at 57. Again, Republican. Those are
Okay.
Republican percentages.
Okay, so thank you. So it sounds like the biggest change in the direction that you're looking for is the on this in 87. So, okay, thank you.
Commissioner Eid, please proceed.
Okay, so let's make some minor changes to this and see if we can make those minor adjustments like our VRA expert has advised. So let's move into, you see that area sort of towards the north of 87 where there's a little tongue looking thing on it right there. Yeah, let's zoom in there. Let's zoom all the way in. Okay, so let's look at the block level. The block level for moving population around? Well, yeah, I don't think we need major changes here. We just need to move this about 1%. Okay, so I'm wondering if we take part of Coloma, and that would both make this district, I think, a better shape, and we'll see if that changes the numbers in a way that help us.
I appreciate the way you're walking us through.
So you're taking into 87. Into 87. Okay, what section? This section up here?
Exactly.
North of the village? Yes, north of, you know what? Add in the village. Let's see how many people are in there. $1,465. All right, add that in. Okay, the scores are now Democrat 49.2, Republican 50.8. Did that go up?
The Republican advantage increased.
Okay, let's take that whole township of Coloma. Right. Let's see what that does. Into 87. Into 87. Okay, so now it went down. So let's undo that. There's no like pointer function that would tell us what these numbers are just for that township by chance? Much like how there is for the racial demographics. I'm not sure I understand the question. Well, you know, like when we have the black voting age population up, how we have those circles that you can then point to and it'll tell you the percent. So what I described before is that what I could do is I could put a label on a precinct with a single election result comparing the Republican and Democrat. I could do that at the voting precinct level. I think that would be useful. Okay, which election are you looking to consider? Oh, well, it wouldn't be the composite is what you're saying? No, we can't do the composite. We found out that the composite is calculated dynamically at the district level. So it's not, we don't have the composite results at this level. I'm a little wary of looking at any one election because I like how the composite results use multiple data points over the course of 10 years. But what does the rest of the commission think?
Mr. Adelson has a thought on that.
Thank you, Commissioner Rother. I agree, Commissioner. I think that as we've discussed and as Dr. Hanley said, using one election skews the outcome that you're looking for, because we could pick an election that skews for one party, another election that skews for another. I think that creates some complications. So I think our strong advice would be to rely upon the composite score.
And so the process, Commissioner Eid is trying to help us with a different methodology, right? We're walking ourselves through this for the first time. So what I'm hearing you say is he should just continue to sort of highlight the area as Mr. Morgan he's directing Mr. Morgan to do, and then we just read the composite score. That's the process that we're going to use.
Well, I understand that that's something that's what you all are trying now. And I think that we can see what the outcome is relatively soon, so we can get a sense of, is this the way to go, or do we need to go in another direction?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Morgan, and then Mr. Commissioner.
Yeah,
Eden.
to Commissioner Eads' concerns, I can use the pointer to bring up multiple elections and a long list, and not just, refer to a single election, if that's useful.
Yeah, it is useful, but I think we would become over encumbered by doing that. So we did add to 87. Perhaps
The
if-
one village. That's
the
right.
one village, which was what, like 2,000 people?
1429.
Okay, so about 1,500 people. What if we remove a part of it and add it either into 81 or 88 to match it, and let's see if that concentrates, what we're essentially doing is concentrating the Democrats into a Lakeshore district here. So why don't we look at that? Let's look at you see the second township up from the border? Right, that township. Let's zoom in on there.
Okay, so this is the township in 87?
In 87, yeah.
Okay.
And now let's go to the block level and remove. We should probably look at the whole population of the township first to see if this is even possible. Okay, it is, because it has more than the 1,400 people we added above. So now let's move into the block layer. And let's take off the more inland portions and see if that helps achieve the goal. And we'd move those into 81.
Okay, so following the outer boundary, you look at taking this out, or is there a
Right,
specific line you want to follow?
There's not really a specific line. We just need to hit about 1,400 people. And I think the most inland parts, right? Because the whole point is to have a lakeshore district. And we've heard in the public comment that really the lakeshore districts aren't considered too far inland.
And
I mean, Rothenberg.
so John, because I think that 1,500 people that you added, that town actually increased the percentage of Republican lean. What I mean is you could reduce, you could get back to 50.5 Republican lean. You're at 50.7 right now with Hartford. Like, you're at the block level and taking out. I just wanted to offer that. I think that, right, the addition of that town, that village, did not help the Democratic advantage that you're seeking.
Oh, I thought it did.
It did not.
I am mistaken.
Yep.
So let's move back up. Thank you for that, Commissioner Rothorn. Let's move back up to that area where we added the village.
Yeah.
So maybe that whole area is not an appropriate place to look to do this.
Yeah, Coloma increased the Republican advantage by 0.2 something.
You're right. I went up to 49.45 now.
Right. So then, but I think your attempt, you're right, to take off at the block level, I think is better. I think you might,
Well, it seems to be working. So let's square off that part of 81 that we just put into 87.
You want to add that all back in?
No. I want to keep it in 81. I want to continue with it and keep
taking territory out of 87
and into 81. I want to go north though, because we want to try to keep the more lakeshore community together.
Do you want to add it to 81 or 88?
81. Okay, we're still at 49.45, which is a pretty close number. I would actually wonder if using a more recent election would make this number change and be over 50%.
And you wouldn't even have to do all, like, these blocks have not increased it at all. So we could keep it whole and have a whole township and still have the same percentage.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, well, now I think that's very true. So let's add that whole township back into 87. I know we're kind of going back and forth here, guys, but it's hard to know exactly which areas to.
And you're helping us learn something new. We're doing this for the first time, the partisan fairness. So I think I speak for many of us. We appreciate it, Commissioner Ede. Thank you.
Yeah. What if we add that whole, so again, with the tongue area that I identified before, that's currently like halfway in 88 and halfway in 87. What would happen if we just apply that whole township to 88? Okay, that helped.
It did.
Slightly. So we're at 49.87% now.
And I'm almost certain that's also respecting a community of interest. So,
well, yeah,
there's a
you're
big,
keeping the whole township together. You're keeping those two villages within their voting precincts. So yeah, I think that also helps with that value as well. The problem is 88 now has too many people, but we can normalize that with 81 later. So really the biggest difference is between 81 and 88. What do we think? Are we satisfied with that 49 point whatever number it was, or should we try to get it to above 50%?
Commissioner Orton?
Well, that doesn't change our number, our seat number anyway. So take a little more off inland and go up the coast a little more.
All righty. Let's try that. So I guess since what we just did seemed to work, let's keep going north of there.
And what about that inland, between 87 and 81, where the furthest inland, it's pretty, looks pretty suburban, but it just might be useful to write that township that is
in between 87 and 81.
Yep, in the middle of 87, the most inland township.
Are you talking about this one right here?
Yes, that one that John's hovering over, right? And you could add it back, take it out,
yeah,
and add it back in and see what happens.
We could, so that 1995 precincts or township in this case. It is, yeah, okay. Wow, that seems a little small for this area to be a whole township.
That's it.
Okay, that did it. Now, possibly to make up that population, let's go to the top of 87. And maybe take a little bit more Lakeshore and put it in here. Or do we want to do that, or are we satisfied with how it looks now?
That's a question to the commissioners. Anybody have any thoughts for Commissioner Ede? Okay.
We're a little under population on 87 now by about 4,000 people. I'm wondering, do we want to take this Lakeshore and make it go a little bit more north because we took off some of the inland areas?
Well, did you get the number that you want?
88 is high.
Right now, the percentage is what we've identified that we all want. However, the population now is low, so we need to get population from somewhere.
From 88, more than likely.
Mr. Brace, can you speak up a little bit? Sorry.
Yeah, you've got 88 being high, about 5,000 people. So deleting or taking some out of 88 and putting it into 87 would
Makes a lot
help
of
you
sense.
balance.
And Commissioner Clark, please.
Yeah, I think this is the same problem we saw over at Sterling Heights. You just don't have enough of the minority population dispersed and available to bring in. So your only other option is to reduce the white population, but
Well, that was when we were looking at,
but the problem is you're already 4,000 some down. So I'm not
Commissioner
sure
Riches.
there's a good way to fix it.
I'm all for extending north with 87. How much more hacking do you want to do to Ottawa County is the question. What about going across the county line inland?
I see several hands. Mr. Adelson, then Commissioner Clark, and then Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Commissioner Rothman. One point as you're trying this method, the planned deviation is 11.2%. That must be addressed. That's way too high. So as you're making adjustments, there also that attention is going to have to be paid to bringing that down. That's way above, I think, what General Counsel and I are comfortable with moving further. So this is, as we were talking about yesterday and before, that clearly there are a lot of elements that conflict and have competing values and issues, but that deviation, as we know, is number one with the VRA. So just as an FYI, that's something that really needs to be addressed as we're moving towards the end of the week.
Commissioner Clark, and then Mr. Morgan.
Yeah, what I'm afraid of is if you move north, you're going to get more non-minority population, and that's going to bring your percentages flip-flop back to where it was, even though you might add population.
Mr. Morgan.
Yeah, and just in the current state where we are, we understand that District 88 is overpopulated and you're contemplating adjusting that. But the last two moves that were made were taking population out of 87 into 88, and then out of 87 into 81. So you might look to equalize between 88 and 81 and leave 87 alone.
Okay.
Commissioner Eid.
I've heard what everyone has said. Thank you so much. It actually does help. So yes, let's normalize between 81 and 88, and then we can look at going north on this lake shore district a little bit.
Commissioner Orton has more complexity to add.
Anthony, have you tried taking the little, the precinct, I guess, right? Move to the left, move the cursor. Yeah, right left of where you were. That precinct, 51, 50, 41. Maybe, and then, I don't know, you'll have to do something with population, but try.
We could try. I think it would be hard to reconcile that population, but I mean, we can try it. It might make the numbers better since it is more inland. So let's try it. Let's put that precinct that Commissioner Orton was just speaking about in 81. Okay, now
So
let's-
that was a township. It's two precincts.
That's fine. Now let's look at the election data. Okay, it did help. Now we're up to 51.51% in this district 87. However, we're under population. So let's first normalize between 81 and 88. Just take that northeastern township and assign it into 88.
Commissioner Orton.
And that took the whole township to two precincts. Maybe you could take that one precinct that's closest to St. Joe or whatever area that is.
You're saying put that
put it back into
87?
87.
Just the upper precinct.
So that
Just
it's not
the upper
taking.
precinct. Well, let's see what that does to the numbers. Okay, what did that do to the election results? Okay, so that took it actually down a little bit, which is in the
Right.
opposite direction of where we want to go. So let's just hit the undo button on that. Okay, now let's look at the deviation between 81 and 88. Okay, and really it's 87 that's the main problem here. We have to add population. So first, let's go north on 87 and take up a little bit more of that lakeshore. It probably would be easiest to use the precincts here, because I don't want to take the whole township, because that will go more inland.
In this case, a lot of times the precincts are, they're the same as the township.
Ah, I see. Okay, well then let's go to blocks.
Why not try the township level first? You see what I mean? And then if you need to go to blocks, you can, but maybe the, Casco Township is actually a democratic place.
Yeah, we could try it. So let's put that whole township into 87, see what it does to the numbers.
And I think we were at 48.9% Republican. I'm only doing the
Right.
Republican. Okay.
Okay, what did you want to look at?
Now let's look at the election results. Okay, so we're at, what did you say that last number was?
Yeah, we're in the right direction. We were at 48.9. Now we're at 48.6 Republican leaning. So we're increasing the Democratic each time.
Okay, let's take the township on top of that too. Okay, how are we on population now? On 87, still a little under. Now, I'd say let's just keep going north. This seems to be working out okay. Let's take one more township. Oh, we would have to take those as well, because we can't make an island
You've
like
got,
that.
yeah, you've got non-contiguity.
Okay, now let's once again look at the election results now that the population is okay. On 87, we're at,
Yeah, we're down to 48.2
okay,
Republican, which is
so
the best so far.
Now let's zoom out, because now we got some weird stuff going on here. What might make sense to go from here is reconfiguring 88, 95, and 81, because then we won't have this like little alleyway connecting the two townships. We would then have to adjust 95. How do people feel? Did 95 have any issue where that made it so I shouldn't be adjusting it?
Commissioner Orton has a thought.
Well, this isn't related to 95, but I'm just wondering, since you got it well above the 50-50, maybe you could put in how you originally had it, put back in what's south of St. Joe is what I think that is, and then take off that top one, just to make it a little less, a little more compact. I think that whole township kind of would be a community of interest with that town.
You're talking about the township with kind of like the diagonal line between them. I could buy that. Let's assign that back to 87 and unassign at first, let's put the top township back into 88, and then we'll put that one into 87. I know I said that one, which isn't very precise, but you do know what I'm talking about. Yeah, so we're putting that township back in at 88.
Yeah, I was assuming you meant the last townships in.
That is the correct assumption. Okay, now let's go back into 87. Perfect. Oh, that's just like a water area. with no
Well,
people in it?
there's some, yeah, there's something to consider with this. These are water areas, but they have to be assigned somewhere.
Well, given that it's a lakeshore district, let's assign it with the district. And now let's go to where Commissioner Orton was just speaking of. It's that township that looks like it's divided by exactly. Let's assign all that area back into 87. Well, now it looks like we're going the other way, but let's assign it and see what happens. Yeah, no, that doesn't work apparently.
So do you want to go back out one of the last one?
I actually think we should, what it seems like we have to do is go back to how we had it before and take these out, add back in the district we put out previously. So undo the last couple of moves.
Maybe just the two and leave the top northwestern. Is that what you're going to suggest, Commissioner Orton, please?
Well, I'm thinking if you just take out that last one that you had originally taken out, the 1995, then it worked out okay on here. It's still Democrat leaning, but what was the population? We didn't check the population.
Right.
If it's okay, it's okay.
Yeah, let's check it. So sign that back into
Okay.
81.
And then we're looking at the population.
I think I did like it better with both of those areas in 81 because it keeps the township intact though. It's just that township's in 81 instead of 87.
Okay, so these are the population numbers for 87 is 1261 over 1.38. 81 is 1849 under 2.02, and 88 is 110 people.
Okay, let's look at the election data at this point. Okay, so it's very, very close, but it looks like this did achieve the goal of getting above 50%.
That's true.
Let's zoom out a little bit. Now, the previous configuration had it, what was the highest that it got to, or the lowest Democrat, the lowest Republican, because that's what you're tracking?
Correct, 48.2%, meaning 51.8 would be the Democratic. That was the highest Democratic percentage, 51.8.
So this might be a question for our legal team. We got it to 51%. Now it's at 50.5%. These numbers are Democrat voting numbers. Is this too close how we have it right now? Should we increase it back up to the 51?
And that's 87.
87, yes.
John, could you just scroll down a little bit so we can see the matrix, the 87 and 88, please?
Commissioner Orton, do you have something pertinent to this discussion right now?
Well, I was just wondering if after we're done with this, if we could see the whole report again and see what it looks like.
That's the plan.
Yeah, I think that at this point, that's what would be our suggestion. Let's just see what this did.
Okay, so we saved this as version 4 in anticipation of the changes, so it has a different name. So if I run the partisan fairness report, you can compare it to any of the other plans.
Well, so what my question was, before we run the partisan fairness report, should we had a configuration where we had this one, the rest of that township with the diagonal line going through it in 81, and then added one more township to the lakeshore, and that increased the Democratic vote from what it's at now at 50.05 to about 51.5%. Does that matter? Would that be appropriate? Or should we run the numbers now?
I appreciate the question. I think the best way to look at that is we can see what the partisan fairness score now. I don't believe that a change to that degree when you already have the district narrowly favoring Democrats, I don't think that's going to make any significant statistical difference.
Okay, well then, yeah, let's run the report, get the partisan fairness numbers,
Okay.
see if it helped.
The
Mr.
one
Brace.
thing that, while the composite gives you an overall score, you might see little changes in individual years that would give you a clue that maybe things are moving one direction or another. That would be the reason.
Thank you, Mr. Brace. And I think we can anticipate, because we're also going to run a Polsby Popper score, that this district is going to be pretty not compact. It's going to pop right out of the Polsby Popper chart.
Okay, and did you want me to compare this to a previously drawn plan?
Yeah, I had, so the last,
Okay, so which plan? The version 2, I think?
well, I have the numbers up here, been keeping track.
Okay.
So version 2.
So I think, Mr. Morgan, are you asking for help with the public?
I
or?
just didn't know if you wanted to display them.
Sure, let's display them. It looks like, to me, that making that change did bring it closer to 0.
Yeah, and I think this helps the public come along with us
Yeah.
too, as we understand what we're doing.
Okay, so the top one here, again, I'm putting the most recent map you're looking at, version 4 on the top, and then the version from which it came was version 2.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Mr. Eid, will you help direct?
Yeah, okay. So we have a betterment of, this is the lopsided margins test, correct?
Yes.
So that has gone from 8.2 to 7.7. Let's move on to mean median difference. Okay, so that has improved from 4.4% to 4.1%. Now let's look at efficiency gap. Okay, so it's improved from 9.9% to 8.9%. And now let's look at seat bias, or seats to votes ratio. Okay, so it's improved from on the previous plan where it was 51% Democrat, or 51 Democratic seats to 59 Republican seats, to now 52 to 58. And that's increased the proportionality by 1%, going from 6% to 5%. It seems like with this method, we're going in the right direction. It just might take a while.
Right. And I think what we may want to summarize for ourselves, and I'm going to suggest that we take a little lunch break after this. But I think the summary is that we're not using racial data anymore to look at this, even though that is how we did it before. We're not looking at racial data. We are trying to look at the election results as we're doing it. So Commissioner Eid, I think, walked us through how we can do that. But then, and this was Commissioner Clark's turn. Commissioner Clark, do you want to say anything before we turn it over back to Chair Zatella?
No, I mean, the only comment I have at this point in time is the amount of time it took to do one. And we got a number of them that we want to look at.
Amen, brother.
Yeah, and
Mr. Morgan,
Did you want me to run any other reports before we leave this?
did you do the compactness? Just for fun, do the compactness, just for kicks and giggles.
Just for fun.
Okay.
Which one's going to have the lowest score? I wonder.
Well, you know, I think this will be more compact than some of the Detroit districts we have, actually. So let's see.
Because of the presence of the water, you're right. Okay, so this is the report for Polsby Popper for compactness. So scrolling down to the end. The least compact is still District 8 at 0.12, Polsby Popper. The most compact is 0.31. Did you want to look at any specific districts?
87, you said, Commissioner Wharton?
Yes.
87.
Okay, so again, with the presence of the water, that is a way that it affects the compactness. So again, as long as the water blocks are included, your compactness will be adjusted.
Commissioner Witches?
So my question about the water blocks and compactness, should we take those out to measure compactness? Is that what the courts are going to do, or do they include that extra mileage into the lake as part of the district?
I've seen it done both ways. Clearly, for example, my state of Maryland with the bay, that will increase your parameter tremendously as you trace that way. So sometimes they, divide the 3 mile within the bay kind of a thing to improve your compactness score. But in truthfulness, yeah, you probably would take out the water on that side. The problem with the water, though, is that many times from the Census Bureau, from a generic sense of water, you also have lakes. And lakes also give you complications on that side.
Well, I was planning on moving my houseboat out there.
Would you? Okay, all right.
Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, question for Bruce. Can you interpret, or could this be interpreted as we're reaching to the north to get the correct population for this district? Just like the situation with Muskegon and Grand Rapids.
Yeah, that's a great question, Commissioner Clark. I mean, the Muskegon example was a specific racial reach in an attempt to see if these two cities could be combined. So I'm not getting that same sense here. However, this is a pretty narrow district, and I think that one point I would certainly echo what Kim said. Yeah, let's look at truth in the sense of how will a court objectively look at this? Having an opportunity to view the land mass for compactness and using the water to not alter isn't the best word, to skew the compactness score. I think that would be a point in litigation. So my advice would be, if there were a way, excuse me, as John was saying, that if there is a way to take the water out of the equation in a sense, just so we could get an idea of what the land mass is, I think that would be advisable.
And there is a way of doing that, is just assigning the water to 0. Now, when you do contiguity and assignment, you're obviously going to have errors there, but that's all water. As long as you make sure that you just get the land mass properly assigned, and you're not caring about the fishes anyway.
Yeah, and I think to that point, I would certainly concur with that, just as we did in unassigning and assigning various parts of districts, just to get an idea of population and otherwise. Being able to do that here, just to see how the land mass grades out, I think would be helpful.
You made the point about it being a narrow district. I mean, there's some points I look at it, they're almost touching the sand.
Yeah, that to your point, Commissioner Gard, this is, as I recall, this is one of the more narrow districts. So I think that's why I'm suggesting getting a compactness evaluation of the land area. I think that would be helpful.
Commissioner Eid?
It's definitely a very narrow district, but I think we actually did, a pretty beautiful thing here, because it's an example of what I was saying before, where both constitutional criteria 3 and 4 are in agreement with this district. We created a lakeshore district, which supports a community of interest that's been set to us, and it helped make the partisan fairness numbers closer to 0. And I think that's a really great thing that we're able to find a community of interest that also supports partisan fairness values. Compactness is lower than both of those, 3 and 4. So I'm wondering how would that play out?
Well, there are a couple of considerations. One of them is just to bring us back to what we had talked about earlier. The deviation will have to be addressed. That is absolute, outweighs everything else except the Voting Rights Act. It is too high, and that must come down. I prefer not to speculate about litigation possibilities and what a narrow district could mean, but it is my strong suggestion that we get a compactness evaluation on the land mass, because this does raise some possibilities. And I think the first step is, let's see what the compactness score is on the land mass, and we can go from there.
So on the deviation, again, there may be an issue here because it looks like the district that's out of alignment is District 79, which we didn't really touch in this area. So we may still be having the geographic splinter issue. So we'll need to, after we finish our work for the lunch break, we'll rerun and rebuild the plan and see if it fixes the deviation automatically.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. All right, any other comments? So without objection, we will recess for 60 minutes for lunch. Hearing no objections, it's currently 12:57 p.m. We will recess and return back at 2 p.m. Thank you very much, everybody.
The toilet seat gets all beat up.
Test 1, 2. Ready when you are, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Your turn is finished.
As, as chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 2:09 PM. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Commissioners, please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please disclose during roll call that you are attending remotely as well as your physical location. I'll start with Doug Clark,
Present.
Juanita Curry, Juanita Curry. I think you're muted, Juanita.
Okay, present and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Anthony Eid,
Present.
Brittany Kellum, Rhonda Lang,
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett,
Present.
Cynthia Orton,
Present.
MC Rothhorn,
Present.
Rebecca Satella. Present. Janice Follett. Present. Aaron Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
12 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. At this time, we are going to continue with working on our mapping process. And once again, I'm going to ask my Vice Chair, MC Rothhorn, to facilitate the continual refinements to the house maps.
Thank you, Chair Zatella. I believe we concluded with Commissioner Clark, so we're on to Commissioner Eid. Commissioner Eid, you have the floor. Mr. Morgan. Oh, and Ron has got her hand up. So Commissioner Clark or Commissioner Lang first, and then we'll go to Mr. Morgan.
Just a correction, wouldn't it go to Commissioner Curry?
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner
Thank you,
Lang.
Commissioner Lang. Commissioner Curry, my apologies.
That's okay, MC. I missed what was happening this morning, but I'll take a shot at it.
So Commissioner Curry, can I try to do a summary for you?
Yes, you may.
So I think what we're struggling to do is find a way to do this in a systematic approach.
Okay.
And I think this morning we found one way that didn't work. And we found a second way that may work, but it takes too long.
Okay.
So we're trying a third approach, and Commissioner Eid started us on it by reviewing all of the, so what we're trying to do is correct partisan fairness in our maps, in the house maps, and we're trying to figure out which districts to identify to work on.
Okay.
And so at this point, what I'd like to suggest is what we're trying to find, and I think it's the composite, it's the active matrix. When John brings up the active matrix, we have 110 districts.
Okay.
And if what we're trying to do is we have a partisan lean towards the Republicans right now. And sometimes those percentages are 57% or 60% Republican.
Okay.
We're not going to address those.
Okay.
What we're trying to look for are 51%, maybe 50% Republican lean, 50 point something, and identify all out of the 110 districts, which ones could we actually, with a little tweaks, that when that would happen during your turn, a few tweaks, can we actually help them move Democratic so that we have a more balanced map in terms of partisan fairness? And so that's the methodology, is to just start with that active matrix and run through the composite scores of the partisan fairness, and then work from that. And then it would be your turn to sort of choose those districts.
May I make a suggestion?
Absolutely.
Okay, who was it? Who was coming after me? Eid? Can I switch with the person that was really going to, who did you call? Let me come after somebody else so I kind of see which way they're going with it. So I won't disrupt anything that you guys are doing.
That makes a lot. Thank you, Commissioner Curry. That makes a lot of sense.
And to be clear, Commissioner Curry, you do not disrupt anything. So let's make
Thank
that
you.
clear.
Thank
Your
you,
voice is
Chair
valued.
Stiletta. Okay.
You do not disrupt anything, so to be clear,
Okay.
but I think if you want to have Anthony go first to orient, I think that is a
Yeah.
fine idea.
That would be fine. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Commissioner Curry. So we'll go to Commissioner Ede and then we'll return to Commissioner Curry at the end of Commissioner Ede's turn. Commissioner Ede, you have the floor.
Cool. Yeah, that works out quite well. I can take her turn, and since I'm next, you could take mine, and it evens out. Okay, so let's pull up the map we were just working on.
Okay, so we're gonna be handing off to Kent with the computer. So what I will do is while he's getting the final piece set up, I'm gonna bring up the spreadsheet of the version 4 that we just ran the numbers on. So you can look at that one more time.
And going into.
Okay, so let's look for districts that are close to the 50-50 margin.
Commissioner Orton.
Don't we already have that list? We already went through.
We have that from the lopsided margins, but we didn't have that from the composite election results. And I think that's what we did realize is that we have percentages there that might help us more than the lopsided margins. Mr. Morgan.
Yes, those percentages are the same.
Ooh.
So on the first spreadsheet, it's the same thing as on the seats votes.
Very good. So we do have 9 districts already identified, perhaps. 28, 29, 35, 50, 53, 60, 70, 74, and 103. That Commissioner Clark did with us.
Can you repeat those?
28, 29, 35 and 50, 53, 60, 70, 74, and 103. All of these are close to the 50% margin and lean Republican. I think that was what is that correct, Commissioner Clark?
That's correct. Some of them are up at 53, which may not be attainable, but there's a number of them that are close to 50.
Okay, well, let's look at District 28. Where's that on the list?
Commissioner Orton, did you have something?
Yeah, Doug tried that one and wasn't successful.
Yeah, we worked on that before and it's just not.
Yeah, 28 and 29 are both kind of in the same area. Let's look at 35.
29 was not in the same area.
Was that?
Right, it's
right.
the adjacent districts of 28 were actually 25, 32, and 44. 29 might be, it might be, but it wasn't immediately adjacent.
Well, so we have 2, perhaps 29 and 35 to examine.
Okay,
right now.
so you've identified the ones you want to look at. You've looked at the spreadsheet, and now I'm going to turn it over to Kent to bring up the map.
Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Eads, one thing I need to point out before we get too far into this is District 79 is still 6.4% high. We thought at one point there was a glitch in how it was done, but after looking at background maps, that is right. So it is significantly higher than what it's typically been used. Okay, and Commissioner Eads?
That's district number 79 in the Grand Rapids area, correct? Okay, what do we want to do, Commissioner? Should we fix this now or should we focus on fix it?
Yeah, I think that's our process. Absolutely.
Okay, the question is, what do we do with that population? So we're gonna have to take some out. And then taxi that, for lack of a better word, to a different district. So let's zoom out a little. Let's just see what's around there. A little more. Because I'm
Looks like-
seeing that area of 88 that kind of like winds down now because of the district we drew in 87.
Mhm.
So there's the potential to kind of combine some of those together.
And 77 is underpopulated by 2,000, so it might absorb it and you might be able to get it.
Yeah, that's true.
Commissioner Orton?
Well, this happened when you were working on this area, MC, and you were trying to get the coalition,
That's
minority
correct.
coalition district. So maybe, since you know the thought process, maybe you can just take some out of there and put it somewhere.
Absolutely, but it's 76 and 77 are underpopulated. And that's really what I would just do is try to add it to 76 and 70, add the population that's in 79 that's over 277 and then 276. There isn't and I think what forgive me, I'm just beginning to understand your actual question, right? Because we also don't want to we don't want to reduce the minority coalition district that was built. Okay, so yeah, so the upper portion, yeah, that the northeast corner there of Wyoming has the African-American population that helped create this coalition district. So maybe adding the theme, Kent, could help Commissioner Eid sort of shift things around.
I see. Okay, so you reconfigured this to add in the African-American population in Wyoming into 79.
If I remember correctly, and it may not have been African-American, right? It's a coalition, so it may have been the Hispanic dots, and I'm just not remembering correctly.
But minority.
We're in the north, yep, in that northeastern Wyoming part of the district.
So I would suggest if we take out that bottom township, that doesn't really affect it that much.
And you know what, forgive me, I'm just seeing it now. It's actually, so I don't think that in 76, yeah, so it was 86 that I carved off the eastern side of Wyoming. That's where the African-American population, it is a whiter population in the north there. So I tried not to touch Granville.
Right.
To be clear, but I don't think you have any population there that will affect the district, which is a coalition district in 86. I don't think 79 is a coalition district. So I apologize that it took me that long to get there.
Excuse me, Chair.
Yeah.
96 is also a little bit lower and it borders on 79 here. So you have 77 and 96 if you don't want to go across the river into 76.
Okay, that helps. So let's take those. So we're looking at 77 and we're going to add in a couple of the precincts in 79. Yep, that one exactly. The one's 2,800. Okay, assign that to 77. And assign the one below it also to 77.
Cologne brought 79 down to 1.54% over, and 77 is 258 over. You want to continue?
Yeah, let's yes. So how's 79 looking? It's still 1,400 over, roughly.
But you're well within the range of deviation. I think that's what Mr. Segal was saying, is like that was a great move.
Yeah, okay. All right, I'm seeing a lot of green check marks, so that's good. Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, an alternative would be not to take that township, but there's one below that's kind of shaped like that. Down at the end of, at the bottom of 79. Yeah, it's number.
3, you're suggesting
Switching the two.
Switching the two?
Yeah, it gives you a little more population too.
I'm okay with that.
I mean, that's your choice, but I just want to offer that as a suggestion.
That would make sense. Then it makes 79 a little bit more compact as well. Okay, so let's put that 2793 district back in 79.
and add in the 3621 into 77. Nope, looks good. Okay, now that that's taken care of. What did you say we were at on 96, since we're right there?
96 is 2.57% low, 2,356 people.
Okay, that's fine for now. So we were looking at district number 29, I believe is the one we were trying to find.
That's correct. District 29.
It surrounds, 29 surrounds Pontiac.
Interesting, interesting. Okay, so it surrounds Pontiac.
When you're when you're looking to adjust it for partisan reasons or anything, you need to pay special attentions to the district you're getting ready to edit, because you can swing them one way, the opposite of the way you really want to do it.
Can you pull up the spreadsheet again so we can examine District 38?
This is where they're just
The active matrix or?
Yeah, no, I was talking about the partisan fairness spreadsheet in the Excel. I'll do that. Kent's bring it up. I'll bring it up real quick.
I haven't run it on this plan, so I don't have it on this. Oh, yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. And Kent is going to bring the spreadsheet up, and this will be probably the last thing I'll do. I have to take Kim to the airport here. Okay, so this is the spreadsheet for version 4, and it does not reflect, obviously, the changes you just made. Right. In that. Okay, so district number 38.
38? Is it 38 or?
Now he's looking at the
yeah,
adjacent districts, I believe. Okay, so interestingly, this district is 71% Democrat. So let's bring the map up again.
Commissioner Orton?
Since I can't see it, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure that 38 is something we did for VRA compliance.
Let's look at it. So can we just get the demographics of 38 up when you get a chance?
Eight is 33.54% non-Hispanic Black. 44.87 non-Hispanic white. So it's a overall minority represented district.
So 38 is about 71% Democrat, while 29 is close. It's what did we say? 47%. So my thought would be to try to shift some of the Democratic votes over from 38 into 29. That way it keeps 38 as a Democratic district and turns 29 into a Democratic district. The only potential problem with that is VRA considerations. We're in Oakland County, and I believe Dr. Hanley numbers for Oakland County was around 43% or so. So we're not really even close to that with this 33.5%. However,
I mean, the election results just said it was 71% Democratic, so I'm not sure how to interpret it.
Mr. Adelson?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Rothman. My suggestion is that we avoid districts that have VRA implications. We have a list of several other districts and some other possibilities. So in the interest of facilitating the partisan fairness adjustments, our recommendation would be to move to districts that are not in the Metro Detroit area and address other districts as we can. As you recall, that Dr. Handley had said, which is a part of the assumption in the science and the industry that the Voting Rights Act implicated districts, particularly in urban centers with high population, are going to have margins that are typically larger than in other districts. However, that's obviously for Voting Rights Act compliance and other justifications. So our recommendation is that we avoid those, because adjusting in those areas will just make things unnecessarily complicated. I think that there are a lot of areas that potentially we can look at that just don't implicate these considerations. Thank you.
Okay, well, let's look for 35 then, which was the next number on the list.
I'm gonna change the colors of 35 or 110, I guess.
I think that's Wayne County. So Detroit area.
It is Wayne County, but I don't think this district in Wayne County was one of the VRA districts. And we're looking at,
Okay.
I think we're looking at Plymouth here.
All right. And I'm seeing a nod from Mr. Adelson. So take it away.
So we're looking at 35. But we do not want to mess with 17, 14, because those are the VRA districts. I can't probably 5 as well, just because of how it looks drawn. So we're in the Plymouth area. Let's bring up the election results for this district, 35.
Change the hit so the hitters don't roll up. It makes it a little more difficult. Okay, there's 35. 35 as it sits was 51% Biden, 49% Trump in 2020. In 2012, it was 45% Obama, 55% Romney.
Mr. Stigall, I think we're just looking at the composite, the performance index on the left for this
Yeah,
time.
that's
Yeah.
good. Okay.
And can you increase the font size in the
Yes,
active matrix,
yes,
please? Thank you.
yes. Is that better?
It is. Do we need it one more or is that good enough? One more, please.
Right, I did it a second time.
Thank you.
Is that going to work?
That's great.
So you're at 48 and 53, well, 47 and 53.
Okay, so we're trying to change the shape of this district a little bit to include more Democratic votes. The question is, where do we go? So can we zoom out and see the surrounding areas? So we have Salem, we have Canton. I'd rather not go into Canton. You know, we've heard keep Canton whole quite a bit. Let's look at Northville a little bit. What if we add in some precincts in Northville?
If I recorded it correctly, that's 53, 110 leans 53% Democratic.
Okay, so there's a few percentage points to play with there.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Orden?
Isn't this an area where we should look at Asian population as well to try to not break that up?
You want, we can. I thought that that was more in the Canton area. Yeah,
Novi has pretty significant Asian population too.
yeah.
So do you want, so that's, we have the Asian American dots theme.
So I popped it up there real quick.
Wonderful.
It looks like Canton is predominant.
Right. There's not that much in this Plymouth district that we've drawn. Okay, so let's add in a few of those precincts of 110. Let's shift those into 35.
And I think what Commissioner Orton it may be pointing to is, right, it is a Novi district, right, with Asian population there that maybe am I reading that correctly, Commissioner Orton? Is that what you were trying to suggest?
I was just thinking that there is Asian population there and we had tried in those districts to keep, from breaking that up. So that was my only thought.
So maybe you want to keep looking like at District 36, for example, Commissioner Ede?
30. I don't have 36 listed. The next one I have listed is 50.
Okay, I see 36 is the purple one to the west of.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So you're saying go
35.
into
Yep.
36 and see what difference that makes.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's try it. We don't want to mess with 110.
And 36 is a 53% Democratic lean, if I'm reading it correct.
So let's add that precinct into.
It's a Republican column here.
Okay.
So it's Republican leaning.
It's a Republican lean. Thank you. That's useful.
So add 1793 to this district.
Yeah, let's see what that does.
Well, that was, we want to put it in 35.
Yes, we want to put it in.
Yeah,
35.
misfired. Well, 35 is 47% Democrat, 53% Republican. 36 is 47% to 53% Republican. It moved it a few tenths.
Okay, so it's working slowly. It's working. Let's take the precinct on top of the one that you just added. Yep, that one right there. Okay, let's look at the change that made.
Now 35 is at 47. It moved it a few tenths. So it's slightly above 47 and slightly under 53% Republican. 36 is now 47.24 Democrat, and Republican is 52.76, 53%.
Excuse me.
Mr. Adelson?
Yeah, I'm just a suggestion. I'm curious. What's the composite score for 67?
67 is 76% Democrat, 24% Republican.
Okay. So let's undo those changes. All right, let's undo that last change that you just made.
And assign one of these to 35.
Yeah, we're going to assign the top part of Superior Township.
Right here?
Right there. Mhm. Whoops. Oh, we're good. going this way makes a lot of sense to me. We're kind of taking the, highly Democratic areas of Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti and moving it into a little bit more of Plymouth.
And if I could, just as a suggestion, I agree with Commissioner Eden. There are districts that don't have any VRA implications that, like 67, probably have a good margin with partisanship that you can use in adjoining districts to adjust the partisan fairness.
Computer does not like you today, huh, Kat? Okay, that looks to be where we were at.
77 is back.
That's what it was.
And now we can move on to, what was it?
35.
35.
Right, so we're going to take that first.
Those two right there.
No, we're going to go the other way into 36 and the top of 67.
Okay. So you want to assign this to 35?
I do.
And then this one?
Exactly. Okay, now let's check the election results again.
So 35. A more Republican at 52.33.
All the Democrats are in Ann Arbor.
And District 36 is still 53% Republican. 67 should be more, even higher Democrat, 76%. So doing that increased the Republican numbers in 35.
Add all, I know this is going to put us way over population, but I'm curious to see what would happen if we add all of Superior Township to 35.
And so, all right. Let me
It's that one that's in 67 right now.
This one?
Mhm.
Okay. But all of that into 35
Yeah, let's just see what it'll do to the percentages.
was 14,832 in the
Yeah,
entire.
it's a significant amount of people.
And it would still be 50% Republican, 50% Democrat. At round,
How does 67 look now with 67's percentages?
67 is underfunded and is 77% Democrat.
You know, Commissioner Ede, what I'm remembering is that we got some public comment about Livonia and that it's pretty balanced. And I'm wondering if there's a different, because Livonia has, 3 districts, right? 35 being one of them. I wonder if you borrowed a little bit from 17 or 14, right? Depending on which one leans. And I know it's hard to understand it, but I'm wondering if that's a direction.
Well,
Commissioner?
the reason I didn't want to do that is because those are 2 of the VRA districts. that
Yeah,
are-
right. Is that what you were going to say, Commissioner Orton? Okay. I wonder if we want to try to, what I think we're trying to do is find a sweet spot here where we're not working too hard to try to do something that may not be possible. And I'm wondering, Commissioner Ede, I want you to direct us, but
Well, I have an idea. It just means we have to go into Ann Arbor a little bit. So
with 35?
with 35.
Which, excuse me, may I make?
Commissioner, yes.
It's more of an observation.
Mr. Segal, yes.
These 2 ends of 17 and 14, I understand they're VRA districts. But I mean, the minority population doesn't seem to show up there. Or is that a no-no?
You are accurate. The minority population is not there. It's in Redford and Detroit. So that's balancing out the rest of it. So if you take that white population off, the district's going to go up.
Yeah. Commissioner Orton, is that what you were going to say?
I was just gonna say, we spent so many hours getting those balanced. I think we should ignore those, leave those alone. But so, Mr. Adelson, how do we then? So the 110 and 43, they both have a significant Asian population, which we were trying to preserve. So how do we balance out these things? We're trying to get partisan fairness, but that is a VRA issue, right? So then what do we do?
Well, Commissioner Orton, to your point, I think that one of the suggestions that we've been talking about is with the partisan fairness issue in this is 35, that may be helpful is that you may also want to consider splitting townships, because remember 67 has a substantial Democratic, it's a 3-to-1 partisan advantage. The addition of that straight vertical line that goes up north from the additions in 67, that may have benefits, but I think that in achieving what you're looking at, splitting townships may be an alternative. And to Commissioner Wharton's point, I think that the priority should be avoiding taking population from the districts. And I certainly agree, we spent a lot of time adjusting them. These are fine-tuned adjustments. So I think there are other opportunities that don't implicate these populations. So that's why I'm suggesting that maybe splitting townships might be helpful. The margin has already improved, the partisan fairness margin in 35, and you have relatively little ways to go, but not going to 110 or 17 or 14, 15, 19. Those you all took a lot of effort in adjusting them, and I think maintaining that balance is very important.
Okay, I have an idea now. So hit the undo button on what you just did.
I'm going to skip the undo button because I just don't trust it.
No, you don't trust it. It's my favorite button on everything.
Yeah,
so.
well, when it works, it's a wonderful thing.
Okay, yeah, but add that part back into 67.
Now, do you want to
Okay.
keep that precinct or not?
No, what I actually want to do is go to the block level.
We have to be zoomed in.
Right there into 67 to the right of that precinct line.
Right here?
Yes, I want to take those and put them into 35. Yep, that square that was to the right of the previous precinct.
That area right there?
I think we can go one more over to the left. Yep.
That's up next to the highway, or you want to
Right.
get the whole corner?
No, that's fine how you have it. It's below the highway. It's better. So assign that into 35. Okay, now we're going to take this split of Superior Township down south into Ypsilanti. Yep, and we're just going to make a strip into Ypsilanti.
Following this vertical
Yeah,
line?
following that line.
Continue down to the
Continue down.
township?
Yep, and we're gonna keep this line going south until we get enough of Ypsilanti to have it make a difference in the partisan fairness measures.
I'm just keeping the straight line that you specified
Yes.
earlier.
You're about 11,000 over population at the moment. So do you want to check your numbers now?
On 35?
Correct. That was about 13,000 people you added. With the right in the text
Right,
box
okay,
there.
yep, I see it now. It just changed. Yes, now I think we're gonna have to take more of 67, but maybe we don't. Let's check it now.
So 35 at this point is 50% Democrat, 50.2, and it's 49.8 Republican.
Okay, and now 67. Let's make sure we didn't.
67 is still over 75%
Yeah.
Democrat.
Okay, so that worked. Now we just have to figure out a place where to take 67 from. And I have an idea. So let's go back up into 35. I don't think this is going to make up for the idea, but I want to continue. Basically, I want to figure out a way to put that voting precinct that's neighboring 36 and get that into 67 while still making it so that 35 has a connection. So let's where we have the split of 67, let's move that north until we hit 36.
This area here that's in 35,
Yes.
assign it to 36?
To 67.
67, I'm sorry.
67 is where we need the population.
So how far up do you want to go on up?
Yeah, let's go up to 36. We can take those two that are right there as well, the two little polygons. Well, mainly that one, the triangle.
Now, should I go across here and down?
Not yet.
Okay.
So remember, this is rural and lots of.
Yeah, you're not picking up.
You're not
but a
picking
few
up much
hundred.
population.
Well, I mainly want to see if this will, I want to see what it did to the percentages first. So let's look at 35, the election data.
Okay. 35 is 50.25 Democrat,
All right.
49.75, basically 50-50 still.
Okay. And how are we looking on population for all of them right now?
I think 35 is 11,000 over. 67 is almost 17,000 under. 36 is 1,100, within 1,100 people.
Well, if we don't want to, I mean, the only thing I can think of to do would be to kind of circle it around into part of Canton, but I know none of us really want to go into Canton here. Because, you know, we have to get population out of 35 somewhere. What if we added to Canton and went further up into Plymouth? And then that way for 35, we can take it further down into Ypsilanti.
Mr. Adelson?
Just a suggestion, looking at the demographics in Canton, and I share the concern that was expressed previously. I think Commissioner Orton said, talked about the Asian population, but there are 4 precincts seemingly in the middle of Canton that don't appear to have any significant Asian population. They're the 4 right in the middle of the pink area, 43. On the
Yeah, so
northern
those
side.
4 right in the middle.
Yeah, the north, 2482 of those, that series.
So they don't have a lot of Asian population in there, but we're trying to take population out of 35
Yeah.
at the moment.
Yeah. So we don't want to dilute. Yeah. And we're certain that your numbers have shifted because of the significant population in the Willow Run airport area, the Ypsilanti, right? That's why it shifted, right? Because we have that. And we're just not going to be able to balance that. So I mean, I think you just have to create more of a narrow strip, but then then we're reaching potentially. And so I think we've got to, I mean, part of me just wants to say, okay, I think we tried. I'm not sure when to say, yeah. Chair Zotella, do you have any thoughts? I thought I heard no, okay.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Mr. Stegall, please.
Speaking to what Mr. Adelson said, if these precincts happen to vote Democrat and you moved them into 35, then you wouldn't have to run so far down here, I think is what maybe Mr. Adelson was suggesting.
I am so glad you said that.
I think that was the idea.
Okay, let's try it. Then we can take off some of Willow Run. The question is, do they vote Democrat? I don't know if they do or not.
Commissioner Orton?
I think maybe Kent's doing it, but isn't there the thing where you can select and then click?
I'm just highlighting to see how many people are there. We can even go in and look at, like, that's 9,000. If you want, we can look at the one of the elections for each precinct to get an idea of what you might be getting into.
Well, I don't want to just look at one election. So let's just add it. And then that way it will go into the composite.
Looks like it bumped it up just slightly. You're at 50.5 compared, well, still 50-50, but a couple of tenths.
Right. But now we need to take off some of the Willow Run area. So let's do that. Let's take off those 4 precincts.
These right here?
Yep, those right there.
And that's, well,
That's
that,
more,
that
yeah.
goes over quite a ways. Maybe we don't need to move that much. Just a moment, let it catch up. $35 has to drop, still has to drop many.
Yeah.
And can we look at 35s? Yeah. Yeah.
And it, yeah,
It switched it back.
flip flop. So yes, those, that
Commission-
really doesn't work for what you were
Yeah,
trying to do.
But
Commissioner Orton.
but maybe if you take out all of that that's on the west, it's going to change those numbers, I think.
Can you be more specific? Which
Uh,
western, which part of the west?
So-
You're saying no science superior.
Yes,
back
where
to
he's,
67?
well, that whole strip that you added in, we don't need that population now. So if you put that population back into 43 and
Or
whichever
60
the other one
I think it was
was,
67. Does that sound
then
right? Is
I
it
think so.
back into 67? Okay.
And then, if you take out population, it's gonna,
Right.
So are you
Change.
suggesting we put this back into 43?
No, I think what she's suggesting is add all of Superior Township back into 67.
well, I
Or part?
think actually something is gonna have to go into 43, because isn't it really low now? Because you took that chunk out.
Oh, yes. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so let's first assign it to 67. And then we can measure and look at and then add.
Yeah,
some of-
43 is down 9,500.
Right.
So you're saying move this into 43? Is that where we're
No,
at?
I'm saying to first, let's put it into 67.
Okay. Okay. Now
Okay.
43 is the one short. Okay.
Right. So now let's add in, well, first, now let's look at the election results of 35 once again.
It's swung
Yeah,
heavily
so yeah, that didn't
Republican now, or not heavily, but swung.
Well, I think we should just, we tried on this one. There may be others on the list that are easier. We could come back to trying this after. I think I'm hearing from Commissioner Zatella that she might have some ideas.
Oh, I'm not ready yet, but I'm working down the list, but I think you're in an area where it's going to be very hard to achieve partisan fairness short of breaking up Ann Arbor more.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the way it is. So I think that's what you're seeing and you're struggling with, because yeah, it's just hard to balance that area. And there's a lot of population, which makes it even harder, so.
Right. Well, what area are you looking at right now?
So I started with Midland and then I moved to Saginaw. And now I'm moving to Monroe. So I'm just going through and coming up with ideas for you.
You were
Okay.
able to make a significant change in Monroe.
No, not yet. I just
Okay.
started on Monroe.
So I'm sorry, you said Midland then?
Midlands and Saginaw.
Okay.
Before we move from here, shall I fix 35 to get the numbers
Yeah,
back in
we
the
should
ballpark?
basically undo all of these changes.
I just want to make sure before
Hey, we tried.
I started pulling the
Say that.
trigger.
Yeah. I'll say I'd rather try and, it not work than not try. So.
Okay, is this how 35, well, no, 67 didn't come up here, did it?
No, it didn't.
No, it did not. This was in 35.
Mhm.
All of that was in 35, correct? Or not?
I think it was all in 36, actually.
Yes, it was. Okay.
Okay, there we go.
Now it's 35, was it 4.42% low when we started?
It's a great question. Commissioner Zatella, what you're working from, can you help us? When, do you have the map up as?
Yeah, what are
it
you
was?
looking for?
Is 35, District 35. Go ahead, Kent, please.
I am pretty sure we assigned this. We took this out of 36 and put it in 35.
Okay.
So this should be correct.
Hold on. So 35, yeah, was just Plymouth, and then 30, what you have as 36 was, can you scroll up a little bit? But that looks right, what you have right there. Yeah.
Can
so-
can you scroll up a little bit,
Yeah,
please?
so your question is what? Does, yeah, that looks correct. Yeah. Yeah.
Commissioner Eid, you have the floor.
Okay, let's move to the Midland area.
And do you want to, I guess what I'm offering is we were working from a list where we would go to 50 or 53. Do you want to just sort of acknowledge which one?
Yeah, so
Whichever,
this would be 53.
53. Okay, we're going to go to 53. We're going to skip 50 for the moment.
Yeah,
Okay. Oh, actually 50 is right there, isn't it?
50 is right there.
Okay.
Okay, so I guess we should look at the percentages for all of these first. Okay, so 50 and 53 are the two that we're looking at specifically.
50 is 49% Democrat, 51% Republican. 53 is similar, 48 and 52.
Okay, is anyone more familiar with this area that knows how we can move 50 and 53 more into compliance?
Well, it seems like we have 31 in between, so maybe we want to know what District 31 is. How does it lean?
31 is 59% Republican.
Okay.
And the deviation on that, I think it's, important to pay attention to at this point. 31 is just 500 people high. So good swaps could do it, I guess.
You want to know how I did it?
I would.
Okay. So I created a district made up of Midland and Bay City.
Chair Zatella, can I offer, I just want to make it easy on us all. Commissioner Eid, are you asking Chair Zatella to direct?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Okay, take it away.
So rather than having 31 and 53 as they're currently configured, I basically created a district. I created 31 wrapping around Midlands and put Midland and Bay together, and that flips the district. You now have a Democratic district and a Republican district. 31 is pretty solidly Republican. You're not going to make any changes there.
Can you direct the process, please?
Yeah. Give me 1 second. I just got to reassign something here. But yeah, if you just put Midland into 53, that would be the start.
The town and the township, or the
Just
city
the
and the
city,
township.
just the city.
53.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Lang, I see your hand.
My concern with doing that is we all know Midland is the area that we've had conflicting, but one thing they all agreed on was keeping Midland whole, Midland County whole, whether they wanted to be with the Tri-Cities or to the west. And they referred to that as their community of interest. So I think breaking that up, you may have some backlash as far as the community of interest part goes. We had
Well
a
said,
lot of
Commissioner Lang.
comments on this particular map where it sounded like both sides were content with it being kept whole in its own district.
Well said,
Just
Commissioner
want to
Lang.
put that out there.
Yeah, I feel like we've received a lot of, it's from my impression, Midland wants to be with the Tri-Cities, which obviously isn't going to apply for this map because none of the districts are big enough for that. And I've heard a lot of people in Midland Township say they want to be with Midland City, but my understanding is from the city folk is the city folk want to be with Tri-Cities. The township folk want Midland City and Midland Township to be together. So yes, I agree. There will probably be some pushback, but at this point we're focused on compliance. So I'm just trying to hit that compliance goal, and this is one way to do it.
But
Commissioner
community of
Clark.
interest is above this, and both sides from the comment have said, keep it whole. When you go in and look at the maps, there's one thing that people agreed on, and that was keeping that whole, especially since it doesn't encompass the Tri-Cities. You can't get the Tri-Cities out of this district. And the one thing that they said is they were happy with the district as it is being whole. And that was coming from people that said Tri-Cities and the other. So
Thank you,
I'm just
Commissioner Lang.
concerned because that ranked.
Commissioner Clark's trying to get into. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Commissioner.
I fully support what Rhonda's saying. My understanding, I've seen a lot of comments about keeping Midland Township together. My perspective on this is on the congressional maps, it doesn't matter. But necessarily, because a lot of the congressional things are done at a high level and national level. But on a state Senate and a state House, I think it's significant that we keep them together.
And I'll just offer, I'm going to try to get Mr. Adelson in here too, but I think what we realize is that we only have 9 districts that we've identified, and we had 3 that we could not flip. So what I mean to say is we've got an opportunity with 53 here, maybe 50, right? And we have to at least try. Like we couldn't do anything in the first 3 districts that we identified, right? So I feel like where we have an opportunity in commission, and it's been slow and painful for us all. I know it's been really challenging today. So I feel like because we've got an opportunity here, Chair Zatella has identified something that works. It feels like we have an obligation to ourselves to try to just like try it. I think we've all appreciate the pain that this is doing with communities of interest. And at some point we have to somehow achieve this partisan fairness compliance. We've also been hearing that unendingly. This is one of the ways we can do it, right? So keep it going, right? So Chair Zatella, please take us down this path.
Okay. All right, so it's gonna look like a robot arm. I'm not gonna deny that, but all right, so we're gonna turn 31. At this point, we're gonna put into 31 Garfield, Fraser, Beaver, Cucaulin, I think is what it's called, those 4 townships. Okay, and then you're gonna put Bangor into 31 as well, and the one underneath, Freeland, or,
Commissioner Lang, I'm being told that you have your hand raised. Is that true? Do you want to speak?
Nope, apologies. I forgot to put it down.
No problem.
Where do I go here from here, Commissioner?
so the
Sotelo?
one that says, Tittabawassee underneath, the one that's still pink underneath.
Essexville and Bay City?
No, the big, township underneath, one down, go 1 block down, down. There you go, yes.
Okay, I'm
Put
sorry.
that-
I was focused on staying up here.
Yeah, no. All right, so now we need precincts.
3 is 5,000 high and 31 is 5,000.
Yep, so we're gonna just adjust a precinct or 2 to make them a little closer. So if you can zoom in just a bit. Little closer to Bay City, okay. So we're gonna take off that precinct that says Williams and put that into the adjoining district. So Williams, yeah, put that
This one?
over, yep,
Okay, that goes to 31.
yep. And then those 2, oops, that was too much.
Yeah, I did township. That's
Yep,
not
that's okay.
exactly what I wanted to do. So we'll get this right. Voting precinct. Why is it?
There's a lot of discontinuities in Midland. Remember, it took like 30 minutes to reassign them, so.
Yeah, it's in Midland, so I wanted, it wasn't this one, it's in the city of
Yeah,
Midland.
yeah.
Let's just undo it and hope it does it.
All right, so go to the right to the next precinct over, the next large one, the one, yep, right there, take that off. Yep. All right, and then those two blocks that are sort of sitting down, 2365, to the right, 2003, can you add those back in? Yep. So just over to the right. So go to the right a little bit. Yep. So we want to add back in, yep, that one, the one above it. Yep, precinct 2003. Mm-hmm. And then the one above it, 2365.
Mhm.
And then you're going to take off the 1327 right above it. And that should get us just about right. Who's yawning over there?
Oh, my goodness. I'm sorry. You guys heard me?
Yes, we did.
I am so sorry. I'm so sleepy.
Okay. Chair,
Yeah, so take off that part that comes up and jogs over. It's like 13 something. Yep, right there. Put it into 31.
okay.
And then I should have had you take off Auburn too. So go back to the left. You see that little thing that's jutting up? Yeah, right there. Take that, as we call them, tooth off.
And that goes into 31?
31, yeah.
And now the numbers are 2.22% low for 31 and 1.54% high for 53.
Yep, and we have to fix some discontinuities, but I'd say just leave it for now until we decide this is what we want to do, because those take forever. There's so many of them. But what this does is this takes us from having a district that's 51.1% Republican and another district that's 58.4% Republican to having one district that's 59.9 Republican, and the other one, which is the Bay City Midland combination, is now 50.6 Democratic. So it flips it to Democratic.
And we have a little bit different from yours. So let's just make sure that, go ahead.
Is there any chance that's from these little pieces are still in 31? I don't know how many people are in there, but
okay.
Yeah,
It could
so
be a
that's probably
percent,
what's accounting for the difference.
because we're talking about 0.5% or
Yeah.
something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So we've got, okay, so we moved in the general direction with 53. Thank you, Chair Zatella.
Yeah.
We also identified that District 50 is also in this area. And I believe I want to bring it back to Commissioner Ede. It's your turn.
Yeah. And I just for reference, I could not fix that one. I tried.
Okay.
I tried.
Commissioner Orton.
I tried as well. I don't think
I
it's
couldn't get it.
possible.
Yeah.
Okay.
Excuse me, I have a water block here. Shall I put that into either 57 or 31?
31, please.
31.
Thank you.
Commissioner Clark, and then I want to get it back to Commissioner Ede.
Yeah, we did all this work for a month. And now it looks like we're just destroying it just for compliance, which compliance is way down the list. Not way down the list, in the middle of the list of priorities. And this, to me, I mean, I appreciate what Rebecca has done because we are talking compliance today. But look at what it's done to all our work up to this point. It's just, it kind of hacks it up in my mind.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but
Yeah.
that's what we're going to need to do to get those balanced numbers, unfortunately. Just for this map, at least.
Yeah, I realize that.
Well, I would just say that it's not all of our work. This is part of all of our work. So we're completing our work, moving on with it.
Thank you, Commissioner Lett. Commissioner Clark, please.
Yeah, one other point. Because it's further down on the priority list, we deal with it later. And it tends to take precedent over some of the things we've done before.
When you say it, do you mean the partisan fairness?
Mhm.
Okay, so
Yeah,
we're dealing with partisan
absolutely.
fairness now.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, keep going.
So because it's lower on the priority list, then we have to adjust for this. And it tends to disrupt the things that we've done before. You know, that's how I'm kind of looking at it. Yeah, I mean,
I think
I don't
Commissioner Lett has a thought.
Well, you know, the first thing we did was equal population. And then we moved to VRA, Voting Rights Act. Then we moved to communities of interest. Now we're moving to partisan fairness. It's right in the progression. Each step, we've had to go back and undo or redo some of the stuff that was there before. Yeah, now we're at the end of the process and we're tired and we don't like doing that anymore. But it's still part of the process.
Thank you, Commissioner Lett. And I think you're reminding us that we've always known that this was going to be not a linear process, but a recursive and keep going back around and around and around. And I think that's where I hear your frustration, Commissioner Clark. Feels like we're undoing it and we can anticipate this. And I think that's what Commissioner Lett is reminding us of. And I see Commissioner Lang's hand. Do you want to speak, Commissioner Lang?
I agree, or no, I don't agree. I disagree with this. This looks more gerrymandered than half the stuff the people have complained about in the previous maps. And my question is, so what happens now if we approve this and take it on the road and you get overwhelming people that say, no, that's not what we wanted. That's not what we said our community of interest is. Change it. So what does that do to the partisan fairness? That's why I keep emphasizing the community of interest aspect.
Here's Attila and then Commissioner Lett.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's why we have been preparing alternate maps, and there's no requirement that we go before the public with one map. And so we have the one map that took into account VRA and communities of interest and population balance, and we still have that. And now we're coming up with alternative maps. And if we go on the road and people are throwing tomatoes at us, telling us how much they hate this map, then we can, you know, make a decision as a commission that we want to do something different. I wouldn't see it as a black and white choice between maps, because I think we have multiple at this point. And I think we're doing our due diligence by trying to balance the partisan fairness, and then we listen to the feedback about it.
Commissioner Lett.
Well, that goes back to the comment that I've made previously, and I'll make it again. Communities of interest have been well put forth before us on the portal as well as the public hearings. And if you go back, it'd be nice to take a look at this, and I haven't, and I'm not gonna, but I think probably make them fair and start over and make them equal are probably stronger than communities of interest. So if the comment is, it looks like you're gerrymandering, you guys ask us to do this. You guys asked us to make it fair. You guys asked us to make it equal. That's what Rebecca just did with 53.
And what we learned also in the process is that 50, that we have one more district that two commissioners have tried to, create more fairness, and we haven't done that. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 districts now out of 9, and we've only been able to do 1 out of 9 so far. So the Lakeshore may be problematic. I heard Mr. Adelson say that we may have some compactness scores there to deal with. So hopefully we can keep going. But I guess Commissioner Ede, I want to kick it back to you. It is your turn. Do you want to continue, or do you want to pass it to Commissioner Curry?
Well, this was originally Commissioner Curry's turn. Commissioner Curry, you asked me to do it for you. I'd like to offer you that same thing that you offered me. So if you'd like to continue from here, that's perfectly fine with me.
Well, let me say this, that I agree with just about everything I've heard today. And also, Anthony, I'm going to let you continue, because I think you guys are getting more better the more you do it. And I don't do it all the time. So I think the ones that's really getting the hand of it is really handling it pretty good. And just like Rhonda said, and Madam Chair, that this, and Steve, this is the procedure of making these maps. We're gonna be putting them together, tearing them down, putting them together. And one thing we got to realize is that the people that are making these comments cannot have it all to themselves. We got to serve a multitude of people. And one or two or three, four people don't make that. And so you're doing the very best you can. And, we're doing the very best we can. And that's all we can do. Turn it over to Anthony.
Well said, Commissioner Curry. Thank you. Before I give it back to Commissioner Edith, we have Commissioner Orton, and then Mr. Adelson.
Yeah, I just wonder, before we move on from this, could we run the report and see what it did to our scores?
I think that's what Mr. Adelson is. Yeah. Is that what you wanted to say? No.
Yes, I also wanted to add that, yes, I agree with virtually all of the comments about the juggling act, about the ranked order, and the way I view the work now with compliance work as far as partisan fairness, that we still have additional opportunities to see if that score can be adjusted to become more within the range that we're talking about. There is no one way necessarily to do this. Whatever's happening now is not final. And I think that I also have to stress, and I said this previously, that you have all worked very assiduously to be aware of and do the best that you can reasonably to address communities of interest. That's been an ongoing theme throughout the process. So can you accommodate every community of interest? No, that's virtually impossible. But you have accommodated a lot of communities of interest, and I think that's to your credit. So this is part of an ongoing process. Let's see what alternatives there are, and then hopefully there will be choices to be made among the various adjustments.
Thank you, Mr. Adelson. So Mr. Segal has brought it up. Commissioner Eid, will you walk us through? And I think what you've got is some recording of like what the improvement may be for us. So if you could walk us through, that'd be great.
Yeah, so let's start with, actually, can we start with efficiency gap?
Sorry, it looks like Commissioner Orton also has a thought.
Can we have the split screen so we see what it was below?
Yes, give me just 1 minute to get it loaded up here.
Excuse me, what we're going to see, does that include the adjustments to the Midland area? or-
Yes.
It does. Okay, thank you.
To be clear, I think the current map has gone through, right, from this morning anyways, the adjustments in the Grand Rapids area. And I don't think we did a number of other adjustments that we tried and didn't keep. So I think the next adjustment that we've got after the Grand Rapids one really is the Midland area. Is that correct, Commissioners? Does that sound right? Okay, I'm seeing some nodding heads. All right.
Yeah, so I have a couple different configurations recorded. I have the configuration that was after the Lakeshore District. Well, I have the original one, then with the configuration with the Lakeshore, and now this one with the Lakeshore and Midland put in with Bay City. So we're looking at efficiency gap. Previously, it was 8.9%. Now it's down to 8.0%.
Just let me double, is that right?
That's what he was reading. So
Because these are both version 4s. One was what I came in with, and we've been working on it. I got to make sure I'm looking at the right one.
you are looking at the right one. We are in version 4.
I know, but these are both version 4s. So,
Oh,
I have it written in front of me
okay.
from.
Okay, so then I'm not
I
going
have
to
a little spreadsheet going on.
spend but so much time dealing with it. This was what you started with, is that
Right.
correct? Okay.
Well, that is the Lakeshore configuration. Before that, we were at 9.9%. So in totality, we've decreased this by 2% because of our work today. It's pretty good. To move on to mean median difference. Okay, so we started the day with this at 4.4%. It then went down to 4.1%, and now we're at 3.8%. Let's move on to lopsided margins test. We started the day at 11%. We then moved to 7.7%, and now we're at 7.2%. And finally, let's go to the seat vote ratio. We started the day with 8.2%. in favor of Republicans. Then we went to 5.0%, and now we're at 4.1%. So it seems to me that
headed in the right direction. Mr. Adelson, please.
The question I have is, I had thought, and forgive me if I was mistaken, that we could isolate the Midland change, because I know it seems that this is including the Grand Rapids district, the Lakeshore district, and the Midland district. So am I correct that this is all three?
Yes, and the Lakeshore, excuse me, the change. So the Grand Rapids and Lakeshore are the old, like the bottom on the screen, that's in there. So the difference between the bottom and the top is Midland.
Midland, yes. Thank you.
Okay.
It is, by the numbers I'm looking at, it essentially improved it by 1% by adding Midland into Bay City from the configuration we had previously.
If I could, it would be helpful for me, as we're trying to keep track of each change. If we could see the change from that encompass the Lakeshore and Grand Rapids, and then the change to Midland. Now, it may already be here, and I'm
well, no, I think that's what Commissioner Eid was actually reading. So we don't have it necessarily, because I think that was where it was on another computer, right? Mr. Segal, I think that was when Mr. Morgan was.
I have all four versions
do you?
y'all worked on today, so it'd just be a matter of picking the right. That's the last one you came in with. This was done, and I can open the shape file up and we can look at them.
You can, but I because I think it may be quicker to just go to Mr. E. So I'm wondering at what sort of.
So this was version 3, and it's 8.7% on lopsided.
Commissioner E, can you just help verify? I think Mr. Adelson's just trying to get the chronology. Is that right? And I think that's what you've captured.
I believe so. So for the version that had the Grand Rapids and Lakeshore changes, the lopsided margins test was 8.7. The mean median difference was 4.1%. The efficiency gap was 8.9%, and the seat bias was 5%. For this current configuration that adds Midland to it, the lopsided margins test is 7.2%. The mean median difference is 3.8%. The efficiency gap is 8%, and the seat bias is down to 4.1%.
Thank you.
Excellent. And if I'm not, I think Commissioner Commissioner Curry asked that you continue. How are you feeling?
I feel like I've been talking a lot. Yeah, I'd be okay with moving on to the next person if they're comfortable with continuing this process. It's a long process, but I mean, we've gone down almost, between 2% and 3% already. So it is becoming more fair.
Okay. So Commissioner Curry, would you like to try, or should I pass it on to Commissioner Lang?
I guess I'll give it a shot.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Curry.
Mhm.
So I believe the next district that we're trying to identify is either to adjust is either District 60 or District 70.
Okay, I'm looking for 70.
And I think we've got some commissioners here who have been working sort of on the sidelines. If you have any help for Commissioner Curry to help, so that looks like it's, in the Monroe area. Was that a place that you could? Any Commissioner Zatella?
Saginaw's easier.
Do you know which district that is? That 70 or 74?
Yeah.
29. Well, it's 29 on my map, so it might be different on yours, but
Oh,
sometimes the numbers get reassigned when you import the shapefile.
so it looks like.
So up in Saginaw, yeah.
Saginaw is 30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think is that not
So
a
you
VRA?
can split 30 and 56 in half and end up with because right now it's one strong, very strong Democratic district, 69%. And if you use 56 to sort of break that up, you end up flipping one of those seats to now down to 56.8%.
Commissioner Orton.
But this was a VRA district that we tried really hard to get it as high as possible, African-American vote. And we had lots of comments from Mr. Adelson that we should keep it as good as we got it.
Well, let's keep it because I don't want to upset the matrix.
Okay.
So,
Do you want to try District 60 or 70 or?
I really don't want to try any district. I'm enjoying, I'm not enjoying,
you.
but I'm watching how you guys are really doing it. And it seems like you got a better handle on it than I do. So I can get just much out of it. And if I see something where I can give my input, I will. But I think you should just give it to someone else.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Curry. Commissioner Eid.
I was just gonna say this might be a good place to like save and make a version 5 if we. I don't really know when we're doing that or not doing that, but for record keeping purposes, I don't know.
Well, version wide, when we make a version is when it's requested, or y'all say, let's make another clone and move on. But if you think we can make a copy now and go to version 5, that way, if you want to back up.
Okay. I'm seeing some nodding heads. Yep. Okay. Please do that, Mr. Stegall.
Just a moment.
Thank you. And then Commissioner Lang, it would be to you. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling like I'm passing. I don't know if Commissioner Orton's done this, since we can ask people to take our turn. Commissioner Orton, I don't know if you've done any work on this, but I'd be happy to give you my turn.
Commissioner Orton?
Well, I don't have anything of these numbers that we have to work on. I haven't previously worked on it, but I'm willing to give it a shot.
Okay.
If we want. I don't see Steve in the room anyway, so he'd be next.
Yep.
Right now.
So Commissioner Lang, officially it's still your turn, and I hear what you're saying is asking Commissioner Orton to direct. And so if with your permission, that's what I'm going to just do, is give Commissioner Orton the floor.
You have my permission.
Thank you.
Jump in anytime.
Okay, this is version 5 today. And that's 60 right here.
Let's go to 70.
Around Jackson.
Actually, go over to 74 because I'm familiar with that area. So
74 is 49% Democrat and 51% Republican.
Okay.
Total deviation for 74 is it's down to 2,300 people. 72 is 155 over. 71 on this side is 586 over. 93 is a little over. So the surrounding districts are all a little over.
Okay, how much was 71 over? Oh, I see it. Okay.
71 is just 586, but 74 is 2,300 under. And I'll make the matrix a little bigger. Okay.
Okay, can I see the partisan data again, those 2 rows?
73 is 74% Democrat.
I think we're looking at, oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
Oh, I'm sorry. 74 is 49 and 51.
Okay.
72 is 42, 58% Republican. And 71 is 60% Republican.
Okay, I'm just gonna try something here and just make some guesses and see what happens. So would you assign, let's see. Can I see the population again, the overview?
Precinct number? Oh, no. I see the table overview.
Yes. I want to see District 93, if it can take some population.
Yes, it's 441 high, so.
Okay, can you, the township that's the upper right, 1508, can you add that to 93? Actually, okay, I'll revisit that later if this works. Maybe it needs to go in 71. We'll see. Okay, now go to the west, to the left. And those are, can we see precincts?
Yes. Commissioner Orton, can I ask for, there's one community of interest that the Nottawasepi Huron Band of the Potawatomi Indians requested that Athens and Emmett townships within Calhoun County be kept together, but I don't see Athens. I only see Emmett. Do you know where Athens is, and can you help preserve that community of interest?
Can we zoom out? I'm pretty sure it's down.
The county names.
Can we see the township names?
Townships.
Yeah. They didn't seem to be contiguous.
Where are we?
Oh,
at?
Athens is all the way down. Okay, so they wanted to be within, yeah, it may not be possible. Okay.
What was the other name besides Athens?
It's Athens and Emmett townships are located within Calhoun County, but that's where the operations is. So they wanted to be within one district, but I think we may have done that, but not be able to do it in the State House. So I'll just let it go. Yeah, it's just not contiguous with Emmett, and I was just confused. I thought they were contiguous.
Okay, thank you, Kent. Can we go back to precincts?
On the western boundary here.
Yes. I'm going to look in Ross Township, I believe.
So this first precinct is 2614. And we come down in the next township and it's 1900.
Okay, go back up. I think I want the upper precinct. Yeah, just that precinct. But before you do that, can I see the what are we calling it?
Just the numbers.
The partisan numbers.
Okay.
Those two lines. So we can see if it goes up or down.
So 74 is at 49.62 Democrat. So I signed this to 74.
Yes.
It went down 0.4%.
Okay. Try adding that next one though, and just see what happens.
So it's at 49.28 now. And it went down 0.3 or 0.2.
Okay. Can you undo those two, please?
The black hourglass never is good, isn't it? No. That undo button is just a rascal.
We should try to refrain from requesting undo.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Right. Thank goodness for saving.
Yeah, for some reason, I don't know why this machine seems not to like it.
Yeah.
But it recovers pretty well. At least it did it in a hurry. We didn't have to sit here for 10 minutes waiting for it.
I think we're on 74. 70 might have been a little easier though.
So we're back to where we started.
Okay. Anthony, do you have some?
Well, I see Albion over there to the right. no, not Marshall, but Albion on the right of it, right there. Maybe connecting that to Battle Creek, since they're both cities, would make a difference.
It's too far though. I mean, we'd have to break up Battle Creek then, and that doesn't make any sense. It's a community of interest.
Commissioner Weiss?
I don't know what I saw, but down there at Battle Creek, right about in the middle on the border there, I thought there was a dot there.
Oh, and Commissioner,
One of the leftover thematic.
It was right in that, right across from the word Charleston is what I thought I'd seen it. And I wondered what that was.
well, maybe that's an indication. Maybe we do need the theme on. Maybe
Well,
that could help.
Well,
Probably
maybe
not.
it was.
Okay.
That's why I
Would
wondered.
it be Hispanic or
I don't know.
minority? I just put the Hispanic. Well, there's some
Yeah, there's
Hispanic
some, but I thought
population.
I'd seen it right near the border there somewhere.
Commissioner Ede? And Commissioner Clark, please.
This would be the black population alone, not in combination.
Yeah, there looks like there is a little dot there. Just, yeah, right there. You just had your mouse on it.
Yeah.
But it was bigger than that before.
Commissioner Clark, please proceed.
Yeah, one of the things you may consider, Cynthia, is reducing the non-African American portion of the district in 74. So let's take the one that's the far east. If it's a low African American population in there, and I'm not convinced that's the right one, move some of it out.
Well,
and you don't have to move much out because we're only going to move half a percentage point or so.
Yeah, my next idea is to try to get to Galesburg. So if we can take off that right upper township, which we Convis,
You want to put
which we
that?
had before. Yeah, put it in 93 for now.
93.
What I really want to do is keep those 4 townships that are surrounding Battle Creek because they are really all connected with Battle Creek.
Commissioner Ede has a thought.
So you know this area much better than I do, so I'll defer to you. But I'm just wondering, does Emmett have to be in there? Because Emmett has about 11,000 people. And you see the dots. Albion has, it's the next place with those dots. So if you take out Emmett, I think you could go across Lee, Clarence, and Sheridan. I think I pronounced it. And go down into Albion. A little bit.
I think that, yeah.
Okay, let me try something first. Can you, I would like voting precincts and I would like to go to Charleston Township, right where the 72 is. So it looks like the whole township.
Yeah, it's one big precinct. I'll select it just to see if I'm not seeing it. Yeah, it's just that's one voting precinct of 1,900 people.
Okay, add that. Well, first let's see the partisan numbers and we'll see what it does.
Right.
And then we'll add Galesburg and see what that does.
So 74 right now is at 49.62.
Okay. Drum roll, please.
49.62.
Okay, add Galesburg before we undo, see what happens.
Add
that little town right there.
Right there.
Yeah.
I didn't see any number change.
Yeah.
It's only 2,000 people. It may be similar to the surrounding locality, township.
Well, those are my best 2 guesses. So undo, well, don't undo, please. Please reassign the township and Galesburg to 72. And then what was the population of 74 now with that?
74 right now is 3,800 under.
Mm.
That's with Convis and 93.
Okay, one more try. Zoom into Marshall Township. I'm afraid it's all one precinct as well.
That's one big, I'm just going to select it and we can always, so that's one precinct of 3,100.
Okay.
And if you 71 is 586 high.
Okay. Show the partisan lines and then let's just assign it and see what happens.
49.60, we're going to move it to 74. So now it's 74. Now it went down 4907.
Yeah, I think we've got I think we've got as high as we can.
What if you keep going and add the city of Marshall in there?
Yeah, we can try that. Do the other side. It looks like it didn't select.
$6,100 people high now, and it's 49.09. So it doesn't look like it moved the needle.
So the best we might do is just underpopulate it, taking Convis out. And, it's closer. It hasn't shifted the district, but yeah.
So will you assign those back to, were they in?
71, I believe, yes.
This is called a voter turnout district.
Okay, I believe we're back to 74 is 3,800 people underpopulated. 93 is almost 2,000 overpopulated. Still under 4% deviation.
Well, I just don't think it's going to work with that district. So I think we should add that township back in to at least get the populations better. Convis back into 74.
Yeah, that's 0.4 difference. So it's, negligible. So we've asserted or confirmed that 74 is not possible. Do you want to try 70, which was in the Jackson area?
So.
Oh, Commissioner Eid, I apologize.
I do have one more possible thing. I just hate to spend all day on this one thing, but it would be a stretch. It would be like we're stretching over towards Kalamazoo. Do we want to do that?
Well, Mr. Adelson, is it okay to stretch for partisan fairness? Sorry, that should have been a rhetorical question.
Let's say it's a rhetorical question. I think that we'd have to see exactly what the stretch is, but the idea of stretching purely for that reason is not something that I think we would necessarily recommend. But, as we talked about with the whole robot arm metaphor, that, if you're not doing that and you have a wider gap, that also a wider addition that also addresses other factors, I think that would be ideal. But it is, as you said earlier, it is basically a rhetorical question.
Well, I think it would definitely have to be a skinny arm because there's just not the population available unless we're going to break up Battle Creek, which seems to go against a higher priority.
Is it okay if Commissioner E goes?
So I don't want to break up Battle Creek, but there was that population in Albion. So I'm wondering, and that population, so let's assign Lee, Clarence, Springport, Lee and Clarence to 74. Okay, now let's apply Sheridan and Albion. Okay, now let's put Emmett in 71, since that's where we took the population out of. So what did this do to 74?
74 is 51.39 Democrat, 48.61 Republican.
So my question, because I don't know the area too much, but I see the dots at least. As far as the area of Battle Creek goes, how connected is that part of Emmett to it?
Well, I think it's very connected. I think if we're going to reach like that, it might be a little better reach to try to go the other direction. We wouldn't have to go as far. I'm not positive about what results we would get, but we might want to try.
Commissioner
If
Witches?
we're going to do a reach.
That train literally just derailed in my head. With this particular configuration now, could potentially justify connecting Emmett to that township in
Athens.
And yeah, Athens, potentially.
And that would
then
be preserving
would
a
be
community of interest.
Preserving a community of interest. And then that argument for reaching could potentially work to going into Albion, I would think.
Sounds like your train got back on the track.
It not really, but
And Commissioner Clark, and then I think we're all due for a break.
Yeah, I do too. Bruce, I see this as another stretch. Instead of going west to stretch, we went twice as far east to stretch to get what we wanted. And that doesn't set well with me.
I appreciate your comment and your question, Commissioner Clark. I think that there was an attempt to go west, that not all the way west to Kalamazoo, which I think would have been with population and other considerations. I think that might have been difficult. The going out to Albion in the way that it's configured, it's different than the Muskegon attempt. And I think that as I had mentioned with the change to the Midland District, to see how many ways you can reduce the fairness advantage, and frankly, how far, and then choose among them. That would be my advice, that these are all options, and hopefully there are additional options that you can choose from, and that will be part of the discussion process.
So do you see this as acceptable as a stretch or not? Yes or no?
Well, I could then we could just go along that line too. I could say I'm not going to do this, that I abstain, but I'm not going to say. I think that this configuration, if this were a configuration where you were attempting to reach similar to Muskegon for to resolve partisan advantage. Just as I said with that, I would not recommend that. I think for the time being, I would put this in these are the options. And I think that I'm gonna go with that. That's something that we can address as we see what the greater universe of options is.
Thanks, Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Orton?
Well, I don't like it. To me, being from the area, it makes no sense to skip Marshall, which is the next town, and go around to get a different town. It just, it doesn't make sense, but I'm only one person.
Commissioner Witches?
So follow-up question then. Is Marshall? No, well, what I'm trying to say is Marshall closely more in line with Battle Creek or Albion, or is it its own little island since it's right in between the two?
Well, I hate to speak for other people, but my feeling is that it's more closely related to Albion. Do you want me to try seeing what an arm looks like going out west and see what the population is there?
I do. Can we take a break first? Is that okay? Yeah. How do we feel? Is that okay, commissioners? All right. So it is, where are we at? We're at 4 o'clock. Is that right? Okay. So let's take a 10-minute break and return at 4:10. Thank you.
All right, as chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 4:13 PM. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Commissioners, please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please disclose during roll call that you are attending remotely, as well as your physical location. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Doug Clark,
Present.
Juanita Curry,
Present and remotely attending from Detroit, Michigan.
Anthony Eid, Brittany Kellum, Rhonda Lang,
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett,
Present.
Cynthia Orton,
Present.
MC Rothhorn,
Present.
Rebecca Satella,
Present.
Janice Follett,
Present.
Aaron Wagner,
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss,
Present.
Dustin Witches.
I'm ubiquitously present.
12 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. Once again, we're going to return back to our unfinished business, and Commissioner Rothhorn is going to facilitate the discussion.
Thank you, Chair Zatella. I think we left off with you, Commissioner Orton, and it was officially Commissioner Lang's turn, and yeah. Do you have your microphone on?
Okay. Okay, I found a possible solution, which I really don't like this, but let's try. Okay. So take us back to just the 4 townships. So add in Emmett and remove those to the east. Just those 4 townships right around Battle Creek.
Put Convis back into 93.
Yes, please. Okay, now change it to precincts, please. And take off, zoom out a little bit. And we're going to go to the southeast corner. Take off those 2 precincts, Beetle Lake.
Yes. 28, 84, 32,
Yes,
45. Put those in 71, or does it matter for now?
71 for now, and we'll look at the populations later. Thank you. Now, okay, now we're gonna have to go to the block level.
Which township, here? Or
Yes,
here?
that township.
Down here, okay. Okay, do we?
Okay, so
make them go out
north
this
a little bit.
way. So how do we want to
Okay.
get there?
Could I just come show you my computer?
Sure.
And you can kind of follow that? Is that?
Or just point me in the right direction. And
Okay. I'll be there a second.
Oh, we're going to go across the top. So 74. Okay, I got it. We're going to, basically, it looks like this area across the top is going to 70.
No, right here.
Which district am I throwing? 75?
70. Oh, well, 74 on there. Sorry, but 75 on mine.
It goes right across, it goes across here. Okay, I'm on it now.
It all has to be block level.
Yeah. Which makes it, well, I'll get it started and you holler when I do it wrong. If I do.
There's that little teeny piece up there.
Yep.
Thank you. All the way to
Right down across. Okay, I got an idea.
I think it's down to here.
I believe it is. Oh, those are whole precincts, wasn't it? We'll get it right here in a second. So then we go this precinct. Oh, there's that. There, that's it. I got it.
Maybe you can do precincts for some.
That precinct is ding ding. Yeah, gonna get on the same. There it is. There, got that. Got that. Got that. So it's pretty close to that, isn't it? Yeah. Always change it.
I think we're missing.
I know on that
Okay.
edge. Yeah. Is that a good representation? Or am we all? I know this has to come in.
Okay, and I think we can go a little further south. A little further south, clear to the west, to add a little more population over, clear over. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't add it on mine, but I just wanted to add some. So just to get the population up. So yeah, assign that and let's see what the population is.
Now.
Still under. Okay, add like that. Yeah, try adding the whole precinct and see.
30,000.
Yeah. Okay, so 74 is good on population. Let's back out and look at it. It's not beautiful. Okay. That was the best I could figure out to balance the electorate. I had to go that far, so it had to be that skinny. So what do you think?
Mr. Adelson and then Commissioner Clark.
I think that was a good attempt. I'll say the same thing I told Commissioner Clark. I think that our goal is to give you options of potential districts that have an impact on the partisan fairness score and that you choose among them. So I look at this as creating options. If there were something that really just for many reasons suggested that that are problematic, I would say something. But I'm more focused on, let's just have options at this point as we're coming to the end, so that you can look at, discuss, and decide which ones stay and which ones not. But again, to the main point, if there were something that raised a serious concern with me, I would say, but for now, I would include this as an option, and then you all will discuss. And perhaps when, I would suggest too, that when you do that, that when it comes down to deciding, we have 5 districts, which one looks the best, that's a different conversation. But I think my goal is that you have options. And, you know, going in today, you really didn't have the options that you now have.
Commissioner Orton, in
So
response?
The other, if we use this option, the other problem is that it creates a problem with District 72. So we'd have to reconfigure quite a bit in there because that's quite a bit of population.
Thank you, Commissioner Orton. So Commissioner Clark and then Commissioner Witches.
I had the same comment on 72.
Okay, Commissioner Witches, please.
I'm just gonna say that to me, this makes less sense than going to Albion. A reach is a reach, really, no matter where you go. And if we go to the Albion route, as Commissioner Ede had it, we're not slicing and dicing 2 other districts, aka 72.
Commissioner Lang.
Oh, I'm going to be the unpopular person today. How it was drawn previously, District 74 was compact, had 4 townships, and a slight advantage to one party. I don't see why making it all funky like this. I guess what I'm wondering is, are there not other areas where we're not reaching so far where we can make these numbers better without making them look so darn awful? I mean,
That's a
it
great
was
segue.
compact, it was square, it looked good. Aren't there other areas we can look at that maybe we could fix?
It is still your turn, Commissioner Lang, and we do have District 60, 70, and 103, and 70 is not far from here in the Jackson area, so it's still your turn. I don't know as much as, you know, what we've got on the, but that's, so to your point, right? We can try the other ones. We have a total list of 9, and we have completed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and with 74, 6. And I think we've only gotten 1 or 2 out of this 9 that actually have worked. So that's kind of our challenge, is we haven't pushed the needle very far for our efficiency, towards a partisan fairness. Commissioner Lang, it's your turn, but I want to make sure that Commissioner Orton and then Commissioner Clark.
So I would say my preference would be to put 74 back the way it was. And like Mr. Adelson says, we know what a couple options are here, and we move on and see if we find better solutions, or if we have to come back to this.
And I saw Commissioner Lang nodding her head, and it is her turn. Commissioner Clark?
No, I was just going to ask her what option she was going to go with, that's all.
Okay. And then Commissioner Witches, you wanted to say something?
Just looking through the public comment portal, there are public comments that state Battle Creek and Albion should be together. So I found one, just if you just search Battle Creek, there's one right away that pops up, and it was submitted September 7th.
Yeah, and it isn't a university town, Albion, and it does allow that other community of interest, which was Emmett and Athens, to be potentially reworked. So I think you pointed that out, Commissioner Witches, but
And it's drawn it basically exactly like we had it.
You mean in the portal?
The one in the portal is
Okay.
almost identical to how it is that we had it connecting into Albion.
Which would allow us to sort of preserve that community of interest
Correct.
piece. Commissioner Lang, is your hand raised?
Yes, I just want to thank Commissioner Orton for trying to do that. But if this is my turn, my suggestion would be put it back the way it was and try in another area.
It is your turn. So are you directing Mr. Stegall to put it back?
Yes, Kent, if you would please put it back as it originally was. And if it's okay with Commissioner Orton, I think we'll move on to the next commissioner.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Lang. And
excuse me,
please.
now Convis originally was part of 74, was it not? Do we go that far? Do we put that back or leave it where it's at?
Put it back, please. So after Commissioner Lang, we have Commissioner Lett. It's your turn. Commissioner Lang offered it to Commissioner Orton to try to adjust, and yep, she did her best. And so we still have, so that was District 74 that we tried, and we ended up with 2 options, but we haven't chosen either of them. So we still have District 60, District 70, and District 103 on our list of 9 that we generated. So 60, 70, or 103.
Excuse me.
Mr. Adelson.
Yeah, Commissioner Rothorn, we also have others on a possibility list, 36, 52, and 75.
I'm going to repeat those, 36, 52, and 75. Is that correct?
So
General
Mr.
Counsel, please.
Thank you so much. Mr. Vice Chair, when Mr. Morgan was scrolling earlier this morning, I thought I caught 36 as a potential opportunity, but it was moving kind of quickly. I wasn't sure if the numbers were in favor of the Democrats or the Republicans. I also flagged 52 and 75, but I will note that the margins between the votes was very large in both of those districts. It was almost 10%. So I think those would be, unless depending where they are in Michigan, those would be much harder to adjust. But 36, I did potentially flag as one. Thank you.
Kent is highlighting it for us, and it is 53% leaning Republican. So that's
47-53.
Yeah. So those are your, so yeah, Commissioner Lett, again, 60, 70, yeah, 103.
District 75 is 54 Democrat, 46 Republican.
Here's my comment. We are getting absolutely nowhere. In order to do this and to affect partisan fairness, we're going to have to go back down into Southeast Michigan in order to obtain more Democratic votes in Republican areas. Now, I'm willing to do that if the commission is willing to acknowledge that we can't go outstate Michigan and affect this. That's, I mean, we've proven that today. I mean, if somebody has some other brilliant idea, let me know and I'll go there. But
Commissioner
so far,
Clark.
it has not worked.
Thank you, Commissioner Lett. Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I agree, Steve, and I don't want to go back into Detroit. I think it's a spider's web to try to sort out again. And I think we got it, as I recall, the way we want it. And so we should deal with everything outside that at this point.
Okay.
Oh, show me where to go.
Is there a commissioner, Mr. Adelson, please?
One of the districts on our list is District 60 in Southeast Michigan.
Yep, in the Monroe area. And if I'm not mistaken, we may have a commissioner who has done some work there. Do you want to, I mean, I think Commissioner Lett is asking for some guidance or some help. So if you can assist.
No, I'm making a flat out statement. In order for us
It
to
can be done.
get this done,
It can be
we're
done.
going to have to go back into Detroit.
Have some faith. It can be done.
I have faith. I just don't have faith in Traverse City.
Oh, no.
Do you, Commissioner Lett, do you want to, I'm trying to be as clear as possible. Do you want Commissioner?
This is a collaborative process. I would be tickled to death to work with Commissioner Zatella down in Detroit.
Commissioner Zatella's Autobound Edge just crashed.
Well, we have an expert right here.
I'm rebooting it right now. Just give me a second. It just, it seems to know when things are getting hard and it just gives up. All right, let me try to get back into what I was in.
What's 60, 47, 60, 52? What's 61? 41, what's 65, 54? So we got some movement up there. 22, what's 22?
All right. So let's look down at the Monroe area and let me see.
I was checking the other 22, 40, 65, 61. We got some room to put in there.
All right, let me just check my numbers, make sure they're all good, which I think they are. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. So again, I have different numbers than you, so I'm going to
22 should be good Democrat.
try to make sure I'm directing you the right way. All right, so we currently have, so district, okay.
No, 22 is no, you're right.
All right, so we have boom, boom, boom.
40,
1, 2, 3.
Mhm.
Okay, so for District 40, what I would like you to do is we're gonna go up to District 40 to work down to 60. So we're kind of working our way down. So right now we have Taylor all the way into down into Brownstown Township, but we're gonna break that off and pull it sideways because it will help us get what we need in Monroe. So I would need you to go over to Romulus. So we're going to go over to Romulus. We're going to take that entire bottom portion of Romulus that's currently in 65, and we're going to put it into Taylor.
Into 40.
Yep, into 40.
Where I'm at. There we are.
And then grab the township below it. Also put it into 40. Okay, come down one more into Carlton.
Put that in, put
Yep,
this into
put
40.
that into 40. Okay, and now we're gonna follow that line. So zoom in a little bit into Carlton, a little south of Carlton. Trying to figure out where you're at. So go back to where we were at Carlton. You can zoom out.
Okay,
I don't
right
need to be
here?
that
Okay.
tight up. Yeah, if you back out, it'll be a little easier for me to see. Okay, so yeah, underneath Carlton, those two precincts or actually the one precinct immediately underneath, select.
This precinct?
The one underneath, yep, right there, that's currently in 60, put that into 40,
This.
that diagonal one. Okay, come below and grab the precinct below that one. Yep, there's some discontinuities
Yeah,
that are gonna happen in here.
Is that right?
Yep, so let me see where you're at. Okay, so come down a little farther. So 4158 and 2054. And then keep going underneath 2187, 3102. Okay, that's good. Assign all that into 40.
We have little pieces, but we'll pick.
Yeah, we'll come back and get them.
Okay.
Okay, so zoom back out. So now we're gonna fix 60 by, first of all, we're gonna bring 60 up into Taylor. So bring 60 up, select all of that whole area there. That's Woodhaven.
The entire township, I suppose.
Yep, Woodhaven and then the 33, 194, put that into 60. And then in Taylor, we're gonna grab the bottom two rows. All right, so go up into Taylor. So bottom two rows across and put those into 60. So go up to that next row above it, yeah, because it's, you've got two tall ones and then, yep. 27, 35, 19, 48. All right, so now back out so I can see. All right, so we're gonna need to make some adjustments to 65 and then we're gonna shift 61. So 65 right now has Belleville and the three townships below that. We're gonna grab the next four below that, including Mylan. So anything that's currently in 61, we're gonna push up into 65. So that bottom four row of townships, including Mylan, put them up into 60, whatever that is, 65.
65?
Yep, so put those into 65. Okay, go down to the next row below that. Do the same thing, following that diagonal. So 5903 is the last one. Put them up into 65. Okay, and so now we're going to add to 61. Down in Monroe, yep, those two little spots you just had your cursor over, we're going to add those in. So I had to split Monroe to do this. But again, I'm just giving you guys some objects to consider and then do the 20,000 as well. Yep.
Put this into.
Yep, put it into
and
61.
All of that into.
Oh, I think that took more than I wanted. Can you back off the last one you did and just do the 14 and then we'll probably have to zoom in a little closer on the next one.
Commissioner Ede?
So next part is precincts. So if you could go to the precinct level for 61. All right, so you're going to do the 3374, 3562, 3455, and 3428. So right above, yeah. All right, and that should be balanced at this point. And there might be one random discontinuity just off the coast there, if you want to zoom out a little bit. Yeah, you got one there too.
Well, there's,
Okay, all right, nope, that looks good, it grabbed it.
there's some little pieces around here.
Yeah, so, okay, so is that close? Can you zoom out so I can see everything? I think we got everything balanced.
40 is still 7,700 low.
Did I, okay, so let
Maybe
me look at
I
40.
you took away from it here.
40 is high.
40 is high,
So
I'm
let's
sorry,
zoom-
7,700 high.
Zoom out to see what I'm missing. Because I must have reassigned something.
60 is 1,800 high, 65 is just 96 high.
Huh, that's weird, because I have it drawn the same way.
61 is 2,100 low.
Oh, you know what? So is 40 high or low?
40 is 7,700 high.
Yep, so that last little, just above where you're at, pop up a precinct, little more. Right.
Take this one, it's Steiner,
No, right next to it.
this into 60.
Yep, I think it was 60. That's how I thought.
Another one below it.
And this one, no, 60 is now 54, 68 high.
So let's look at where, can you pull out 60? Because somewhere we've got,
61 is still 2,100 low.
okay.
Did
So,
it take more of 40 possibly?
yeah. I'm just trying to see where the difference is between what I have on my screen and what you have. So we're,
Need to take some out of 60 and put in 61.
yep, go ahead and follow what Commissioner Lett said.
Battery,
This area?
battery, battery.
Sorry, you won't have that problem.
So we're high on 60. We're high on 60, right?
60 is high.
And so we have room in, a little room in 61.
61 is
And-
2,100 low.
So let's put
I'm just
one
gonna,
more precinct into, yeah.
okay, which one?
What do you have there? I can't tell because that,
I'm just gonna highlight it.
yeah, just highlight it.
That one
Yeah, go ahead, put that in.
and this one that,
Yep, that
it's
was where my
isolated, yeah.
discontinuity was. So,
well, that's in two
yep,
parts.
that's it. So just do the,
We'll just do it one.
do
at a
the
time.
one and then select the other.
Right.
That was what I had to do last time. I knew there was a discontinuity there somewhere.
That's what it was. You found it. But that took the large water block, so
That's
I mean,
okay.
we'll put this back into 60. That'll make it look better. And we got a little discontinuity right here.
Yep, can you just fix it? Yeah,
Yep,
make it
put
put
that
it
in
into 61.
61.
Well, that's certainly going to help is 0 people.
So now 61 is just 375 people under, while 60 is 3,700 over, which is 4.06. 40 is 4.43% high. While 65 is just 96 over. So
Okay. So we're still a little high on 40.
20, did you put any into 20? I think that's a VRA district, or is it? I don't know.
So wait, hold on, let me look again. So 65. Let me look back at my map. Hold on to see else what else I did. Can you zoom out and pull it up a little bit so I can see underneath Belleville? I want to see the county line. Just want to make sure we're on the same line. All right, and then you said 40 is high, is that right?
Yes, 40 is 4,000 high, 4.43. 60 is 4% high.
Okay.
Both of these are high. 65 is even. 60, I don't know if 62 is in play here.
So let's go up to the line of Romulus right up there. Because I think we're 20, I think we're,
And 20 is 1,800 over, so it could absorb some population.
yep, so we can push some from 40 up into 20. So just that last little, yeah, that 1,900, let's move that up.
So that puts
Oops.
20,
It will put 20.
that puts 20, no. 40 is now 2.34% high. 20 is 0.12 high. 60 is 4.06% or 3,700 high.
Yeah. And so how did that change the partisan
And then
60 should have now flipped to a Democratic district.
60 is now 52%.
Mhm.
40 is 50.95 to 49.05. I think that's all of them, right?
It should
So-
have. Yeah, 40 is good. Yeah, so
So,
40,
so
yeah.
District 40, and Commissioner Eid, I saw your hand, so I want to make sure we get to you. Do you want to comment on this?
Two comments. We're a little short on 22. So if you wanted to adjust that line as well, that'd be another place you can go between 22 and 60. But you mentioned breaking up Monroe, and yeah, it did do that. But I think this is another example of a place where community of interest and the partisan fairness go hand in hand, because we have had public comments that said this part of Monroe, which is on the
Border.
river line
Yeah.
and downriver, and parts of downriver want to be together. So you broke it up, but I think it actually supports communities of interest.
And it flips a district, which is the goal. Yeah. Wait till you see what I did to Ann Arbor.
Commissioner Clark, and then I think we wanted to run the partisan fairness.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Anthony. It's, and Monroe has also stated they're not considered downriver, and we've extended them up north to where you could get that perception as well. And splitting Monroe, I don't think was the best thing based on the reasons Anthony just gave. The other item, and I can't see the district number, but the one that goes to the border. They've all, the border counties. I've seen a lot of comments about the border counties and how they want to stick together in the, in the same district. And we've just split that up as well, which is another community of interest in their minds. So and the third point is, now we've taken Taylor, which is downriver district, and just extended it down past, I think it's past Monroe, the city of Monroe. So it's pretty far south, and I'm not sure that's acceptable either. But I know the objective was to meet the numbers. Yeah, I recognize that, but I see a lot of negatives with this.
Commissioner Orton?
I just have to say again, I don't understand why we're breaking up communities of interest for a lower priority. I realize we all want fair maps, but it seems to conflict with each other. And if it conflicts, don't we have to go with the higher? I just don't know. It just seems wrong.
I think what we're recognizing is that Michigan is a majority white state. And if we stick with the county lines and the communities of interest that we've got, we will draw primarily partisan leaning Democrat, Republican leaning districts. And I think that's our struggle, is in order to get to fair, we have to actually break up communities of interest in ways that make us deeply uncomfortable. That's what I'm recognizing. Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I'd say more than deeply uncomfortable. I mean, I'm not happy with it, and because of the way the geography is. I mean, I can see adjusting some of these, but not the volume that we're going at right now. And I think we got to respect the way our white and our African American, our Hispanic and Asian populations are distributed throughout the state, instead of try to adjust that. I mean, I almost see it as a method of gerrymandering.
Commissioner Lett?
Yeah.
Well, I guess for everybody, and what are we to do? Are we to draw what have been supposedly spoken to us numerous times, fair maps, or are we to place a premium on community of interests that do not allow us to do that? It seems to me, and we've heard it innumerable times,
that the reason that the amendment was passed was to get rid of the Democratic Republican split that allowed the Republicans to control the House and Senate. Let's just say it. That's what it's for. And if we're not going to do that, well, then let's admit to ourselves that we're not going to do that and quit doing this. We'll stick with what we got with communities of interest, and we'll have to defend it to Susan Smith and Wang and everybody else.
Thank you, Commissioner Lett. I see Commissioner Lang's hand, then I want to return to Commissioner Lett because it is your turn.
I'm going to say the thing that we hear a lot of is what sold people on Prop 2 was the fact that citizens would get to pick their electors. And one of the ways they're doing that is through the communities of interest. So if we're breaking up one of the main factors that they liked, and I understand we have had a lot of comment about partisan fairness, but that also is not a community of interest. So there is a conflict, and maybe it's all in the writing, and that's where we're getting our problem from, is the language of the Constitution, but there's nothing we can do about that. So I just don't like, and just like people in Detroit right now, they're livid because of a ranking that's breaking up their communities of interest. Detroit has given us a ton of communities of interest, but because of VRA, a lot of those are being broken up. So it sucks all ways round. And I don't know how we can go about it other than sticking to what we've been doing. And that is the ranked order and doing it the best we can with what we're given.
Well said, Commissioner Lang. I'm going to put myself on stack and then it's Commissioner Eid. And then again, I want to get it back to Commissioner Lett. It is his turn, but I want to acknowledge that the rule of law is something that I think we all sort of recognize, that somehow it keeps our democracy a democracy. And if we're going to pass, if we're going to get these maps passed, right? And if we want to get them done on time, our legal counsel is essentially saying, and the consultants that we've hired are essentially saying, like, this is the legal way to do it. We can try to defend it otherwise, but we may be putting the whole state back if we don't follow the rule of law. And that rule of law is in the Constitution. It is deeply uncomfortable, and everyone has said it, right? No one envies us. I think we're all being challenged to our core. And as a body, I think we're also struggling. But I just want to acknowledge that somehow, right, the rule of law is what in this United States, like, that's what's kept us a constitutional democracy for so long. And so it just feels like if we're going to try to get these done on time and the deadline, and then allow all the downstream things that have to happen, we got to dig deep. So it was Commissioner Eid, and then Commissioner Clark, and then again, I want to get it back to Commissioner Lett.
Well, first, I thought that was a very eloquent thing you just said. So thank you for that. I feel a little bit more energized now. I'll just say I think that the changes that Commissioner Zatella made actually do reflect communities of interest. I think we've gotten a lot of maps that are similar to the changes she made, specifically with the downriver Monroe area. So I think it's just one of those situations where, we have multiple conflicting communities of interest here. So we have to choose one, and I would rather choose the one that also makes the map more fair overall.
Commissioner Clark, and then Chair Zatella, and again, I'd like to get it back to Commissioner Lett.
I'm going to save my comments for when we discuss the options.
Okay,
Please.
Chair Zatella.
General Counsel, can you reread the constitutional language on communities of interest? And you don't need to get into the description of what it is, just the first part.
Certainly, Madam Chair. I always have it pulled up, so it's easy to find.
You're like, I wait for these moments in meetings, right?
I actually do. I have several tabs open. Under subsection 13 of the Constitution, subpart C, districts shall reflect the state's diverse population and communities of interest. And then, as the Chairperson Zatella mentioned, it does go further to state what they may include, but it is not limiting language. And then it goes on to state what communities of interest do not include. I'm happy to continue if you'd like, but you specifically said just for first sentence. And some of the keywords, again, we discussed and we pulled out earlier today in the meeting, where some of the criteria are shall reflect, notably the equal population is shall be. We have other criteria that reflect consideration. So there is some distinction there between them, but for communities of interest, it shall reflect the state's diverse population and communities of interest.
So then my question for you is if we change, now, first of all, let's start with the basic. We have lots of conflicting communities of interest. So there is no one, as far as I'm concerned, sacrosanct community of interest, regardless of what anybody says. Everybody thinks their community of interest is the one most important, but we've received thousands of them. So if, say, for example, we have a division that favors partisan interests and considers some communities of interest and not others, aren't we in fact complying with our constitutional mandate? Because there's no requirement that we accommodate every community of interest. Isn't that accurate?
Madam Chair, yes, that's absolutely accurate. The ranked priority criteria in the Constitution, again, give the commission for criteria such as diverse population and communities of interest latitude. It does not direct the commission how they're supposed to be considered, how they're supposed to be weighed, how they're supposed to be incorporated or integrated into the plans. And the same thing with truthfully partisan fairness, a hot topic of late, that does not, again, give the disproportionate advantage. That again is something that the commission, we've provided benchmarks from past cases, but again, that is something that is up to the criteria. Certainly the 3rd through the 7th give the commission great latitude in determining how those criteria are going to be represented in the proposed maps, and are the commission as a body deciding how they're presented. And I think that's another important reason to highlight why the public is so involved in this transparent process, is the process gives the public the ability to provide feedback to the commission. And as we've discussed many times, the commission takes that information, and again, it has the responsibility to discern and integrate it in the manner it sees fit, or not at all.
Thank you. I would just add that we're trying to change 7 districts here. And we have 110 on this map. So I don't think changing 7 districts and, possibly impacting some communities of interest in pursuance of the overall goal of also complying with partisan fairness is any sort of abrogation of our duty. And I think at a minimum, we should look and come up with these maps, even if they're hard, and look at them and decide what we want to go to with. And again, we can present the original map without the partisan fairness, and we can present the maps that are altered to accommodate partisan fairness and see what the public says at our public hearing. But I think we should at least try, even though it's hard. And this is all afternoon. I've been sitting here trying to redraw districts to make them more fair from a partisan perspective. And it's difficult and it's tedious and it's time consuming. And, I want to scream sometimes, but I think we need to try. That's what we've been tasked with doing. And no one's saying it's not a heavy lift or it's not hard, but I think we need to try and continue trying, even though it's difficult.
Thank you, Chair Zatella. Commissioner Lett, you have the floor. I think if you had your microphone on, you would have said, please look at the results, correct?
That would be affirmative.
Affirmative, excellent. So I think Mr. Stigall has put those up for us. And Commissioner Eid, you've walked us through these before. Would you be willing to do that again? Or Mr. Adelson, do you want to try to do that? Or I think it may be useful with Mr. Eid. Commissioner Eid does, is that okay?
Absolutely.
Okay. Commissioner Eid, please.
So, yep, I've been keeping track. Do you guys want me to compare from, the last iteration that had the Lake Shore and Midland changes, or do you want me to compare from all the way at the beginning?
Walk us through just the most recent changes, please.
Wonderful. So before these, let's look at lopsided margins first. We were at 7.2% previously. Now we're at 6.8%. Let's move on to mean median difference. We were at 3.8%. Now we are at 3.5%. Let's move on to efficiency gap. We were at 8.0%. Now we're at 7.1%. Finally, let's look at the seats to votes ratio. We were at 4.1%. Now we are at 3.2%.
Okay,
3.2.
3.2.
What were we at before?
We were at 4.1%. And I believe it was 55 to 57. I'm sorry, 53 to 57. Now we are at 3.2% and are at 54 to 56.
Thank you, Commissioner Eid. Mr. Adelson, any comments or can we move on?
No comments for now.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Eid, please.
Well, and I think when you look at it, if you look at the difference from where we started today, I mean, that last measure was all the way up to 8.2%. Now we're all the way down to 3.2%. So it's a major, this is painful, and I agree with everything everyone said, but it seems to be working.
And I'll just acknowledge that we've only been able to do, I believe, 3 districts out of the 9, and then again, 10 out of the additional 12. I guess there's 9 that we originally identified with Commissioner Clark, and then we've got an additional 3 from our general counsel. But we've only been able to do about 3 of those. And Commissioner Lett, are you finished with your turn? If you're willing, do you want to try District 70 in the Jackson area? Or are there other commissioners who have said like that it's too difficult? Yeah, Commissioner Witches, please.
Well, I was going to suggest, given these changes, go back to Battle Creek and connect Albion do that particular one. If that seems to be.
Commissioner Lett, it is your
something we
turn.
can do.
Is that going to help us?
Yeah,
I think that's,
You've done it?
we had it out. We had it earlier.
Well, I wasn't here.
Oh. Yes, we've done it and it did help. So
I will defer, I will, what's the term? Yield back to Commissioner Witches and a collaborative working with me on Albion.
thank you, Commissioner Lett. So Commissioner Witches, it is to you. It is still Commissioner Lett's turn, but please help us move forward.
Please accept directions from Mr. Witches.
okay. If I remember correctly, it was the township of Emmett going into 72, and then those
Just
ble-
wherever it was these townships
You
all
got
into 74, and this went.
correct.
Where did this go? 72?
72. And again, I feel like in regards to this particular configuration, it does help us. It does indeed keep communities of interest whole, in my opinion. And it also potentially allows for the community of interest of Emmett and Athens to be together. So here we're killing 2 birds with 1 stone, in my opinion.
Excuse me, is this the 74, the District
Yes.
74 you're looking for? Okay, the population is good, and
which
72 and 71 now need to be repaired. Rebuilt.
Which one was the one that we changed here?
72 is high,
Yeah.
71 is short. 11,000.
Was it the?
I don't think 72 and 71 were ever reconciled. This was just evaluating 74.
So Commissioner Witches, what I'm thinking is if you take Newton, Fredonia, Burlington, Concha, and Clarendon and try to put them into 71, that may be the beginning.
I think that's what it was too.
Oh, and I guess we can't quite take Newton because otherwise we don't have it contiguous with Athens.
Those three townships total 4,286.
So what about Burlington?
And now we're up around 66,243. Let's, you want those assigned to 71?
Yes, please. Question. If you take Newton out, is Leroy and Emmett contiguous based on the fact that their corners are touching?
That may be a question for our general counsel or Mr. Adelson. Sorry, there was a question from Commissioner Witches, please.
Corners touching, is that contiguous? If I were to take Newton Township out,
I believe it would find it as being discontiguous.
but we could
But
potentially
legally,
take
it
we
may
could take
be,
the
I don't know.
block. We could take that corner block and make it contiguous. Let's do that.
That would definitely do it.
Let's do that.
Put this into 71.
Correct.
Commissioner Orton? Oh,
Vice Chair,
sorry. Yes,
you
Secretary of
ask
State.
a question to General Counsel or to Mr. Adelson, and we need to allow them to respond.
Yes, they're working on it.
Oh, no, we had actually moved on to a different topic between ourselves. So I do apologize to that we did not answer using the microphone. The answer to Commissioner Witches's question where joining 150, block 2001 there and block 3018, just with the corner piece would not be contiguous with those corners touching. And then I believe Commissioner Witches moved to request that Mr. Stegall also move block 2002.
That is correct. Yes.
Can you zoom out?
That would connect 72 across. Shall I assign that?
Let's do it.
Zoom out.
You can assign that block.
If I assign this block, it'll be geographically, or at least by GIS standards, contiguous.
Yep.
A point to point, I don't think would find it as contiguous. That's clearly connected across there.
All right.
But we're also looking at something more than that. So yeah, the out is critical. Just a little further out, please, Mr. Stegall. Thank you.
And what we may want to offer too is that like we can sort of put a pin in this one and like work on it this evening to clean it up because it doesn't look right, But we're acknowledging that there's two communities of interest that we want to keep together, right? Go ahead, Commissioner Witches.
Well, I was gonna say, let's just take more of the townships then. Let's say we can take half of Newton, for example.
Yep. Please direct.
Well, we're gonna have to zoom in.
Go ahead, Commissioner Witches.
I don't know where to go here. It's three different
Oh.
people talking at the same time. Go ahead.
2781, take the west half of 2781 and add it to 72.
I think we'd have to do it at the block level because that's one precinct of 2781.
Okay.
Shall I do that, Commissioner Witches? And not that.
And while we're waiting, we do have District 70 and District 103 to go today. We're doing pretty well. It's 5 o'clock. We've almost completed our list. So
Commissioner Lett, is that what you had in mind more or less, or do we want to do anything else?
Yeah, that's what I had in mind. Just make it look
Better.
look a little better. Dustin, where does that put us now in 71 and 72? Three down and 4 over. See, 71 is down and 72 is over.
they kind of balance each
How much
other.
are we gonna, 72? We could put more of 72 over there. I'm looking at it the wrong way. We got more in here. We could put it over here. Right?
Mr. Vice Chair,
General Counsel, yes.
can Commissioner Witches please orient the legal team to your trying to achieve population, because going up in that fashion rather than going straight across to the right, could you just reorient us, please?
Repeat that again. I'm kind of confused.
I think I can help.
And we're confused too. So that's, we share this. So the question is, you're going up to Emmett, yeah, with the population size, rather than going across through these to the east.
Well, I'm trying to remember what it was earlier, and I can't quite.
And that's what I could
remember
help
the
with.
change was.
Well, but
Oh,
I think
Commissioner Lett.
what we need to do is look at what has this done for us now before we continue on.
Well, let's look at District 74 then.
There's a lot of conversation in the room. I just want to try to get a handle and help the public also get. So so it is Commissioner Lett's turn.
Okay, so 74 is now 5139. Dustin, is that what we were shooting for? Okay, so I would think 71 is low. 72 is high. We could take Athens and put it over there, 71.
We're trying to keep Emmett and Athens together as well because of the Native American population, MC. Oh, yeah.
Nottawa, so it's the Nottawa-Sepi Huron Band of the Potawatomi asking for consideration to keep their operations hubs in Athens and Emmett Townships together within Calhoun County, where they provide governmental services and economic support to local communities.
Well, how do they do that with Leroy in between?
Right.
Put Athens over there in 71. Let's see what it does. The whole township.
All right, who am I listening to here?
Me.
I'm not being facetious.
We're
Thank you.
both working on it, so it's both of us.
No, I know.
Sorry. Okay. So that brings them into pretty good alignment, acceptable anyway. And what does that do for our numbers, if anything?
74 wouldn't have changed. 72, it doesn't matter.
Now,
71 doesn't matter.
If we want to take a couple of precincts off the top of Athens and put them on the bottom of Leroy so that they're connected with Emmett, I'm willing to do that.
I don't think there's precincts there.
And that's a sarcastic remark.
And
So Commissioner Lett, are you finished? Is that what I'm hearing? Okay, and I hear Commissioner Orton.
So if you're already not going to keep Emmett and Athens together, I would suggest that Emmett go with Marshall. They're definitely more connected with Marshall, but there's more population there. So you'd have to come over on several of the lower townships.
I don't have a problem with that as long as it keeps our partisan fairness where it needs, where we've got it.
I think when Commissioner Orton was sort of experimenting with, 74, right, it didn't seem to affect, like Marshall was not a heavily Democratic area, so it should be negligible if you make that change, Commissioner Lett.
I'm good with that.
So I think it's your turn, Commissioner Lett. Do you want to direct or?
So you want Marshall to go over to Emmett?
I'm saying Emmett would go more with Marshall than with way over around Kalamazoo.
So then we're going to have to pick up Newton, Burlington, and Athens. Okay, so put 1174 over into Marshall.
I've just selected these area. Excuse me, I'm just selecting this area, and the total of this area is 12,766. And it isolates all of this from 71. So we'd have to somehow make this contiguous. Is that clear? Along with the city of Marshall?
Yeah, but if we do that, that's going to upset everything.
Commissioner Eden?
What Commissioner Orton is saying is put Emmett in 71.
So put Emmett in 71? Is that the?
Yep.
Is that right, Commissioner Orton?
Yeah, if you put Emmett in 71, you can put Athens, Burlington, Newton, and Taconcha, and then see if that's enough population into
Put Emmett
72.
in 71.
It's on this way.
And Mr. Vice Chair,
General Counsel, please.
thank you so much. That I was just about to say, because what I heard Commissioner Lett ask was for Newton and Fredonia, not Eckford and Clarendon. This is what, okay, thank you.
Commissioner Lett, you have the floor.
Cynthia, does that look right? I was thinking the bottom only.
This is what I had in mind, except not Fredonia.
Not Fredonia.
I don't know if the population works out.
We're going to find out. Okay, let's do that and see what we got.
Okay, at this point, 71 is 2,600 high and 72 is 2,600 low. Both are less than or within 3% of ideal.
Okay, I'm going to look at the partisan fairness now.
There's still 38% Democrat in 71 and 42% in 72. It didn't really change.
I think the key change was in 74, where we're at 51% Democratic.
Right. Okay. And our populations are okay.
Commissioner-
We good? We good? We good?
We are good, Commissioner Lett.
I'd like to run the report.
Okay. I was just looking for more changes over from that side of the table.
Commissioner Lett, will you direct to run the report, please?
Run the report, please. Anthony, once it comes up, would you kindly enlighten us as to what we have accomplished, please?
Just a second, I think it is not working because I have some of these files open. That's probably why it's hesitating. Try this again. Okay, the lopsided margins is 6.3%. What was it before? You want to read this? Anthony, go ahead.
Sure. So before we were at 6.8%. Now we're at 6.3%. Let's move to mean median difference. We were at 3.5%. Now we're at.
I just want to make sure that our legal team, I know you guys are doing a lot of different things, so I just want to make sure this is the difference with the Albion. Okay, you're with us?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, yep.
We were at 3.5%. Now we're at 3.4%. For efficiency gap, we were at 7.1%. Now we're at 6.4%. And for the seats to votes ratio, we were at 3.2%. And now we're at 2.3% with the count of seats being 55 to 55.
All right. Thank you for that, Commissioner Ede, and thank you, Commissioner Lett. Again, I think we've completed 7 of the original 9 districts that we wanted to look. Oh, is there Commissioner Adelson or Mr. Adelson? Sorry.
Thank you, Commissioner Rothon. The legal team recommends that we, now that you have options that you'd like, that you'll be discussing further, that we move on from partisan fairness. You still have a significant population deviation.
Okay.
That needs attention. So our recommendation is that to stop with partisan fairness for the moment, and that we address the plan deviation.
All right, and I think we know how to do that pretty well, don't we all? All right, so Commissioner Ede, and then Mr. Stegall. Oh, do we need a break? Oh, sorry, goes Commissioner Lett and then Commissioner Ede.
Just out of curiosity, can we run a compactness?
I think we can.
Commissioner Ede, please.
Would anyone be interested to hear this, like from where we started to where we ended up? That includes all of these changes.
Does anyone want to hear that?
So we started with I'm going to try to go in the same order we were going in. The lopsided margins test was at 11%. We've brought that down to 6.3%. The mean median difference was at 4.4%. Now we're at 3.4%. The efficiency gap was at 9.9%. It is now at 6.4%. And the seats to votes ratio was up to 8.2%. Now it's down to 2.3%.
Thank you, Commissioner Ede. All right, we're going to run the compactness score, and then we're going to move on from our partisan fairness measures to addressing the plan deviation, which is population based. Okay.
But do I need to read down through all of them, or do you have a particular?
Commissioner Lett, you requested this. Do you want to help direct, or you just want to look at the bottom? Okay, we're just going to look at the bottom. Okay, so sorry.
No, I'm going to get back up here.
Yep.
Okay.
For the Polsby Popper, yep, that first one. So the most compact district is 67.
And the least compact is 53 with a 0.09. And then the Schwarzburg.
No, we don't need either of those. And 53 was one of those districts that we tried to work on. I can't remember if it actually worked or not. Anybody remember? District 53 was one of those things that we worked on that we did change. Okay. All right. So with that, folks, do you want to try to, let's see, we were with Commissioner Lett. So we're finished up with Commissioner Lett's turn. Commissioner Orton, are you prepared to help us with plan deviation?
So for state house districts, is there a deviation we need to keep it under? I know it's hard to get an actual number, but.
Commissioner Orton, I'm going to surprise you.
Okay, good. Bring it on.
I think our recommendation would be around 5%, and let's look at why. Going into the final stage after you put the draft maps out and you have public hearings, there will likely be some thought about making additional alterations. If the lower the deviation now, the more room you have to grow. If the deviation stays in the 9% area, you'll have virtually no leeway to make additional changes.
So that would be, we want to be no more up or down than 2.5% base in overall.
Per district.
Per
yes.
district,
The
right.
overall deviation around the 5% range, I think we'd be comfortable.
Okay.
Mr. Segal, you're bringing up sort of the list of districts.
I'm going to sort the districts by the deviation. So the highest be at the top and the lowest at the bottom. And
Thank you, Mr. Segal.
so really 0.08, and then the high ones get down into here.
Thank you, Mr. Segal. I want to give it to Commissioner Eid for a minute and then back to Commissioner
So
Orton.
my guess is
Commissioner Eid?
Yeah, just for clarity, I thought that the overall deviation had to be within 10% and each district had to be plus or minus 5%. I think that's what we've been told in the past.
That's true.
Um,
And what he told us though is about, because we will be making adjustments later, and therefore if we don't do it now and have it lower, then we won't have room to grow or adjust.
I
That
see.
was the reason
Okay.
he gave us just now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Orton, back to you.
Okay, so I guess we just kind of need to compile our list of the highest and lowest districts.
I'm going to try to write it down for us.
I have it sorted. If you want to just look at everything that's say 4% over.
It's just a little bit too, like, can you increase the font
Oh, yeah,
size,
yeah,
please,
I'm
for just a
sorry.
minute?
Actually, how do I
Please.
do that in this?
Well,
How
yeah,
do I
that's
zoom
the
in
goal.
on this?
Right.
Can you zoom in?
Okay, so 60, is that 60?
How do I zoom in?
So, Mr. Chair,
General Counsel, yes.
thank you so much. I know, I believe Commissioner Ede just referenced the 10% threshold.
Yeah, but we addressed it already. If you, I mean, you're welcome to address it further if you'd like, but
Yeah, the 5% is what we're recommending.
right. So there's room to grow and move later if we need to.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
We need to be zoom in, zoom
I-
to selection.
So I wrote down all those that are 4% or more over or under, whatever, out of alignment.
Would-
So we
would-
could start there.
Would you share those with us so we can each sort of make a list?
Yeah, right there. 34, 98, 51, 97, 35, 6, 57, 16, 17, and 60.
Thank
So
you.
Let's just start with 34, see where it is.
Commissioner Orton, you have the floor.
Well, okay, so now we have conflicting issues again. We're going to run into a problem with probably a lot of these numbers. We've painstakingly tried to get them to balance and for VRA, and so we have purposely left them high or low in population.
And I think, Mr. Adelson, is that not a valid reason? Is that also true?
Yes, according to the US Supreme Court repeatedly, VRA compliance is a legitimate justification, excuse me, for population deviations. Then there are other justifications, but it's well settled that VRA compliance is a legitimate rationale for population deviations. And I think that in looking at the list, it seems that I would suggest looking at districts first that are out of the VRA semicircle, circle, however you describe, that they may offer the best potential. And then we can see where we are at that point and if we need to go further.
Okay, so 34, I don't believe had VRA considerations, but those around it may, so. But possibly not 41. Can we scroll down a little bit and see active matrix for 41? Okay, so, and the population in 41, it's under though. So this will be a giant circle, I guess, as we go around. So scroll in a little bit to the line, the upper line between 34 and 41. Is Chesterfield a city? Township? Is this the line? Oh, I see the line down there. It's very hard to see. So we're already into Chesterfield Township a little bit.
Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, can we go get a look at 34's partisan vote? So if it's really close, then we don't have to disrupt it. I want to be
Commissioner Orton, you have the floor. So if you want to help direct or respond to the
sensitive
question.
that.
Yeah, we do need to check those things before we mess it up. Well, we have a little wiggle room. We don't need, I don't know, should we just try it for population, see if it messes it up?
And if I could just jump in briefly, although we are experiencing today a lot of the conflict and interaction among the criteria, one person, one vote is non-negotiable. That's number one. So if there are deviations, we have to do some serious justifications. The VRA is easy. That's the Supreme Court spoke to that during the last redistricting cycle. But just as an FYI, the partisan fairness, the COIs, reflected diversity of the state are all below the number one, which in this context is one person, one vote.
Back to you, Commissioner Orton.
Okay. Can we, I didn't write down those, the partisan numbers. Can I see that, those two lines just real quick?
It was 51 and change and 48 and change. It's really, well, 51 and 49, there's not much room.
And 51 is Democratic and then 49 is Republican. Okay.
Okay. All right. If you would go back to population now, the overview, that would be helpful. And then we'll just try it and see what happens. So assign 2191. I don't know if you can, yeah, there you go. And
Partisan deviation, 34. It moved it a couple of tenths.
Okay, one more. Click on the 2162 and see what happens.
It's still 50.75, 49 and a quarter, still 1.5 or 1 point.
Yeah, okay, let's look at the overview.
34 is almost ideal and 41 is 4,500 down.
Okay, can I go on and just try to fix 41?
Yeah, and 41, it was not a Democratic district, so I think you're gonna have more leeway, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so we need 47 is slightly over and 48 very slightly over. Okay. Can you scroll down a little bit so I can see 41 as well? Okay. So scrolling a little so I can see the populations.
township population, Casco is right just under 4,000. And that this is 12,000, but I think that's the county.
Can I see up north just a little bit by St. Clair?
You want to see precincts
Yeah.
right there?
Yeah, precincts, please.
So this precinct is 3,640. This precinct is 3,445.
Okay, will you scroll out so I can just get a kind of picture of the, so it's Lakeshore. Okay, 40, can you, active matrix, I want to see 48. Oh yeah, there's only 1,000. Okay, scroll back in, sorry.
Okay, where are we looking now?
Scrolling a little bit more to the St. Clair area. I just want to remind myself of that population.
Okay, yeah, the
So
precincts.
much. Okay.
It's one precinct here and one here.
Okay, then go over to the west and south a little bit. We'll look in the next district, 47, because that was a little higher over. Okay, what is the?
This whole
lower?
township is 3,900.
And it's all one precinct.
It's two precincts, one township. The precincts are
Oh, I see.
1,900
Okay.
and 2,000.
Okay, take the 2,059 first.
So that puts District 41 at a negative 2.74 and 47 at negative 0.68.
Okay. All right, so can we go to blocks up by St. Clair on the shore? And I'm not familiar with this area, so if this is a really good split right here and I shouldn't mess with it, let me know if someone knows.
This is blocks. You
Okay.
want to be on the shore side or?
Just right there, yeah, kind of where your cursor is, just that kind of line that's over. Can I see the population of those blocks?
Yes, I'm going to highlight it and
Okay.
then you can.
I was thinking just lower than that,
Okay.
but we can
No,
see.
we'll do them. Whoop, not like that. We'll start down here.
Okay, not quite that much.
Yeah, this water block runs all the way up, and I guess the shore does too.
Okay,
The
so
shoreline runs
yeah, that's kind of a problem.
somewhat like that, but that's 1,600 people, and there's some in here, I'm sure. I'll just get it all. That area is 1646. That's just one census block running right along the waterfront. There's 367 people in that one strip.
Okay, take off the farthest west. Yeah,
This one?
that block, yeah.
So that one actually ran down the median of a road is my guess.
Oh, okay.
Well, actually, it's just that's a railroad track right away.
Okay.
That's the way they did
So
it, digitized it.
then choose the precinct, the blocks that are on each side of that. One's yellow, one's pink. And put those in 48.
Put those in 48. I can do that. All these were still
Okay,
highlighted.
so
but
yeah,
Go back and get these.
yeah, get everything except those two that I just had you put back in 48.
So let's zoom in here.
And then just that block 475 right there. That one, yeah. And just see what it looks like.
Let me get this right. Just a moment. Sorry.
Okay.
41 is 1.24% under, 47 is 0.68, 48 is 0.42.
Okay, yeah, assign that little piece that.
Get this little piece here. And this census block is 19 people. This is 108 people.
Yeah, I would like both of those in with 41.
41. So now 41 is just 1.06 low and 48 is 0.6 low.
Okay, I'm good with that.
It-
Oh, yeah, could
Excuse
you?
me, that looks like a township boundary.
Okay,
Shall this block leave it or?
put it in 48, that would be good. Thank you. Do we want to check? What could we check to make sure we didn't mess anything up?
Well, let's see here. We looked at 41, 48, and 47. So 41 is still 60% Republican. I don't see that swinging any which way. 47 is 66 Republican. And 48 is 55.5.
So none of those were ones we were worried about except for population. So
Correct. I think, and originally we started with 34, I think, right? So
Yes.
yeah, so I
Yeah,
think,
and we
34.
started with 34 and it's still 51, 49 Democrat.
Okay, good. I'm fine with that.
fantastic. And our plan deviation did go down. So thank you. Our overall plan deviation. Thanks, Cynthia. So I'm next. Okay, so I think the next one was 98. Okay, so let's try. Thanks, Kent. I've got a list here. So yeah, let's see if we can zoom into 98. I see 97. 98. That's around Northville, is that right? Yeah, that's that little Northville.
This was north of Grand Rapids, is it?
Are we north of Grand Rapids?
Yeah, yeah. Sparta, Rockford. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well north of that.
Okay. And so
99 is 290 over, while 98 is 4,300 under.
Okay.
97 is another district that's probably on the list somewhere at 4.48% under.
Thank you, Kent. Commissioner Orton.
Maybe you were already going to do this, but I think before we start tweaking any of them, we should always look at the partisan thing to make sure we're not messing that up.
Thank you. Yes. So, but I want to record those numbers. Sorry, the population numbers first. So I got the districts around it were 90. So 98 was 4,300 under. So I'm going to add population to 98. And the most immediate one was 99, 80, and 85 and 97, correct? So 97 is under.
I think 100 reaches it.
100
well. I'm
reaches
gonna
into
change the
it.
color 98. So
Yeah, that'd be great. Commissioner Vallette.
Shouldn't we save? It seems like it's been a while.
What are you worried about, Janice? Oh, good. Rhonda has a hand up. Rhonda. Commissioner Lang, do you have a hand?
My hand's not up.
Okay, thank you. All right, so did we just save? No, not yet. We're changing the color and then we're going to save, right? Thanks for working with us, Mr. Segal. Oh, and I have the
Wait just a minute. Let me close this and open it back up.
Thank you.
We may have been a little late.
We are due for a break, y'all. What do you think? It looks like it's 5:50. Is that what it says on the screen? Okay, so it's 5:50. Let's take a 15-minute break and return at 6:05. Without objection, we will recess until 6:05. Thank you, y'all. See you at 6:05. Get used to it.
All right, as chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 6:05 PM. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Commissioners, please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please announce during roll call that you are attending remotely and disclose your physical location. I will start with Doug Clark,
Present.
Juanita Curry, Anthony Eade, Brittany Kellum, Rhonda Lang,
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett,
In attendance.
Cynthia Orton,
Present.
MC Rothhorn,
Present.
Rebecca Satella,
Present.
Janice Follett,
Present.
Aaron Wagner,
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss,
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
10 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. We will continue with our process of mapping. And once again, MC Rothhorn is going to facilitate so that I can focus on trying to solve some problems here. I will also note for the record that Commissioner Eade just joined us in the room.
Thank you, Chair Zatella. I believe we left off with me, if I'm not mistaken, and we were looking at, and we were trying to save the plan, I think. Kent, do you want to help us? You want to summarize where we're at or what's happened during the break?
We left off was just north of Grand Rapids with 98 being 4,300 under people and 97 being 4,100 low, which is 4.48%. 98 is 4.7% low. 99 has a few 0.3 high.
Is 99, yes, it is adjacent. Okay. Right. And so looking at like the districts that have the most population to borrow is from 100 and 101. So 100 is actually through like 98 and 100 are together. Where's 101, please? Oh, it's a little bit
90,
further.
I should point out that 92 beside 97 has an extra 1,000 people.
Okay.
So it's really this general area.
Right. And if we're going to correct the most egregious, the 4% and over are, so I'm going to try to pass through 101, 100 to 98. So
exactly. You would, 101 would come a little further this way, 100 would go a little further this way, and then you get pass it on down.
Great. So I've sort of established a route. Now I want to try to record the partisan election results, please, so that we can look to see if there is a Democratic district that we don't want to disturb or,
I can save that spreadsheet and we can have it, or we can just look at it and have an idea.
Yeah, it's just looking at it. I'm going to record it. Shouldn't take long.
So 98 is 61% Republican. 99 is 64% Republican. 97 is 63% Republican. 92 is 53.
No, I don't need 92, but 98.
92 is a little bit high in population. So if you move any numbers out of 92, you need to pay attention.
Because, and we don't have any Democratic leaning districts. We're all sort of in the majority at this point with the Republic. We have a Republican leaning map currently. I will not adjust anything if I, looks like if I'm adjusting population between 100, 101, 99, and 98. Mr. Adelson, did you have a comment?
Just a question. Before the break, I thought that the planned deviation was 9.28 and it now shows over 12. Am I misreading something?
Thank you, Mr. Adelson. Yeah, we probably do have something off there.
Well, some of the changes that were made obviously are not, there it is, 31.
Oh, the Midland area. There's but it's is that the plan deviation, or excuse me, not the discontiguities that may be showing up as plan deviation things? Because I
It
think
looks
this
like
is,
there's one floating out in the bay
Well, there was a discontiguity
here.
from
yeah.
here to here, and this,
Chair Zatella, I think you helped us build this district. Do you want to try to help correct it or see where we can?
Yeah, if you
Fix.
go farther up, it looks like there's something, yeah, see that little part in the bay? That might be what's,
no, there's no population in it.
so what is it, what is it saying that there's?
It's 6,000, 7,000 low.
What about that pocket off on the west side of Midland?
Because we are assigning these holes that were
Yeah.
in 53. Was
I remember it was Auburn, right? You had just assigned Auburn to, oh no, you took it
Yes.
out. Did you take it out?
No,
or
but that was out.
That was out.
shouldn't
Took
be
that out.
Causing it to be off. I mean.
was this,
50
did I mishit it? Is that a,
No, that was supposed to be that way.
yeah,
It's 31 that's under, right?
right.
And
So
50,
we were,
where's 57? So can you look under Midland? Because it doesn't look like it's Midland. That's the problem. It's under Midland. That line between 57 and 31, right? Right, because 31 is under by almost 7,000. And 57 is over. Am I reading that wrong or am I?
No,
right?
you are. I mean, it's
Okay.
accurate. Commissioner
So-
Lee, did you have a question or a thought?
I think there were discontinuities in 53 that were previously assigned to 31. And it looks like those discontiguities are no longer there. And
Yeah.
because they went from 31 into 53,
Yeah.
It caused 31 to go lower.
Be
I
off
did
balance,
not see those kind of numbers though.
Yeah, it
I
seems
saw
awfully high.
2 and 3 and 9. Is there a precinct that,
So the question was, do we have a previous plan we could look at? And then Commissioner Edy suggested the plan history, but maybe,
let me look at version 4. Is that where it was done and then we went into this?
Yeah, I just don't see that being that much population, but I mean, the solution is to just grab
well,
part of
and
57.
the assigned and the total population are off,
Okay.
right? The unassigned area is 108 or 10,876. I don't think we have 10,000 unassigned, right? It should be fully assigned.
Right,
So do we need to rebuild the plan?
maybe.
What's your assessment, Mr. Stegall?
I'm gonna run it. I'm not betting on anything, but we're gonna export the shape file and then import it into a new plan. Because 7,000 people should be like 2 or 3 precincts or something.
Yeah.
Visibly noticeable, visible. But that plan did blow up, so is that showing as unassigned now?
Yeah, I think. You guys have to change the color of 31.
It does appear that that is unassigned. So, well, and this is where it kind of blew up when I was changing. I don't know.
So Mr. Stegall, just in the name of efficiency, if you can just assign the air, oh, yeah, it looks like,
I'm going to assign those to 31
Yes,
and
please.
see if the numbers don't
that
get
looks
to where
good.
they need to be. That's exactly what it is. Those little pieces right there. Let me have to look at it more closely, but It can't be a multi-part block. There's a few, I mean, look, this is odd. All around the geography. Let me, I'm going to rebuild it, export this plan and bring it in and it'll rebuild it. Something's not right.
Thank you, Mr. Stegall.
Okay, so we were having problems with the plan. It looked like a geographic or a graphical glitch that was causing errors in the plan. So we exported it out to a shape file, create a new plan, and then when you import the shape file or the plan that we were working on, it builds a whole new data set. So it should be cleaned up and be like starting from new, but we still have to find whatever errors were around 5331.
And I think we were trying to get closer to that plan deviation of like 9.28 or something like that. That I think we were, oh, that looks better.
Let's make sure this is all the right. So just like that, there is the little holes in there where we backed up and some little things to fix, but the numbers are generally correct.
And nothing unassigned at the bottom of the active matrix?
Well, it has 6,034, but that may be, well, we'll see.
Right, because ideally we have nothing unassigned, right? Or is
Yes,
that,
I mean,
okay.
we're gonna run this. Sometimes I wonder if the matrix formula gets out of whack, but so there are some unassigned.
Why don't we work through those for the moment?
And what it is, that last plan was damaged. So the last few things that were done, it seems like it lost it. For example, this Monroe area here was this unassigned area. Did we put that in 61 or did we make a point of leaving it in 60?
It wasn't 60, but there's something wrong with that area because it keeps unassigning in my plan too. So I don't know. I'm having the
Oh,
same issue.
interesting. So
What do you normally do in a situation like this when you recognize that we need to sort of move on, but we know that there's like should we sort of just write it down or print screen or something like that? What would you suggest, Mr. Stegall? To sort of like,
well, what we're gonna do is we're gonna move on and leave this here because that exported shape file seemed to, when we brought it back in, it seemed to fix it up to a point. So let's just see what we have here. Was that precincts we were moving?
and what I'm hearing from Chair Zatella is that even though it's assigned now, it may unassign later. And so it's just one of those like, yeah, if it's a weird area, like what I'm trying to do is recognize it and trying to be efficient.
Well, once we get this fixed.
Okay, so we'll just
if
keep going.
If it errors out again, we know it's done. We'll have to figure it out.
Okay, so we'll just keep going. There's nothing. Okay, thank you. So we'll just keep going and checking for the unassigned areas. And then we'll try to get back to District 98 and correct the deviation, the population deviation there.
A significant area here. This was 79, wasn't it?
It sure looks like it. Which is the
I have
Y.
no idea.
Yes, I do have an idea. Yes, that should be 79. That's correct.
And this is either 53 or 31.
It looks to me like 53 unless there's objections. Is that 53, everyone? No, that's 31. No, it's 53. Okay, it's 53, please.
So yes, that looks like all of a precinct.
Never ending mysteries, right? Like, yeah. The mysteries of Midland.
This is supposed to be 31 and I
Yes, it was supposed to be 31. You're right.
I don't know why I moved it.
So maybe at the block level. Yeah.
I know I previously said I thought Ann Arbor was terrible for its floating precincts, but I can officially declare that Midland is much worse.
Thanks, Mr. Stegall. We have assigned, oh no, we're checking for unassigned areas. Okay. That looks like it should be maybe associated with the District 31, right? If it's because the water area even should be associated with 31. Oh, I see. It's a pink and white district. Okay.
All right, I'm gonna err on the side of caution and export another copy of this so we don't have to keep.
That is appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Stegall.
Now, is that 9.28 is more in the ballpark, isn't it?
Yes, that is what I had recorded.
That's
our
what I
last.
remember
Mhm.
seeing. Okay.
So can we just make sure that there's no more unassigned areas when we look at the bottom of the active matrix, please?
Now, does this look more like 67?
69. Oh, 67, sorry.
67. Does that look more like 67?
67, please, yes.
I was told about this little problem right here earlier.
Okay. I think that's what Chair Zotella was saying. That's the Ann Arbor area. Lots of discontiguities.
.31 is all the little pieces in Midland. We won't worry about those right this
Agreed.
moment. There's one census block in the middle of 61. Move that, I think, and then we'll move back to.
Right. Because I guess we are looking at plan error. We're trying to adjust the plan deviation. So we need, districts to be assigned correctly. The population at least.
Do we want to go back to Midland and do all those little pieces?
No, I think if we I just noted 31 and 53 were the areas that we wanted that have discontiguity. So we'll just deal with it.
It's a very small number. So,
okay. But it takes us considerable amount of time, I think.
Yes. Yeah. Population wise, it's a small number.
Okay. And we're at 6:30 and I'm going to just see how long we can last. And
Okay. Hopefully we're going to make
98. Yep. And I think the plan was to move population from 101, which is I think the furthest north and west of District 98. Thank you for changing the color. So north
So
and
that,
west.
this is actually 100 and this is 99.
Yep, I see that. Thank you.
Okay.
So the goal, again, to start with in the blue district in 101, north and west of District 98, yep, towards the, yep. So on that edge there between 101 and 100, I think we're looking to transfer about, oh shoot. So we want 40, so we want to transfer about
101, yes, 101 is 2,200 high. And if you
right, and I want to transfer, and I want to get 98 needs 4,300. So I'm trying to split the difference.
So just move.
So I think I want to move, if my math is right, I want to move about 4,000 out of 101 into 100. Meaning I'm going to grab from 101. I'm going to assign that to 100, right? And I'm going to assign about 4,000 because then I'm going to take another 4,000 off. Is my math correct, Mr. Stegall?
Just really don't want to make 101, dab it down. So you could take 3,000 off it or even 4,000 yet.
Right. It's just that, and if I'm about 2,000 off, then I'm still, well, yeah. All right. So that's about 2%. Yeah. Okay. So let's look at 3,000. We're going to, between 3 and 4,000, we're going to assign on that the eastern edge of 101. We're going to assign some of those precincts there, please, to 100. And these are all Republican leaning districts. So there's not a,
now, do you want to do precincts or townships?
Oh, forgive me. Yes, I do want to do townships.
For example, you could put these two together or those two, or
yeah, I think
combinations of them.
And if we stay in the south area, is there anyone familiar with this area? Are there places where I shouldn't? Yeah, are there any suggestions? So I'm just going to grab from the south. Anyone online that has any opinions, please let me hear your voice. I do not see you on the screen. But at this point, what I'd like to do, yeah, so start at the northern tip, just under 102. Yep, just that whole string, because we're looking for about 2,000 people. What did I say? Yeah, 2,000 to 3,000 people, please.
Yeah, I think you said 3 to
yes,
4.
I'd like 3 to, okay, that's what I'd like. Did I say 3 to 4?
180, 1,000, 1,400.
So let's do 2 rows. Two rows of townships.
But it goes all the way down. And I know this is 3 and 2 and these 4 right here.
Sure, let's start with that, which makes 8, right? Yeah, I'll start with that.
$100 now is 4,600 over.
Mm-hmm. And it's going to be about 7,000 over by the time we get done with this, if my math
No,
is right.
I just highlighted these. I have not assigned
great.
them, and
Yep.
that's another 3,600.
Okay, so then we're done. That's more than we need, right? Because the first amount was about, gosh, let's just do it that way. Yep.
So 101. Well, see, 101. You took too much off of 101 because that was what I was talking about. It's down to 4.8%.
So let's back out the last 2 districts, maybe 2 townships rather. Because we want to get it to about 2,000 under populated 101.
So 101 is 2.25% under now.
Great. And if you could enlarge it, the screen is just far enough away. If the active matrix could be,
yes.
The font could be larger, please. That's better. Thank you. Okay, so now we're with 101, we're at 2,000 under, correct? Roughly. Okay, so now we're going to do this. So now we're moving. Yep. So we're going to grab from. Yep. You got it. That area. We're going to grab about.
May I suggest making 98 whole? Getting the 98 right now.
Oh, so just adding to 98. Sure, we could skip the step,
and
right?
then you know how much you need to shuffle.
Okay, let's do that. Because 98 does touch 100 there, right?
Well,
just one district.
What I was just saying is make 98 about where you need it to be, and that way you know how much you need to move across the
I
area.
appreciate that. Yeah, let's try that. And if
So-
we can fill in the county lines there, that would be great.
So here's 98 is 4,300 under. And these are the
Just one there.
surrounding townships and a town of Cedar Springs.
Right.
And they are larger
large,
townships.
yeah.
But there's
Tyrone.
565.
Right. So let's take Tyrone because that's 5,000. Okay, so 98 is where we want it to be.
0.78, right.
Yeah. And 100 now
is 108, 1.08%.
Not
over.
bad. I think, and our plan deviation is down to 9.06 overall. And have we done enough in this area to actually affect where we want to go? So we were looking at 98. 98 is at, I don't think we need the election results because they were all leaning Republican. So I think we're safe there, Mr. Segal. Thank you. All right, so 98 with the population deviation. Yeah, the only one, yeah, so it's at 2.5. I'm just going to call it good here. And
well, you have 97 right beside it and 96. So it's 96, 97, 98.
Let's work with that then. So 97 is under, and 101 is under. Okay, so 97.
So this where maybe now you need to move some more population around to get it there.
Yeah. So then adding to 100. So grabbing from 99. Nope. But I want to get it into 97. If you see a path, Mr. Segal, I'd appreciate it.
92 is 1,000 over. So you could move 1,000 into 97. 95 is 2,100 low. So you really don't want to mess with 95.
Nope.
93 is pretty much even. So right now you can take 1,000 out of 92 and put into 97.
Right. And is District 110 all the way in the UP?
110, wasn't that moved into the Detroit area?
Is it? Okay, I see.
It came out of the UP.
Okay.
Okay. 56 is, good as far as that
right.
goes.
So so having reviewed that, Mr. Segal, do you see a path like to help 97? Because my focus is on 97.
The closest I can see to it would be to move 1,000 out of 92. I mean, without shuffling all over the country.
Yep, that's what I'm trying to do. And we've got it's
I don't
rural
know.
area. I'm sorry, keep going.
I don't know what these numbers are, but there's 1,700, 2,700 side, 2,400, and just 600.
Okay, and I see a natural spot because I think that Westphalia, yep, so if you, that around the Portland area, Portland, Westphalia, I'm almost certain there's some relationships there. So to move, what I'm doing, remind me, I'm adding population to 97. So I'm going to grab from 92 and assign it to 97. Am I thinking about that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So then,
this, I don't know if the more you take too much out of 92, you can make it go under.
Yep. And I'm thinking about just Westphalia, 2444, for example, that township of Westphalia. Just trying that.
So 92 is at 1.54. 97 is at 1.81.
And we're at overall 9.0 plan deviation. So that was successful. And that area, I mean, because 97 was on our list. Look at that.
Yes.
So it was 98. And okay, so I'd like to turn it over. So I'd like to thank you, Mr. Segal, for your help with that. Chair Zatala, are you prepared to take a turn?
Of course.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to you. We have
All
district. Do you know the districts or do you want
Nope,
those?
I was gonna say, tell me where to go next.
One of those, either 51. So either 51 or what?
34, 51.
We've done this one. We've done 34.
51 is around the Flint area.
And that's the highest. Okay, let's go to 51.
It's 4.58% high, while 26 beside it, I believe that's a maybe close to a VRA district, but anyway, it's just 368 people low. 52 is 1,000 under. So
That I'd rather go towards 52 just because then we're not messing with our VRA districts. All right, so 51 is over, so we need to take population and put it into 50.
52, and that should.
What are those, the population on those two little like towers shooting up there? Yeah.
3,800, 2,900, 1,900.
So if we put the 3,800 in, we'll be 2,000 over on the other district. Is that right?
You'll be 52 would be 40. Yeah.
Yeah, about 2,200. And what's our cutoff for 2.2%?
What's our cutoff in terms of population?
Yeah, just go ahead and do
About
that.
2,000. Yeah, I
Put in
think you'll be all right.
I just was wondering what the number was for 2.2%.
2.5%. 52 is 2.5% high. Now 51's 0.89, and you drop the deviation.
Okay. All right, let's see if we can knock that down because we're trying to go for a 5% plan deviation, right?
Correct. But I don't know if you can do it all in one district.
Well, no. But I mean, the point is if this one is at 2.54, that's going to be more than 5%.
Yeah, keep on trucking, keep on trucking.
Okay, so I would zoom into that same area we were in and we're going to go down to the block level.
Just looking at the whole area, 52 is 2,300 high, but its neighbor 47 is 600 low.
Okay, so you wouldn't worry about that small of a
No,
deviation?
I mean, no, I'm just throwing it out there,
Okay, all right.
before
we'll
you
leave
get
it.
down to the block level, kind of.
All right, is
make
there
sure
anything else you'd like me to fix before I go home?
I think
That seemed really simple.
thank you for that. That was great. All right, so we're
Can I mention too, 57 is right above 52 and it's high.
and 57 is on our list.
Said 57's high, 52 is a little bit high, 47
What's
can
49?
hold,
Yeah.
is a little low. So it can hold some here.
And
You can push it.
57 is at what?
57 is at 4.21% high,
Okay.
whereas 49 is 800.
Yep, that's what I was
low,
gonna say. We can. probably-
800 low here, 600 and some low here. 4,000 high here. Or
Can never just be simple, can it? Okay, so we're gonna dance our way over there. So, we're gonna let's look at the upper county of above Lapeer. So 52 is Lapeer. So that upper green block right above the pink.
Chair, may I
Yes.
suggest 47 and 49 need population.
Mm-hmm.
Start at the furthest one and work your way toward it.
Okay.
And that way, because if you do all the work here, for example, then you have to come back and do it again.
Okay. So
I just,
what do we have under 47? Can you zoom in to the township so I can see the
Yes.
population? All right, and you said 47 is
47 is, is 600 low.
47 is 600 low.
And the 57 is where you're trying to get
Right.
to. Which
So,
is right here.
Yep. Scroll up a little bit. So we're gonna take from 49, is that right? Into,
I think that would be generally that, or you could do 52 into 47 and then more 57 into
No,
here, but
let's-
49
yeah.
can hold some too.
let's start with 49. So let's go up to that, see where, yep. North Branch, which is 35. But that's a lot to add though.
Yes, that would
That's a lot
put
to add.
47, 3,000 high.
Let's do Burnside instead.
And then you have, any, I'm not gonna take it.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, I don't think it's wrong to take North Branch. but-
That's all right. Let's
yeah.
just do Burnside.
All right,
Put it into 49. Right. Well, wait, I'm sorry, I'm going the wrong way, right?
47.
47, yes. Okay, so now 47 is good.
Yeah, and 49 can hold 2,700.
Okay, so let's go back up to the one we were trying to change, which I think is 59. And that's over, right?
57
wanna change
is
57.
3,800 people high.
High.
49 is now 2,700 people under.
Okay, so let's zoom in and see what our right around Mayville.
What, right around Mayville?
Yep, see Mayville.
Okay.
All right.
So a shift of 3,000 people, roughly 3,500.
So what about Rich and Dayton? Can we shift those?
I think you want to bring some 57 into 49.
Oh, the other way. Okay, so let's just do Fremont. 3167. All right, that's much better, I think.
That's what you want.
All right.
Thank you, Chair Zatella. How you feeling, Commissioner Villette? You ready to take a turn? The smile on your face is ear to ear. If you speak into the microphone, then all of us will get the benefit.
Oh, I don't know if I can do it in 15 minutes.
You don't even have 15 minutes, so you got 5 minutes maybe.
You only have 5 minutes? Why is that?
Because it's 6:45. Yeah.
Oh, are we stopping at 7? The fun is over?
Yeah.
Don't
Okay,
tell
so
me
you
it's
got-
over.
You got about 10 minutes, yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay, thank you for the reminder. So are we ready? Do you want to just wait until tomorrow? You want to start tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay, I hear that. I think you're getting some other appreciations. Commissioner Lett.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
Feisty
Yeah,
commissioners.
so technically we don't have any, let me just run through this for formality's sakes. We do not have any minutes to approve. We do not have any staff reports. Department of State, do you have any updates? Correspondence received in advance of the meeting was provided to commissioners in their packets. Any future agenda items or announcements? All right, seeing as the business is done for the evening,
It's our-
Commissioner Lett, I would now entertain your motion to adjourn.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Witches. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? All right, hearing no discussion, all in favor of adjourning, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail. The meeting is adjourned at 6:47 PM. Thank you, everybody.